championship leaders laying a marker down would definitely fit the bill in Moto2 as well so far, as we get set for their third track session of the weekend. Well, practice yesterday has already determined who will move through to qualifying 2. And moving through with the greatest of ease was Manu Gonzalez. The World Championship leader by 34.5 points looks in red-hot form here in what is an increasingly hot Hungary. Gonzalez yesterday quickest by a couple of tenths of a second over last year's Balaton winner David Alonso. Looking like he's in the mix and has at the very least half a chance of challenging for back-to-back Balaton wins. As far as the other World Championship frontrunners were concerned, though, very much mixed fortunes. Ethan Guevara, second in the World Championship. He is into Q2, 11th yesterday, but did have his fair share of problems. Third in the World Championship, Celestino Vietti. His problems had a much greater impact on his overall result. Vietti down in 18th place yesterday, and he is your heavyweight rider going through qualifying 1 later on. Certainly looks like Vietti's got pace to be much higher up the order than Niels was yesterday, but his motorcycle unfortunately wouldn't run in the latter stages, which left him in a spot of bother at the end of our opening day of running. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York, as always, with you for Moto2 free practice action. FP2 on the way. Good morning to you, Elt. Good morning to David Alonso, who certainly has given his Aspar team, his fans, and Motorpoint himself hope that he could potentially challenge for back-to-back wins here.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning, mate. Hello to everyone tuning in, and hello to that young lad there sporting a very cool Ralph Fernandez number 25 cap. Good to see the fans here in Hungary, and good to hear and see David Alonso sounding a lot more positive than he has done in recent events. Mugello was going okay until Sunday, really, for Alonso. Tyre woes unfortunately disrupted his running over at the Italian Grand Prix and meant that he didn't score any points, losing crucial ground, of course, to not quite the runaway leader in Moto2, but he's stretching his lead somewhat, over 30 points now ahead of Ethan Guevara. But Alonso was Gonzalez's closest challenger yesterday and sounded positive, which is good news. No issues with the shoulder injury that he's been using, not using an excuse, but it's been troubling him for the last couple of Grand Prix. So yeah, so far, so good for Alonso. Of course, won here last year, but he did say that, you know, the bike's a bit different. I'm a different rider. Everyone else is performing differently as well. So we can't really go off last year from what Alonso was saying in comparison to this season. But what we can say is Alonso has had a better Friday than he has done in recent events. Obviously today, absolutely crucial for Alonso to try and qualify on the front row primarily, but top 2 rows is absolutely essential, you feel, if the likes of Manu Gonzalez, the likes of Philip Salax we've just seen on the screens as well, both of those guys are sounding really positive as well. So Alonso qualifying crucial. He hasn't qualified on the front row since his, well, it was a pole position that then got taken away, so he hasn't started on the front row since Brazil. Of course, did have pole position in Austin before it suddenly wasn't. So yes, front row top 6 is absolutely essential for Alonso today, but first and foremost, FP2, 30 minutes of dialing in your Sunday pace.
Yeah, and with the conditions pretty similar to this expected now for the rest of the weekend, we're pretty hopeful and confident that we're going to have sunny, stable conditions, sunny through today and for much of tomorrow. These conditions quite representative of how the race is going to go tomorrow, so important to maximise this 30-minute session coming up. Both the Aspar riders pretty happy with life yesterday. Dani Holgado was 8th overall, as you saw there on screens, 5th in the World Championship, moved back ahead of his teammate Alonso in the points with his his podium finish last weekend. He was very nearly not a podium, of course, when he came under intense late pressure from Senna, Agius. Holgado feeling much better here than he did last year when he finished in 9th place. Like David Alonso last year, it was a poor opening lap for Dani Holgado, and whilst David Alonso launched a rousing recovery from his poor lap, Dani Holgado didn't quite do the same in a very strong rookie season otherwise for the 96, and I think we're keen to see a trouble-free session in 30 minutes to really understand where this young man is at, El, because when he was on the racetrack and the bike was working properly, Ethan Guevara was pretty quick. We just didn't see enough of him yesterday.
No, exactly that. An outlap crash in FP1 set the tone, really, unfortunately, for Ethan Guevara yesterday. He did manage to qualify straight into Q2 which was good. And as you rightly point out, Lewis, when he was out there, when he was feeling better, he was quick and quickly rose to the top of the standings. Okay, got bumped down in the latter stages. Did say that a component on the handlebar broke in FT1. That's what caused his crash down at turn 5. But in general, and we saw this yesterday, Ethan Guevara getting very frustrated towards the end of FP1 and in practice as well. Saw him sat in the box for a bit too long as well. Was struggling with that front feeling on the brake, something he complained about over at the Italian Grand Prix as well, something that plagued his teammate Alberto Ferrandis in qualifying over at Mugello as well. So hopefully they're not linked. It seems like they potentially are, though. The Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha Moto2 boys and girls down there working super hard to try and eradicate those issues. You don't ever want any issues, mechanical or technical, but especially on the front end and the front brake, because if you have some issues on the front ends, you don't need me to tell you that you're not going to be feeling too confident, especially into the heavy braking zone. So fingers crossed Guevara can get a nice and easy 30 minutes under his belt without any issues, work towards Sunday, and then go for qualifying as well, because we want to see the top guys at the top of the standings. Guevara has good pace, just needs to have a smooth run of things today and try and forget about the front end issues that he's been experiencing in the last couple of Grand Prix.
We saw Celestino Vietti there, third in the World Championship, the number 13, very much an unlucky 13 yesterday. Was Chile. 18th he was overall. We did wonder, didn't we, as we were watching practice unfold live, why Vietti was sat in the pits just watching his name tumble down the order and ultimately out of qualifying too. He did ultimately have a very good excuse. Technical problems on his Boscoscuro in the latter stages kept him in the pits. So, of course, crucial that he does get through that Q1 session, because Vietti will know better than anybody, having qualified down in 23rd here last year and then was taken out at the first corner, that he's got to get through that Q1 session. But it does appear, certainly from the evidence of yesterday, that Celestino is in a little bit of a false position.
Yeah, for sure. He was saying that. Yeah, so overall, it was a positive day, said the Italian, but some technical issues. Obviously, don't know exactly what they were. Teams are very, very tight-lipped. Tell their riders to do not say a word about what technical issues do arise. But yeah, some form of issue, unfortunately for Vietti, another Bosco rider who will be hoping that those issues are forgotten about, left on Friday and not coming into Saturday. But it is Q1 that boasts some fast riders, including this rider, Alonso Lopez. Joe Roberts is down outside the top 20. Denis Onchu, he was P10 last time out over in Italy. He was outside the top 20 as well. I've got Aaron Canet, who finished P15 yesterday as well. I'm not saying Vietti isn't going to get through. Of course, we've not got a crystal ball. We don't know what's going to happen, but fully expecting Vietti to be going through, as Lewis rightly mentions. It's not like he was down there in 18th because he was slow. It's because he had a technical issue and couldn't get out during the time attack. So Vietti, I think, with the experience he has, the back-to-back podiums so far this season, he's riding a bit of a crest of a wave, especially after, of course, standing on the podium at his home Grand Prix last time out at Mugello after a phenomenal Sunday performance. But he won't want to be qualifying down in P16. Different at Mugello, lots of slipstream, plenty of overtaking moves, a fast flowing circuit. Pretty much the exact opposite here at Balaton Park. Qualifying down in P16, you can forget about finishing on the podium.
Also Lopez, who we saw in the Cassini box a moment ago, also likely to be a big threat in that Q1 session. Lopez was down in 19th yesterday and struggled more than he expected. Here comes Tony Arbolino to his Fantic Calyx. Of course, we saw the two Fantics battling with each other for a place in Q2 last weekend in Mugello in that Q1 session. Well, they're both in Q2 this time. Arbolino 12th, Baltus in 13th place. FP2 is underway. 30 minutes coming up, where I'm sure some will see this as a bit of a dress rehearsal for qualifying. Certainly in the latter stages we might see a little bit of that, particularly those who are going through Q1 and have been struggling with their time attack pace so far. Q1 includes this young man, Angel Piqueras, who we welcomed back to Moto2 this weekend after breaking his femur and injuring his ankle back in Austin, Texas. And I think it's a relief to both of us to see him out on track this morning, given the circumstances of when we last saw him.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Angel Piqueras, a very warm welcome back and impressive, to be honest. Yesterday, finishing only 1.3 seconds off the new all-time lap record set by Manu Gonzalez yesterday. I don't think Vaqueras or the team could have expected too much more than that. And Vaqueras said yesterday he was just thankful and very pleased to be back on the bike, and this weekend is all about gaining a bit more confidence and mileage. Of course, visiting here for the first time on a Moto2 bike.
And to escape that crash at turn 7 too.
And to escape that crash at turn 7 for sure, because it was a big one. Sort of the rear end came round and he barrel rolled a few times, of course through the gravel trap as well. So yeah, Vaqueras gingerly got back upon his feet, understandably so. Even if you hadn't broken your femur and your left ankle a couple of months ago, you'd be getting up pretty gingerly from that off. So thankfully Vaqueras is back out there, and of course just needs to have a clean weekend, get through it unscathed, as we mentioned yesterday, and then of course Bruno and Ashton coming up an exciting double header. Vaqueras can maybe show a little bit more, but expectations of course from us, I'm sure fans and the team are not high, not because we're not expecting Vaqueras to do anything because of his speed, but because such a tough injury to come back from. We've seen it with David Munoz, we've seen it with Fermin Aldeguer, to name 2 riders who have recently broken their femur, the biggest bone in your body, the worst one to break in terms of recovery time in your legs anyway. So yeah, a really tough injury come back for Vaqueras, and it's actually fantastic to see him already back out there after a couple of months off. So yeah, fingers crossed for Vaqueras, he can have a decent qualifying today, get through tomorrow, and then obviously progress further.
It's a process, isn't it, for Angel Vaqueras? In many respects, he's doing some testing in very public situations in the Grand Prix environment. So I think we have to give him a little bit of time to get himself up to speed and just build up that strength again. It was noticeable, wasn't it, when we saw him in the paddock earlier on in the weekend, now how thin his legs look, given that he is, I guess, having to try and bulk up for life in Moto2, but of course won't be able to do much training at all, given the nature of his injury to basically each end of his left leg. So we follow Denis Onchu coming through one of the several chicanes on this Balaton circuit. That was through turns 9 and 10, and now into the left-hand hairpin of 11. Onchu said, we know the problem at the end of yesterday, although he wasn't coming forth and telling us publicly what the problem was, but we do understand that it's a lack of turning generally on board that Boscoscuro that Onchu was suffering with. Much more positive though for his teammate Aaron Canet, who did miss out on qualifying 2 by 1 place and 0.2 of a second, but essentially used yesterday's session as a bit of a private personal testing exercise, working on his own riding style, and finally starting to make some positive noises about his adaptation to the Boscoscuro again.
Yeah, the 44 said yesterday that he understood some things with his riding style and made a step forward in general. Of course, disappointed to miss out on a top 14. That would have been nice for Canet. He ended up missing out by nearly 0.2 of a second in the end. Jose Antonio Rueda, the rider who finished in P14. Great job from the reigning Moto3 world champion to gain automatic Q2 entry for the first time ahead of the 5-time Moto2 winner Aaron Canet. So yeah, we've heard this a couple of times before, haven't we, on a Friday. Canet feeling more positive, then we'll hear Onchu feeling more positive. Onchu had a decent weekend over the Mugello, as I mentioned, finishing inside that top 10. But it looks like this weekend it's Canet who's feeling more comfortable on that Boscoscuro. Eventually, both of them are going to work it out, and hopefully it's pretty soon, because it's a team that we want to see at the front. They're used to fighting at the front, and 2 riders who have race-winning pedigree and are constant threats to the podium in years gone by. So fingers crossed Canet and Onchu can figure it out and be more consistent soon enough. But Canet will be fancying his chances in Q1 to get into Q2.
In terms of what we saw more broadly yesterday, the sort of deeper analysis of practice, who's looking particularly good? Well, I guess the best way of judging that is looking at how many 140s everyone did. Of course, fastest lap time of the day yesterday, Manu Gonzalez, who was able to put in a 140.229. That was, of course, the extreme end of how quick they were going on. Soft tyres, low fuel, thinking about qualifying. If you look at the pre-weekend favourites, I guess Ethan Guevara would be one of them. He was able to put in 4 laps yesterday in the 1 minute 40s. Ivan Ortola, of course, chased Manu Gonzalez for a lot of the race in Italy. He was able to put in 4 himself. We saw 3 140s from Senna Aegis. We saw 1 apiece from Colin Vire, Danny Holgado, and also from David Alonso, whose sole 140 was the lap that put him ultimately up in 2nd place. Danny Munoz was able to put in 4 laps in the 140s, but I think the stark reality for the Moto2 field and the hill they've got to climb if they're going to beat the World Championship leader this weekend is the fact that Manuel Gonzalez was able to put in 9 laps in the 1-minute 40s. He is not just faster than the field over 1 lap, he can repeat it and repeat it.
Yeah, a bit of a marker laid down, wasn't it, yesterday from Gonzalez, the first time that he's topped FP1 and practice in the afternoon as well, and just looked so comfortable. He said his main strength yesterday were these tight chicanes. He said he's got a super agile and a fast bike through the tight, sort of flicking it left and right, or flicking it right then left. He's feeling super comfortable. Actually, he mentioned that sometimes he's almost too quick because the front end rises on a couple of occasions, and you don't want that when you're changing direction. It can easily cause a crash. But Gonzalez was oozing confidence yesterday after back-to-back wins in different circumstances. First in Catalonia, then in Mugello, where he handed it to everyone basically, didn't he? It was the clear runaway victor over in Mugello, and has landed at Balaton Park in a completely different layout, a track that he didn't win at last year. Was in that fantastic victory fight that it was eventually won by David Alonso. Diogo Moreira, of course, in that battle as well. Gonzalez eventually finished P3, but yesterday Gonzalez was very confident and looked like the Gonzalez we've seen this year, mainly on a Sunday. The Gonzalez we saw last year on a Friday a lot was the Gonzalez we saw yesterday, and he's sounding like he's got a fantastic base setup now on that Kalex Triumph machine. And as you rightly pointed out, the pace yesterday was pretty sublime from Gonzalez, and he is going to be, as always so far this season, a very tricky customer to beat for the chasers come Sunday. We're going to learn a little bit more in the final 20 or so minutes in this session. The pace at the front is looking pretty tight at this moment, but the rider on your screen, the World Championship leader, of course, a lot of things going on in the background, a lot of noise about his future as well. He's trying to ignore all that, and when he puts his visor down, he isn't thinking about that one bit. He's fully concentrated on trying to win this Moto2 Championship. What will come will come. If it's MotoGP or not, he hasn't got any control over that. In terms of off the bike, what he can do is continue to win races on the bike, and he's looking well on course to be able to challenge for that again this weekend.
He was on pole position last weekend, on his way to victory in Mugello, and it feels like qualifying 2 later on. Well, Q1 and Q2, particularly Q1 for the likes of Celestino Vietti, are going to be the most important of the season. I spoke to Pecco Bagnaia yesterday around the MotoGP matters, and he said for him, season Q1, it's the most important Q1 of the season for him. If you qualify poorly around here, that's with due respect to what David Alonso did last year when he came from 11th on the first lap to win the race. It's generally so difficult to overtake around here. I was watching this man, Danny Holgado, a lap ago when he was up behind Luca Linetta's Speed RS Boscoscuro, and he tried to lunge at him up the inside into turn 15, the final of the chicanes on this lap. And just by purely trying to outbrake him and get alongside him, he couldn't get it stopped, had to run straight through the chicane. So difficult to actually get alongside, because the straights from one chicane to the next aren't particularly long here, so it's not easy to pick up the kind of slipstream, get a run on someone to get alongside. So you do really have to force it for a long way back, which makes it very difficult to get your bike stopped into these sort of chicanes. So qualifying and getting yourself on the front 2 rows as a minimum, and ideally on the very front row, perhaps more important around here than at any other circuit through the calendar. Yeah, you'd say so. And as you mentioned, speaking to Pecco yesterday, and a lot of the riders saying that qualifying round here, as we know, to be honest, wherever we go, but especially around a circuit like this, a lot of the riders do enjoy. It has to be said. It's not everyone's favourite, of course, from probably a fans and journalist perspective, but a lot of the riders do say, including MotoGP riders, got to say, apart from Pecco Bagnaia, who was very forthcoming in not enjoying this Balaton Park circuit, to put it mildly. But a lot of the Moto2 and Moto3 riders yesterday were saying how much they enjoyed it. Of course, Moto2 riders, some of them here for the first time. Senna Aegis, one of those as well. He was inside the top 10 yesterday. But qualifying, for sure, absolutely crucial. And you've got probably about 3 proper overtaking opportunities. One is into turn 1, of course, where Barry Bowers is just moving through, and the current pace setter in this session, Danny Holgado, is just moving through there. And then you've got turn 5, the end of the back straight, and then you've got probably turn 9, where the race was won by David Alonso this time last year, coming out of the fast section of 7 and 8.
before the sort of first of 3 chicanes towards the end of the lap. The rest is sort of one line. You could argue turn 15 is a potential overtaking opportunity as well, but looking at the track and looking from the races last year, only 3 real opportunities, and even into turn 1 you've got to get it absolutely spot on, because the heavy braking zone down to less than 100 k's per hour, which is where centre edge is now, and you can easily run wide, and the riders can easily get a cutback through turn 2 as well. So a tricky track to nail and a tricky track to pass on as well.
What's going to make turn 1 particularly difficult as an overtaking opportunity is it's been freshly resurfaced. They've resurfaced a couple of areas of this Balaton circuit very, very recently as since the World Superbike round, which was less than a month ago here in Hungary. So turn 1 and turn 6, which is just on the exit of the second of those real overtaking opportunities, the hairpin of 5. It's quite greasy and quite slick through there, not because they've done a bad job with the resurfacing, but because it is quite fresh surfaced tarmac, so it hasn't really been treated properly, hasn't quite bedded in yet. And so we did see a few MotoGP riders yesterday speaking of that, about how easy it was to potentially tuck the front and going hot into turn 1. And Jack Miller said that, you know, again, if you're starting deep in the pack, it's going to be a real problem getting through there. Problem for Alberto Ferrandis down at turn 11, who's had a bit of a mishap. He's in the long lap penalty up there. Not the moment that I wanted to talk about Alberto Ferrandis, because he did have his best day in Moto2 yesterday. A bit of a blot on his copy book this morning, that.
Yeah, Tony Arbolino did well to not be a little bit further around the corner, otherwise he might have been taken out by a stricken Ferrandis. A simple enough crash down there at turn 11. We saw lots of front end crashes in Moto3. Didn't see too many crashes yesterday in different conditions, of course, but obviously in FP2 the pace has halted up, the riders are more comfortable, conditions are better, so the riders feel like they can push. But yeah, plenty of front end crashes. I think we had 4 or 5 in Moto3. That's the first one in Moto2, and Ferrandis, of course, has to take his bike to the service road to try and restart it. Doesn't look like there was too much damage, which is good news, but Ferrandis did have a really good day yesterday. Was saying he was fast and comfortable straight away in FP1, and that carried through into practice in the afternoon as well. Had a little bit of a helping hand, it's got to be said, from Manu Gonzalez, but no matter who you've got in front of you, you've still got to put down the lap and stick with Gonzalez, and that's exactly what Ferrandis did. So take nothing away from Ferrandis. P5 is probably where about he was yesterday, so a real top job from the rookie to be the lead Bottascuro rider yesterday.
Yeah, and his best lap, even though he was behind Manu Gonzalez, wasn't exactly on brand new fresh tyres either. He'd put a few laps on those Pirellis by the time he set a 140.675 to go 5th. Second Q2 appearance for Ferrandis, second in the last 3 Grand Prix, in fact, for the rookie, as Daniel Holgado's sending a bit of a message here. Don't forget about me this morning. We've already seen the Moto3 all-time lap record broken this morning at Moto2, as Holgado sets the fastest lap of the weekend and the fastest Moto2 lap ever here.
Good day so far for Aspar after Max Quiles topped Moto3 FP2, and Holgado is currently over 6/10 clear of Barry Bautas, and the rest, of course, chasing in this FP2 session in Moto2. A nice little marker laid down here as Colin Vire then reduces the deficit, but still not far off 4/10 shy is Colin Vire to his fellow sophomore rider Danny Holgado. So this is really impressive so far from Holgado. Had a decent day yesterday, was quite enough though down in P8. He said he was feeling a lot better than he was here last year. But clearly in this FP2 session they've either found something, or he's just feeling a lot more confident in the less windy conditions. Should mention that yesterday that a lot of the riders were complaining about the wind that picked up yesterday. David Alonso was one of those, Manu Gonzalez was another one, who were both suggesting that it made things very, very tricky in the afternoon session compared to the morning session. Setups were needed to be changing. It was difficult coming into some sections where the wind was really causing a bit of havoc. So less wind today, and clearly that's helping Holgado, and obviously overnight they've done some homework in the Aspar box, and the 96 is looking very good here.
Well, his teammate David Alonso was shortcutting the chicane down at turns 9 and 10, which, as I mentioned earlier on, was where Alonso secured victory last year with that lunge on Manu Gonzalez. He was quite often overtaking into turn 1 too, but the rear tyre of his Calyx nearly overtook the front there. See the rear completely locked up as he was pleading that bike to stop before he ended up into the gravel trap. In turn 1 last year, where we saw him overtake Jake Dixon, we also saw him overtake Diogo Moreira. And then turn 9 on the very last lap from quite a long way back to lunge through Manu Gonzalez. And not necessarily criticising David Alonso here, because he has been unlucky, but I think you'd have got very long odds if you'd said, when David Alonso secured victory on the final lap here last year, that we'd arrive back at Balaton nearly a year later, and that's still his sole victory in the class.
You wouldn't have found anyone, I don't think, in the paddock and fans watching in around the world as well, that would have thought that was be Alonso's last victory. As we've mentioned before, and as Lewis rightly picks up, that it's not all his fault. He's had some things out of his control, especially this season, that has made him not finish on the podium first and foremost, but also fight for a win. Austin really springs to mind, of course, when he stuck it on pole position and then had to start from P17 and did come all the way through to finish P4 in the red flag race over at the Grand Prix of the United States. But yes, we mentioned this yesterday, didn't we, Lewis, and we spoke about it coming into the weekend, and after the pointless weekend that Alonso suffered in Mugello, feels like a big one. Balaton Park, scene of his victory, of course, last year. Okay, different conditions, different season, a lot can change in a year in motorcycle racing, and Alonso referenced that yesterday, but has to have a good result, you feel, this weekend. If the likes of Gonzalez, as he's looks to be doing, especially yesterday, is looking good again and is in the podium fight, which we fully expect Gonzalez to be, even if Gonzalez is picking up top fives at this stage, Alonso needs to be chipping away at that lead pretty rapidly ahead of the summer break. 71.5 points down is David Alonso in P6 in the overall standings, the highest placed rider without a podium so far in Moto2. Apart from Mugello, he's been very consistent, and as I say, had a bit of bad luck at times, but this does feel like a big one for the Colombian to try and stand on the podium, and even better, try and get a first run of the season to really kick-start his season.
Even at this stage of the season, trailing by 71.5 points, nobody has ever won a Moto2 World Championship from as far back as that. Diogo Moreira set a new record last year, but he came from around 60 points back on Manu Gonzalez, and that was after, what, 5 or 6 rounds of the season. This is now round 8, so it's not beyond David Alonso to still get himself into title contention from there, but he's going to have to do plenty of winning, and I guess hope that Manu Gonzalez has a bit of a drop-off from the form that he's in, and there is no immediate sign of that at the moment. What kind of body language do we have this time from Ethan Guevara in the blue crew box? Bit of a nod this time, rather than a furious and rather forlorn shake of the head. Good little run there, wasn't there, with a succession of high 140s. Kind of pace we're seeing out on the track at the moment. Manu Gonzalez last lap was a 140.9. He's now coming to the pits. Danny Holgado, he's currently circulating. He's done a couple of slow laps, but he's also generally lapping in the high 140s at the moment, low 141s. In fact, he's just done a 141.0 on his last lap, so that would indicate that the sort of race pace we'll be expecting tomorrow are in those high 40s, certainly in the early stages, and then into the 141s as we go through the Grand Prix. I'd say Nicky Ayo will be liking a look at his FP2 session, won't he? Colin Via up in second place on a 140.5. Jose Antonio Rueda third on a 140.6. Let's hope neither of those riders are the cause of the yellow flags, because we'll have majorly put the mockers on them there. No, it's a crash for Jacob Ralston, who's lost the visor there, and is either indicating that something's happened beyond his control, or indicating that another rider was involved there. Ralston rather angrily trudging away from the scene of the crash down at turn 3.
Yeah, Ralston currently completed 6 lap session and 7.3 down, and that is not the pace that Ralston has. He's only a couple of seconds away from the all-time lap record yesterday, and clearly not happy with that Alex Triumph that he's riding for the first time this weekend. Of course, rides a Bossascuro over in the Moto2 European Championship. Yeah, a bit of a strange one. We saw the end of the crash. Good to see Ralston back up on his feet, of course, but clearly not happy with what's going on, and 7.3 seconds away. Clearly some issues on that bike for the number 22.
Yes, so returning to the Red Bull KTM IO squad, who at the moment neither of their riders are in danger of improving, Via and Rueda, but they are setting pretty competitive lap times out there on the racetrack. Rueda's best in this morning's session of 140.6, which is a third of a second quicker than he went yesterday, when he did make automatic Q2 for the first time. Of course, we've already seen Via challenge at the very front of a Moto2 race this year. We've already seen him challenge at the very front of a Moto2 race here in Hungary. He did it last season, but further evidence that the Moto3 world champion, Jose Antonio Rueda, is figuring Moto2 out.
Yeah, he's coming, isn't he? The number 98, the reigning Moto3 title winner, which is great to see. It was always going to take a little bit of time after what unfolded at the end of last season, but Rueda is beginning to step into Moto2 with a bit of venom, and P13 last time out after starting the race from P21 was 12th over in Catalonia as well, so back-to-back points finishes for the first time in Moto2, and he's looking well on course to do that again this weekend, up inside that top 3 as things stand, and as Lewis mentioned, straight into Q2 as well. Vi said yesterday that he just has to find a little bit more in terms of race rhythm and a bit of pace, but he described it as a good day. They've got a good base set up on that KTM on that side of the box. So yeah, obviously as things stand, it looks like Via has found a little bit more in terms of pace. Okay, he won't want to be 4 tenths away pretty much from Danny Holgado, but P2, not a bad job done so far from Colin Via, who is looking strong again. There was a bit of a moment coming through turn 12 for Ivan Ortola, I think that was, on one of the MSI Calix machines. But yeah, Nicky I will certainly be liking what he's seeing. Great to obviously have one side of the box in Colin Via doing well already this season, and on the other side of the box taking a bit more time, but really getting into the groove now is Jose Antonio Rueda.
Lopez up to second, Baltas up to fourth. They've split the IO machines. Ivan Ortola, who I was hoping we'd see at some point in this morning's session, here he is, up into 6th place after a bit of misfortune or a bit of an oversight, so we say, in the MSI box pre-race in Mugello last weekend. Saw him run out of gas, but he certainly hasn't run out of talent as Ivan Ortola. And if you believe the rumours and reports that are flying around this paddock, there is a long queue of Moto2 teams trying to seek his signature for next year.
Yeah, the Italian broadcaster Sky have reported that there's quite a few teams that are after Ivan Ortola's signature. Of course, Ortola not linked, and we do believe that pretty much everyone is sorted now in terms of who's going to MotoGP. Obviously, the rumours surrounding this rider, Manu Gonzalez, continue, but Ivan Ortola is a wanted man in the Moto2 paddock, and you can understand that as well. He's quietly gone about his business so far this season, as Ortola was in the battle for a podium, of course, last time in Mugello before something out of his control cost Ivan definite chance of finishing on the podium, and who knows, maybe challenging for the win in the latter stages as well. But it was looking like Gonzalez had that all under control. But a podium was certainly on the cards for Ortola last time out. P4 over in Barcelona, the podium in Le Mans as well, was 4th at the opening Grand Prix in Thailand. So yes, there's been some rumours circulating that potentially the Moven team offering quite a hefty amount of cash for Ivan Ortola's signature, which, you know, any rider can be turned by a checkbook, and obviously Moven, the RW team, have taken a step forward this year. Yuma Sasaki and Zons van der Gorberg are slowly getting towards the points on a regular basis. Sasaki in particular is making some good strides, so yeah, you can understand that with the likes of Alonso and the likes of Holgado, the likes of potentially Manu Gonzalez as well, and the likes of Ethan Guevara, maybe Celestino Vietti too.
Maybe Senna Regis
as well. So that a lot of the top 6 in the current championship, in fact all of the top 6 in the current championship, are linked with the move up to MotoGP, or Pastures New, potentially World Superbike as well, who knows. But the rider in 7th in the championship is Ivan Ortola, and we know the talent Ortola possesses. We've seen on the numerous occasions so far this season. You can understand why a lot of the top teams in Moto2 are trying to peel him away from MSI. Of course, MSI want to keep hold of Ortola, and obviously fully expected Piqueras to be remaining in that team as well. That will be a very, very quick MSI team next season, and of course probably in the latter half of this season as well, once Piqueras is up to speed. But yeah, Ortola is definitely someone on the radar of all the top teams, and you can absolutely understand why. But yes, there's a lot of rumours. Silly season is in full flow. Once we've had the MotoGP news all confirmed, which fingers crossed is soon, because I think we're all fed up of talking about maybes when pretty much everyone knows, apart from maybe a couple of seats, or what everyone's doing next year. It's just not been confirmed. That will then filter into Moto2 and then of course into Moto3. So fingers crossed the teams can get the agreement in place and start to roll out these contracts that have already been signed for a good number of months now. And then we can learn about the fate of Moto2 and Moto3 riders next year and get stuck into that sort of chat. But yeah, Ortola, the top of the shopping list, it seems, for a lot of the teams.
Ortola has just set his best lap of the morning on a 1:40.6. We might, though, see the first Moto2 lap here in under 100 seconds in a moment, and it's from last year's winner, David Alonso. He doesn't quite manage it, but it is another new all-time lap record. It's now an Aspar 1-2 in this morning's session. Alonso on a 1:40.037 goes a tenth and a half clear of Danny Holgado. Holgado's lap, of course, much earlier in the session. Alonso, one would assume, has stuck a fresh tyre in for the end of this session, because we know that David Alonso, the area where he certainly has lacked, and we can't put this down to bad luck, Alonso still not fully able to exploit brand new soft Pirelli tyres, either in qualifying trim or in the early stages of a Grand Prix. He often qualifies lower than he ought to, and he often struggles in the first lap or two of a Grand Prix. So I guess no great surprise to see Alonso pumping in a time attack late on, and certainly from the evidence of the stopwatch, a very fast one.
Yeah, zero surprise at all to see Alonso sticking in some fresh rubber. He will be going again on this lap. He sets a personal best first sector. Did he? Am I looking at the right thing? No, I'm not. He's very well in touch, less than half a tenth away from his top time. Just getting confirmation there, which confused me a little bit, of the all-time lap record set by Manu Gonzalez yesterday. But Alonso is nearly coming through the third split checkpoint now. This is 12. Flick it right through 13 and then open the gas with the fast pink of 14, one of the finer corners on this Balaton Park circuit. Here he comes through the third split and he's still in touch, so nail this final sector and Alonso could be moving the goalposts even further. But there's plenty of red sectors popping up on the timesheets, including for the World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez.
Improvement moments ago for Ethan Guevara. He's now 8th on a 1:40.5. Celestino Vietti, a fellow title challenger, he's in 13th place at the moment. His personal best also came on his last lap. It's a 1:40.194 that time for David Alonso, which would still have put him second behind Tony Arbolino, who has now split the Aspar duo. Arbolino on the number 14. Here he is on the Fantic Calyx, and Arbolino ending a bit of a run that I think he would have been quite keen to bring an end to. 4 consecutive Q1 appearances in the last 4 Grand Prix. He won't have to trouble himself with Q1 today, though.
No, he certainly won't be. He was pretty pleased with his pace yesterday. Was Tiger Tony not improving on that lap time around, but looking more confident than he has done, especially on a Friday, than the previous Grand Prix. Still on a run of 26 races without a podium. Not on such a run is Manu Gonzalez. Rises to P1 and the first 1:39 in Moto2 around Balaton Park. So moving the goalposts is Manu Gonzalez. We did see him in pit, so maybe that's a little test run for qualifying later on, as the riders start to get down to business in the final couple of minutes, giving us something to talk about. Fast laps coming in centre. Aegis rises to P5 with a decent lap time. Okay, 3 tenths off his teammate Manu Gonzalez, but that's a decent lap from the number 81.
Bit of a pattern developing, isn't there? I mean, FP1 and in practice. It was Gonzalez from Alonso. That's exactly what we've got now in this FP2 session with a minute remaining, as I think we're having a little bit of a dry run here for qualifying later on. Of course, Q1 and Q2 to come in Moto2, following Moto3 Qualifying, which gets our afternoon's action underway. 12:45, the session goes green for Moto3. Q1, of course, Q2 will follow before we head into Moto2 Qualifying 1 and 2, and the Tissot Sprint in MotoGP, which as always headlines our Saturday afternoon schedule, 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. That MotoGP Sprint will be over 13 laps, and of course the qualifying session to the time for that will come at the end of this morning's running here in Balaton Park. Filip Salac makes his way through the final sequence of corners, and we are talking here about a Czech rider who is at his peak, and don't take our word for it, take Filip's word for it, because he said that to our colleague Kiko Giles yesterday. Not a bad time to hit the best form of your Moto2 career with his home Grand Prix at Brno right around the corner.
No, for sure. He was in Brno, wasn't he, last week doing some promo work in the city centre. Can't wait to get to the Czech Grand Prix. Fantastic atmosphere, fantastic circuit, and a fantastic city over in Brno. Do try head there if you possibly can, and fantastic support, of course, for their home hero Filip Salac, who, as Lewis mentioned, said yesterday that he was feeling at the peak of his powers that he ever has done in Moto2. Really settled well in that OnlyFans American racing box. He's at the best he's felt in his career. Just needs to find some little things on the sort of setup side to really bring him into the realms of what Manu Gonzalez in terms of pace was doing yesterday. But still a decent morning for Filip Salac in P7, 4/10 off the top time. Not sure how much Salac was pushing in the latter stages, but finishing P3 yesterday, was in the podium mix over at Mugello as well. This is a rider full of confidence, which is good to see for the Czech rider.
He's going to end this morning session in 7th place, unless he can improve on this last lap, which he's not going to do. It's Kalex riders all the way down to 9th place, as Yumi Sasaki, who is one of the Kalex riders in the field, albeit not one of those up at the sharp end. He's taking a trip through the gravel trap. Trying to work out where Sasaki was there. He's in the final sector of the lap now, as Manu Gonzalez is trying to rub their noses even further in it in the closing stages. He's potentially going to be a million miles away from his own 1:39.9 on this last lap. It's such a rich vein of form and confidence sky high at the moment for Manu Gonzalez. It's a 1:40.3 to end the session, but Manu Gonzalez does remain undefeated here in Balton Park this weekend. But once again, it's last year's winner David Alonso snapping at his heels.
Certainly is. Impressed by Holgado, actually. He was one of the only riders apart from Colin Vire, who finished P12, who was in that top 11 riders who didn't set his personal best lap time towards the end of the session. Is this what happened to Ayumu Sasaki? Yes, it is. That is into turn 12 before they flick it right through turn 14. Simple enough off for the Japanese rider, but I think that bodes well, especially, of course, for Gonzalez, top in the session. But I think Holgado setting that lap time while he was in his race rhythm, and to finish less than 3/10 away from Gonzalez, who looked like had a little bit of a time attack at the end of the session. It looks good for Holgado, and of course for teammate Alonso, and good to see Arbolino to inside that top 3 as well.
Set up nicely for qualifying later on. We've already discussed how important the Q2 session that is going to be. Gonzalez unquestionably goes in as the clear favourite to secure back-to-back pole positions. We've had 7 different pole sitters in the first 7 races of this Moto2 season. This rider here on the screen should have been one of them. David Alonso back in Austin, Texas, before those tyre pressures were given a closer inspection, and he was dumped all the way down to 18th place on the grid. But Alonso, surely the best he's looked through a whole weekend so far this season, and good to see Tony Arbolino back towards the sharp end once again. 3rd quickest at the end of this morning session. What's Tony been up to? This is into turn 11, and the front end washing away at least once, if not twice there for Tony Arbolino, but no harm done.
Yeah, a bit of a moment there up at turn 11 for Arbolino. That's where we saw Alberto Ferrandis crash a little bit earlier on in the session as we get set for MotoGP and then qualifying in Moto3 and Moto2.
3 out of 3 for Manu Gonzalez. Remains unbeaten in this Balloton weekend. David Alonso, as he has been in the 2 prior sessions, was 2nd. Tony Arbolino 3rd from Danny Holgado, who looked very quick in the early stages of the session. Senna Regis 5th from Alonso Lopez. Filip Salac, Danny Munoz, Ivan Altola, and Ethan Guevara, the leading Bosco-Scuro, only 10th. Vietti 11th from Via Baltus Rueda, who was 3rd at one point. Didn't go for a brand new tyre, or at least didn't improve on one late on, so fell to 14th. Ahead of Vanden Gulberger, Screech, Fuetas, Kinet, Unchu and Sasaki, who we saw gravel tracking late on. Forosato 21st ahead of our early crasher Ferrandez. Roberts 23rd ahead of Lunetta, Garcia. Piqueras did a 41.8 this morning. That's about 3/10 off what he did prior to his crash yesterday. Zunatu's at 27th, and Jacob Ralston, who we saw falling earlier on at turn 3, is at the bottom of the order. So Manu Gonzalez remains unbeaten in this Hungarian Grand Prix weekend. The championship leader goes 3 from 3 here in Hungary. We'll begin the countdown to qualifying in MotoGP with FP2 coming up next.
With the European phase of the 2026 season in full swing, Sprint Saturday 8 brings MotoGP's top talents to the Emerald Waters and awe-inspiring vistas of Lake Balaton for the Grand Prix of Hungary. First on the calendar last season for Hungary's first MotoGP class since 1992, a tight and low-speed layout presents a unique test for the world's fastest riders. It's time for MotoGP. Measuring in just over 4 kilometres in length, just a whisker over 2.5 miles, is the very tight, twisty, but technically challenging 17-corner Balaton Park circuit. 7 rights, 10 of them lefts. The layout featuring 3 tight chicanes. First of those as you run through turns 9 and 10. Hard braking onto a new patch of tarmac into sector 1. Hard braking, the hardest braking zone on the circuit is that run down to turn 5. There you can see the chicanes of 9, 10, 12, 13 and 15 and 16 to complete the lap in the final left-hander of turn 17. Good morning and welcome back to Balaton Park. And what a beautiful early June Saturday morning we have in store. As you can see, clear blue skies as far as the eye can see as we get set for our Sprint Saturday number 8 of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship campaign. Just 6 days ago, of course, in the Tuscany Mountains of Mugello, we saw Aprilia star Marco Bezzecchi take his first win in front of his buoyant home crowd, which saw Bez extend his lead in the World Championship after the opening 7 Grand Prix to 17 points. Day 1, though, here in Hungary yesterday, well and truly belonged to Pedro Acosta and the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing team. The 22-year-old Spaniard, fastest on Friday, now in 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix. Of course, he led the way on day 1, most recently at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, over in Montmello. And he wasn't really close yesterday, to be fair to Acosta, who looked in brilliant form. The only rider on practice Friday who found a 1:36 lap, a 1:36.827, putting Acosta over 0.4 of a second clear of anybody else out on circuit. Fabio Di Gianantonio once again was leading the Ducati Resistance against Acosta. Of course, 3rd in the World Championship is Di Gianantonio, who's 31 points clear of Acosta in that particular battle for 3rd in the rankings coming into this round 8. Ralph Hernandez was the top Aprilia yesterday, as we had KTM, Ducati and Aprilia inside the top 3. Marc Marquez, the reigning world champion, double winner here last year, was 7th quickest. His factory Ducati teammate Pecco Bagnaia, one of the big names that has to go in the upcoming 15-minute Q1 session in nigh on perfect conditions. Glorious sunshine. The wind has definitely eased off after a blustery Friday afternoon. And with the wind in his sails yesterday on the factory KTM RC16, without any question, it was Pedro Acosta. Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box talking you through this upcoming 30-minute FP2 session, followed by what we hope will be a dramatic qualifying session. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Pedro Acosta was on the podium here last August, Lewis, on one of his stronger rides of 2025, and he was pretty much on a different level yesterday. 4/10 clear of the chasing pack. Dynamite in the 3rd sector, by far the strongest KTM. Looking like this weekend might just be the weekend.
Feels like a big opportunity, doesn't it? Although, as you say, very recently we have seen Pedro Acosta fastest on a Friday and come very close to a first MotoGP victory, and not quite getting it over the line in Barcelona. May this be an even bigger opportunity given the margin of his supremacy yesterday? It certainly feels like it. Marc Marquez, who was talking his chances down in the build-up to this Hungarian Grand Prix weekend, didn't really do an awful lot yesterday on track to dampen the prospects of challenging for another Hungarian Grand Prix victory, but he still feels top 5 is the aim around a circuit where he dominated last year. Marc potentially could still be a threat for Acosta, particularly on our Super Saturday.
It was a pole position and a sprint win double to make it a very Super Saturday for the 33-year-old Spaniard here last August. He was fastest in FP1 yesterday morning. Last time he topped an opening session of the Grand Prix weekend was here in the Grand Prix of Hungary in the 2025 running. The speed is there, quite clearly. Mark can deliver an eye-catching lap time. The problem is he can only do it in short, sharp bursts. It's over the longer runs where he's still recovering or struggling with full fitness on that recovering right shoulder. No problems once again for Fabio Di Gianantonio, who continues to be the leading Ducati light. Top 3 now on Fridays and 6 of our 8 Grand Prix. So Fabio Di Gianantonio, although he was one of several riders, Lewis, who was going to be poring over the data, looking at the lap-by-lap analysis, to try and work out where do you make up so much time on Pedro Acosta in split 3. That's where Acosta was making his time.
Split 3 is very chicane heavy. It starts just on the braking zone to the turns 9 and 10 chicane, then you round the hairpin of 11, and sector 3 concludes once you're out of turn 12, 13 and 14. So it's only in those very fast changes of directions, the busy chicanes around here, where Pedro Acosta is winning his time. Fabio Di Gianantonio, it was a weird day from the outside, it looked like. Certainly in practice, he was down the order until the very latter stages. He explained that they were trying a few different things on the setup to give him a step on the front end. Didn't work, so went back to the setup he knew very well from earlier in the season, and it launched him straight back up into P2.
There was Diogo Moreira. We'll go down to Jack very, very quickly. Let's just reference Diogo Moreira, though. Another brilliant performance by the pro Honda LCR rider. It's now back-to-back places in Q2 for the 22-year-old Brazilian. No one, he's got to be smiling. Plenty to smile about for Moreira, just as he was last weekend in the Grand Prix of Italy in Mugello. He was head and shoulders the top Honda rider. 8th fastest yesterday was Moreira. Joan Mir's 16th, Luca Marini 13th on the pair of factory Hondas. Now, yesterday, of course, we did see Marc Marquez debut a revised rear aero on the factory Ducati. It was a tough Friday for his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. Let's go and get some pit lane updates from Jack on the factory Ducati boys. Jack, down to you. Good morning, mate.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home. What a bright, sunny day we have here in Hungary. You mentioned the factory Ducati boys. Let's start with them. As you mentioned, that new, pretty radical new rear aerodynamics update from Ducati. It was on one of Marc Marquez's motorcycles yesterday. It's now on all 4 factory Ducati bikes, both of Marquez's bikes, both of Pecco Bagnaia's bikes. Pecco trying it for the very first time this morning ahead of a hugely important Q1 session. And you mentioned Fabio Di Gianantonio going back to what he knew from early in the season. Well, the Ducati aerodynamics game of musical chairs is continuing once again, because Digia on both of his motorcycles has now completely ditched the new aero update that we saw them bring in Le Mans, and has gone back on both bikes to the aero package that he started the year on. So clearly Digia, once again, as we've seen him do time and time again this year, going back to what he knows. And just finally for Fermin Aldeguer, I don't think this is the first weekend. I imagine it was introduced last weekend in Mugello, but I've just noticed for the first time that unlike Frankie Morbidelli, who's continuing and struggling to try and adapt to that tricky GP25, Aldeguer has been upgraded to the GP26 chassis, which could be a bit of an indication why we've seen over the past couple of weekends, following on from that Barcelona podium, Aldeguer making a clear step and being able to be way more competitive when comparing against those on the other GP26 machines.
Lovely stuff as always, Jack. Many thanks for those Ducati updates. Yeah, that new chassis clearly worked for 21-year-old Spaniard Fermin Aldeguer. His best Friday in 11 since he was the winner eventually of the Mandalika Grand Prix. No surprise to see Pecco Bagnaia thrown in that new rear aero, because it was rear grip issues which were really hampering the Italian yesterday. On the podium, of course, last weekend in front of his home crowd in Mugello, rather concerning for Bagnaia. We saw it a couple of times, didn't we, on screens, losing the rear off throttle, which is a really precarious situation to find yourself in at any circuit, but particularly here where we have 10 lefts in the 17 corner layout. He said it was an issue that Mark was suffering as well on the other side of the factory Ducati garage. Fabio Di Gianantonio not so much, so there'd have been a bit of number crunching in Bagnaia's side, the factory Ducati garage last night. Let's hope that maybe the new rear seat aero can find some cures to his rear grip woes yesterday.
And the most visible occasion of that, as you mentioned, was into or out of turn 16, the penultimate corner on this circuit, when he was on a lap that, well, he said was going to put him around 7th. It certainly looked like he was going to put him into qualifying 2 as of right. But as it is, for the second year in a row here, Pecco Bagnaia is a qualifying 1 participant at Balaton Park. He described it, and of course we have it to come in around about 40 minutes time. Bagnaia described it as the most important Q1 of his season coming up this morning.
He has had back-to-back third places, both in Catalonia, which was a bit of a gift after Joan Mir's a post-race tyre pressure penalty. No doubt about the fact did certainly earn the hard way his podium last time out in Mugello against Ayagura. Trackhouse MotoGP fan, well, they had a great Friday, didn't they? Raul Fernandez was third quickest, looking really, really strong, just as he did throughout the Mugello weekend when he was on the front row, and then went on to win his first sprint. And Ayagura, some positive news on a Friday, finally, for the Japanese rider, who was the 5th quickest rider yesterday with a 1:37.481. Agura making a very good point, as so many riders have done. Qualifying here, super significant in Balaton Park because the tight and twisting nature of this circuit. It's not easy to make overtakes, so qualifying in the prime grip position will be super important at the end of this morning's qualifying action.
And getting your bike off the line too, which the Aprilis have been very good at over recent times. Fabio Di Giannantonio, who are riding on board with there, hasn't necessarily been an expert at that, even if the ultimate launch off the line wasn't the reason he dropped down on the first lap in Mugello a week ago. On board with the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi. Another solid, if unspectacular Friday, I think you could describe it as, for Bez, 6th quickest overall. There were 3 Aprilias inside the top 6 yesterday overall, with Bezzecchi the last of them, 3 places ahead of his teammate Jorge Martin. Bezzecchi once again, very similar Friday quotes from Bezzecchi, where he says, "I'm happy with my pace, less happy with my time attack." And he was another trying to figure out how to match Pedro Costa through that tricky third sector.
Another Aprilia rider who was still chasing some speed in time attack mode, despite the fact he took his first ever RSGP front row last weekend in Mugello, is Jorge Martin. Martin creeping into that crucial top 10 yesterday in 9th place, but still saying he has not really, when he's got fresh rubber underneath him, found the absolute limit where he can really push to the ragged edge on that factory Aprilia. Just lacking that little bit of trust, that little bit of confidence to really push it to the max. And he said once that comes, well, we know he's more than capable of delivering explosive one-lap speed as Pecco Bagnaia then charges down the back straight. Heaviest braking zone here around Balaton. Hard on the brakes into turn 5, now another low gear acceleration point now as he comes through 6 and 7. Big 15 minutes coming up for Pecco, no question about it. Has he been able to find some cures? Does he already feel more comfortable? As we mentioned, it's a really horrible situation to find yourself in when the rear's stepping out, the rear's threatening to chuck you into orbit, off throttle. Not a place you want to be anywhere in the world.
He said it was in every left-hand corner he was experiencing that problem. He said Marc Marquez's teammate was in the same boat, but they were rather puzzled to find out that Fabio Di Giannantonio was essentially on the same bike, although, as we've heard from Jack, that there are some differences when you look a little bit deeper into the setups on those Ducatis. Di Giannantonio wasn't having that same problem with losing the rear off throttle through left-handers. Here comes Pecco Bagnaia now into the final chicane of turns 15 and 16 before 17 brings us on to the main straight. And it was through this very corner where Bagnaia's Q2 hopes went missing yesterday.
We mentioned Diogo Moreira's brilliant ride yesterday to get himself into Q2 for the 2nd time in a week, and we also have to reference Jack Miller on the Prima Pramac Yamaha. He was clearly the standout Yamaha starter yesterday here in Balaton. Brilliant ride by Miller to find a 1:37.760. He got in by just over 1/10 of a second. Fabio Quartararo on the factory Yamaha, just 1 place behind Miller. In fact, we had a trio of Yamahas, didn't we? 10th, 11th and 12th. Miller, Quartararo and Razgatlioglu looking a lot more at home. Here he is now on the number 7 bike, Razgatlioglu, looking a lot more at home on that V4 powered M1. Coming in this weekend, he always felt like this was maybe one of his big first opportunities to shine in MotoGP. He was inside the top 10 yesterday morning. I've got a fancy actually, Razgatlioglu is going to have a good crack at getting himself out of Q1 and maybe figuring in Q2 for just the 2nd time in his rookie season.
Yeah, he says it suits his style a little bit more this circuit, but also as we've discussed, the steps forward made in terms of his setup and the engine braking steps that he's made recently have enabled him to take that step forward. So I think there's enough to suggest that this isn't just circuit specific for Toprak, because he had a very good Sunday in Mugello, but certainly able to hustle this Yamaha around the circuit. And Balaton Park, quite clearly, finished the extreme of the season from one circuit to the next in terms of the demands it puts on the rider and on the bike from Mugello to Balaton, and perhaps this circuit also concealing some of the Yamaha weaknesses in the way that Mugello didn't.
Factory Honda's had a pretty miserable Friday here yesterday. Luca Marini once again bemoaning his lack of pace, his lack of speed when he goes on to fresh Michelin rubber. Marini down in 13th place in the sprint here last year. The only time we've ever had two Hondas finish in the top 6 in the sprint when Mir and Marini worked together. Joan Mir also, he had the opposite problem. It wasn't the fact he couldn't get a rear tyre hook, so he just had no front feeling through some of the tight and twisty sections here in Balaton Park. So plenty of work to have been done overnight in Honda HRC Castrol. Marini was 1.1 seconds behind Acosta. Mir also 1.1 seconds behind. Perhaps more alarming for those two is the fact that they were almost 0.4 of a second behind fellow Honda rider Diogo Moreira, who sailed into the top 10.
Yeah, Mir could get the front end of his Honda working. Luca Marini can essentially copy-paste his comments from most Grand Prix and most Fridays this season. Couldn't maximise a soft tyre on a qualifying lap, and unfortunately that's why we see Luca Marini in qualifying 1 for the 7th time in 8 rounds this season. And when we've seen Luca Marini in a Q1 session so far this year, he has not made it through. In fact, the last 4 Grand Prix he's either qualified 15th or 16th, and with the best will in the world, particularly a circuit like this, you're not going to get high up the order. We're on board with Acosta, and there was some major movement up ahead of us as we're riding on board with yesterday's pace setter. That's Frankie Morbidelli just ahead of us, having a bit of a wild ride through turns 9 and 10.
No rear grip was the message coming out of VR46 Ducati's Frankie Morbidelli yesterday. 0 rear grip on the 21 bikers. Just about gets out of the way of Pedro Acosta coming out of the final corner. Pedro Acosta once again slotting himself into P1 in the early part of this FP2 session. A 138.349 is just over 10th clear of Jorge Martin, who is now leading the chasing pack. Martin down to the mid 138s himself.
We saw a great example there with Acosta and Morbidelli into 15 of why qualifying today is going to be so important, because Acosta was clearly so much faster than Frankie Morbidelli, but tried to launch a late braking move from not too far back on Morbidelli, but just couldn't get the KTM stopped enough to make the move stick. Had to go straight across the chicane, because these chicanes, there isn't an awful long run out of them to the next one, so it's very difficult to pick up any sort of slipstream and get a run on someone before the next chicane is full in your face. So if you do find yourself in traffic, even if you have a speed advantage, so difficult to make that move stick.
Jack Miller's gone off-roading on the end of the back straight into turn 5. He's been able to keep it sunny side up as the Australian, who finds himself in P12 currently. Well, so far so good, isn't it, as far as Pedro Acosta goes this weekend. He's already been fastest yesterday, as we see both Miller and Martin get sucked into that braking zone into turn 5. Pedro Acosta fighting for P1 once again this morning. Let's get some thoughts from the boss, Aki Ayer, who joins Jack.
Yeah, what a difference a week makes, Aki. Pedro yesterday, despite being fastest and having a pretty good margin over the rest of his rivals, I couldn't work out if he was happy with his pace or frustrated in not being able to understand how he's gone from struggling in Mugello to having that advantage over everybody here. So how would you sum up that opening day and the mood within the car?
Maybe I would see it a little bit more in longer time, let's say, that it has been many races quite positive. Barcelona was okay, finally difficult weekend, but it was so strong, and especially for Pedro was really strong. Okay, we had some challenges in Mugello, which is of course normal nowadays, that competition is close, and if you have some small problems, it affects quite a lot of the results for everything. But okay, yesterday was positive start for sure. We expected also that this track fits quite well for us, and somehow I see also yesterday the condition, everything, that it fits for our bike, for our package, and especially for Pedro, let's say, his riding style and everything. So, but as we know, it's never time to enjoy let's say too much, and understand day by day the situation. The grip level for sure changed from yesterday to today, and we need to understand how to react to that.
So obviously today the weather conditions are a lot different. It was overcast, it was chilly yesterday, the sun beating down today. Do you think that could work against Pedro and KTM?
This I don't know which work against who and which helps who, but we need to understand, as I said before, you are correct, that you need to, especially when you are the second day, let's say already first day in the afternoon, second day, you have to understand how
Fridays from Pedro throughout his career. I remember Japan 2024, here last year, Catalonia earlier in the season, but this feels like one of his strongest weekends so far, the advantage he has over everybody else. When you compare back to those previous strong starts to weekends, do you get the sense that he feels as ready as ever to challenge and try and get that victory that I'm sure everybody is hoping to try and eventually get?
I think it's not fair to, let's say, for him or anyone to think too much about that it's victory should come or whatever. Just focus on the daily work, as I used to say all the time. But even last weekend in Mugello, I told him after the race that I think it was one of your best races, or maybe even the best. The result was not the position was not the best, but after the challenges what we faced during the weekend and some limitations for Sunday, it was really good. And I think he understands as well after frustration, and he's maturing a lot. So he reset everything for each weekend and start basically from zero. So I can see this matureness a lot.
Thanks, Aki. Have a good one. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to KTM boss Aki Ayo. Yeah, whatever performance is in that RC16, you know that Acosta is going to extract the absolute maximum out of it. Last time he was fastest on a Friday in MotoGP, he did convert it on Sprint Saturday into pole position. It was only KTM's 5th ever MotoGP pole. Of course, he's got 25 podiums now in the top class, 12 in Grand Prix, 13 in sprints, but just his solitary victory for Pedro Acosta, one which was a bit of a present for him as well in that rather controversial late conclusion to our opening sprint of the campaign in Buriram, when he went toe-to-toe with this rider, number 93, Marc Marquez. 16 years ago today, believe it or not, since Mark won his first ever Grand Prix for Mugello back in 2010. He doesn't think he's got much potential of completing the century here tomorrow. Stuck on 99 wins. That's since Mazzano last year, but right on cue, of course, Mark goes P1 with a 137.596.
You do wonder, if Mark is going to achieve something this weekend, it feels like today is his best shot by potentially qualifying on the front row and grabbing the lead early in the sprint. Of course, he led the first corner in the sprint last weekend, didn't he, in Mugello, before he took a bit of punishment on that first lap from several riders, including his, I guess, the rider he's mentoring in some respects, Diogo Moreira, who once again is doing a fine job. Once again, Moreira is the leading Honda at the moment in this session. He's in 11th place. Bezzecchi currently in 6th as he navigates his way through this third sector. If Bezzecchi can figure this third sector out today, that will unlock a lot of his performance.
Yeah, Marc Marquez's biggest fight right now is with himself, just holding himself back, trying to be patient and listen to his body, which he's told us so many times. Well, we've referenced what a brilliant Friday it was here yesterday in Hungary for the newly named Superfile Trackhouse Aprilia team, with Ralph Fernandez 3rd, Ayagura 5th. There must be some big expectations now for the remainder of the weekend in that team. Let's get some thoughts on the boss, Davide Brivio. Who's the Jack?
Yeah, he is indeed the Superfile team, super fast on Friday, which hasn't always been the case, Davide. A lot of the season, even going back into last year, we've seen Ralph Fernandez have his struggles on a Friday. I, in particular, struggled to maximise that soft rear tyre. So, was yesterday an anomaly, or do you feel as though you've been able to take a step in that area?
No, yesterday Raul has been always quite confident, and he said that he could pick up the pace quite easily, or anyway, let's say in a good way. And he was able to put everything together. We know it's fast, you know, we see every race, but then also to be able to qualify. With this format, the Friday is so important, and we're very happy that yesterday we get through. This thing can get both in the Q2, but also it's a big. Other than that, I think it's a great confirmation on the fact that now we've been through several tracks, and Aprilia basically it's always competitive, so that's a good relief. And now we have to use the potential of these performances.
Justin was speaking to the media yesterday after the announcement of the new sponsor, and obviously he was asked about his rider lineup for next year, saying that things are starting to come into place. We know from speaking last weekend you're not too involved in that decision, so taking your Trackhouse cap on and putting on your talent spotting cap, we know you've been able to pick out some real gems from Moto2 in the past. A question that a lot of fans are asking is, what more does Manu Gonzalez have to do to earn a MotoGP ride. So that's the question. What is the answer? What more does he have to do?
But I think it's not a matter of what Manu Gonzalez can do. It's a matter of what project Trackhouse wants to build. Because if there is an idea to bring a rookie to restart with a new rider and growing up a rookie, then maybe it can be a good profile. But if the project is to have experienced rider and go for the results and need somebody ready, so then it's another type of project. So it's not a matter of what he can do, it's a matter of what Trackhouse wants to do in terms of project. That's my feeling.
Obviously, I'm putting the question to you because there's links with Trackhouse, but speaking more generally, are you surprised at the fact that seemingly not many MotoGP factories or teams are interested at this stage in Manu?
Yeah, somehow is surprising, but also, let's say, I would say there's not so many people that has also maybe brave enough to put on a rookie, and then we see there are some resistance to have a rookie in a factory teams, and maybe something will happen, I don't know, but then always you have to go through the satellite team, but then you also to match the, let's say, the target, the interest of the satellite team, and depend on the manufacturer. Some manufacturer where the, let's say, the independent team, not satellite, my mistake. Anyway, for some manufacturer, the independent team is it the junior team to grow up the rider. In some other manufacturer, the independent team is more autonomous, no, more independent and go for their own project. So I don't know. It also depends on the market, depend on the situation, depend on the. I mean, for sure, Manu deserves, I think, to be in the MotoGP. And if I'm in, if I'm not, if it cannot make it in 2027, I will keep going one more year and see what's happened. Sooner or later, maybe there is a situation coming up.
There's obviously, as Raul explained to us last weekend, some uncertainty over his future. Often it can work two ways. Either a rider is demotivated and loses the drive, but seemingly for Raul, he's using it as a real motivation and a real driving force. The results yesterday throughout Mugello were really impressive. How impressed have you been that the uncertainty over his future has been turned into a positive rather than a negative?
Yeah, no, I'm positively, I wouldn't say surprised, but I'm happy to see that he's able to use the potential even under maybe some pressure, some difficult situation. And this is also what we discussed together, like last weekend. I mean, don't worry about what you can control, just be concentrated on what you can do. You can ride the bike, you can try to win a race, you can try to get a good result. Be concentrate on that and let the other people work on your future, whether it's the manager, it's Trackhouse management and everything. So that's what he has to do, and he's doing brilliantly, and it should pay off.
Thank you very much, Davide. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Superfar Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio, who is no stranger himself, is he, to giving young top Moto2 talents their chance to shine in MotoGP. You cast your minds back to Maverick Vinales, Joan Mir when he was part of the Suzuki project, and of course most recently with one of his current riders, Ayagura, who at the moment is 7th in this session, a session which, as you can see on the timing tower, is still being led by Marc Marquez. Our only faller so far in MotoGP this weekend is Brad Binder, and it came at a costly time for the South African yesterday when he tipped off at turn 11 in practice, because he was flying on that current lap, a lap that potentially could have seen him move into Q2 directly with his KTM colleague. As you can see, Brad was A-OK. He was unscathed, but yeah, that crash doing some damage to his motorcycle, and certainly is damage to his prospects of going directly into Q2, because it looked like he was going to go through.
Yeah, he's going through qualifying one for the 6th time this year is Binder, and his only 2 previous Q2 appearances were both automatic, so he's not got a successful Q1 record so far this year when he has been in that session. As we follow the 33, now he's down in 21st place in the moment, but he's not really put a representative lap time on the board yet. He's some 2.3 seconds off the pace, and this is going to lift him away up the order. He's now into the 3rd sector before the final sort of bus stop section of this circuit still to come, and you can see there he's losing a huge
Jane, the speed is there, the speed quite clearly is there. He can go out and he can deliver. better lap time. The problem is, for how long can he sustain it? 13 laps is going to be the sprint. Lights out for that at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. And then, as always, we go double distance tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time, 26 laps. And Mark said last weekend in Mugello on his comeback Grand Prix, he just basically rode himself into the ground. He pushed at his maximum 100% until he couldn't do it anymore. He was absolutely exhausted. He was shattered after the Italian Grand Prix. Body hung in there for a very, very hard-earned 7th place. I'm not too sure Mark's ridden as hard for a 7th place too many times in his Grand Prix career. But at the moment, I think, as we said yesterday, his bike and his brain is 1 or 2, maybe more, a couple of steps ahead of his body right now.
However his body is feeling, he made it very clear, didn't he, last weekend, that you're going to have to work very, very hard to overtake Marc Marquez if you're right behind him on the racetrack. Pedro Acosta certainly found that out on the Sunday afternoon. It took him a long, long time to finally figure that one out. In the end, they were battling for 6th and 7th. The battle that Pedro Acosta ultimately won. So maybe that could lend itself to something for Marc Marquez, particularly today in the sprint. If he can qualify on the front row of the grid, which he, as you say, it looks like he's got the raw speed to do it, and potentially grab the early lead in the sprint. Potentially, this is the kind of situation, the kind of environment, the kind of track layout where he can defend the lead and just grit his teeth and get through to potentially a gold medal today.
Brilliant ride this so far by the rider. We're looking at on screens, Nicola Corona, who's substituting this weekend for Alex Marquez. We're hoping this weekend might be the last time that Alex is sidelined after his horrific crash in that Barcelona battle. Michele Tira, of course, deputised for him in Mugello. Lecuona has stepped in and he has filled the void with aplomb, hasn't he, so far? 17th quickest yesterday was the rider, 2nd in the World Superbike Championship, currently almost broke into the 37s, did Lecuona yesterday. And it's inside the top 10 once again for him. He was threatening Q2 at one stage late on in that practice session. Another top performance this by Lecuona. Less than a second he is behind Marc Marquez, who showed last year he's a bit of a Balaton specialist.
As Diogo Moreira up behind Marc Marquez, not for the first time, and I suspect it will not be the last. Diogo Moreira proved, though, yesterday, he is the number 11 on the LCR Honda, that he didn't necessarily need someone ahead of him to be quick yesterday. And that's one of the big positives from day one for Moreira. A bike is finding much easier to ride, but was able to go fast on his own. But he is picking up some pointers from the rider who, of course, won this Grand Prix last year. So Diogo, once again, identifying the right rider to follow.
Said yesterday as well, after that initial learning phase in his rookie season, he's really starting to enjoy riding that Honda RC213V. And it's the old cliche, isn't it? A happy rider is a fast rider, which Moreira is certainly proving. He was very, very quick here last year in Moto2. Pole position, and he passed Manu Gonzalez on the last lap to seize a late 2nd place, which ultimately would prove quite decisive in their particular showdown for the Moto2 title championship last year. So we're getting a good close look here at the 93 ahead of it. These two are very, very close training partners back at home in Spain. Well, we've just mentioned, haven't we, what a fantastic job that Iker Lecuona is doing, replacing Alex Marquez, and with the upgraded 2026 Ducati chassis, Firmin Aldeguer looking super strong. 4th in both sessions yesterday, top 3 once again this morning. Let's get some Grazzini thoughts from the boss, Michele Massini.
Yeah, I want to start with Iker Lecuona, because I have to say, Michele, he has been absolutely phenomenal yesterday, but looking up to be inside the top 10 on equal machinery, less than a 10th of a second behind Pecco Bagnaia. You must be really thrilled with the performance he's put in so far.
Yeah, I'm really impressed on the way he was riding. He was really happy. So the target was to enjoy. And yesterday, until now, we definitely enjoyed to ride the bike after the year when he was with Honda, with a replacement. And so I'm really happy to give him this opportunity. I think that he deserves it, because he still made a great championship in Superbike. And also I think that he has a huge talent. So when you gave in a good hand a really good bike, so it means that it works.
Like you say, the target coming into the weekend just to enjoy it, but now going into Q1, I imagine there's some people thinking it's not out of the question of maybe getting in one of those top 2 spots.
Yeah, it's in the air, the opportunity to go to 2, but the important is just to improve always, run by run, and I think I have to keep the pressure down because there is no pressure on him. And but we'll see, because yesterday when it was there a yellow flag at turn 11, we was just a 2/10 improving, and so means that the speed is there.
And for Vermeeren, the speed is clearly starting to come back as well. We know what he's been through with his leg. The fitness is improving there. I can see a couple of small updates that must be helping as well. We're starting to see the Vermeeren from the end of last year now.
Yeah, I'm really satisfied for the work that he still making also with the crew, because we still organize in a different way the plan for the weekend, make it just less laps, but with a better feeling generally on the bike with Vermeeren. It's true that he's not at 100% with his leg, this is clear, and also he suffered a bit the back-to-back races, so we need to change the plan, and it works until now.
And just finally on Alex, are we expecting we might see him return in 2 weeks for the Czech Grand Prix? What is the latest on Alex and when we might see the number 73 back?
The latest news is that I'm happy to say that day by day the recovery went well. It's just a matter of course, at a bit time more. The doctor will say when he will ride the bike, of course. But the important is that his spirit is higher than ever. We talk to him day by day, every day, and so we just wait him here to keep the try to enjoy back the feeling, enjoy the riding, but of course we want to see him at 100%.
Absolutely, great to hear. Fingers crossed we can see him at Brno then. Thanks, Michele.
Very much, thank you.
Yeah, thanks Michele Massini, Grazini boss, and thanks to Jack for the questions once again down in pit lane. Now, Marc Marquez was on course to be fastest once again in this FP2 session on his previous lap before we saw him getting bulked by Johann Zarco's LCR replacement, Johann Zarco. On that current lap, Marc has indeed wrestled back control of this second practice session, a 1:37.436. There was some substantial speed differential there, wasn't it, between the old war horses, Marquez and Crutchlow. But once again, underlying how hard it is to overtake. I mean, Marc took to the slip road to get clear road ahead of him. Yeah,
can't try that one this afternoon in the sprint though, Marc, if you find yourself behind someone to try and take that a handy shortcut. But it did give him a clean lap, and that clean lap was a 1:37.436, fastest lap time of the morning. They have the bulk of the field have put in a brand new soft rear tyre here for the end of this session with just under a couple of minutes to go. That includes Pedro Acosta here, who is now approaching the chicane of 9 and 10. Was following the Bezzecchi lap a moment ago. Bezzecchi went fourth on a 1:37.797. He's still nowhere in the third sector. He's still giving up the best part of a third of a second through there, and was looking at the split 3 breakdown yesterday in practice. Of course, Bezzecchi was inside the top 6 yesterday overall, but he gave up 4 tenths to Acosta, and in fact there were only 7 riders slower than Marco Bezzecchi in that third sector. He just cannot crack that particular code, and if he can't, he won't be on pole position.
Just about to say, an outstanding job once again by Lecquoni. He had the Ducatis of Bagnaia and Morbidelli behind him for much of this session. Bagnaia has just corrected that situation and found a 1:38.032, but up until this very late juncture of this FP2 session, Lecquoni had the 2 well-established Ducati stars behind him, all power. If I was wearing a cap, I'd be doffing it right now to the 26-year-old Spaniard who has not raced a MotoGP bike since the back end of 2023. Jumping straight back into the Lion's Den and doing a brilliant job. He only found out he was coming to Balaton when he was testing the Ducati Panigale World Superbike for the Michelin tyre test on Monday. So he's hot-footed it here, as you expected he would do, to get the chance to test himself against the very best once again. And he is doing a stellar job against one of his former World Superbike rivals. Those two sandwiched together. Raz Gatlioglu 11th, Iker Lecquoni at 12th as we move into the final 20 seconds of FP2.
Yeah, that's top practice best lap of the morning that he's just set, 1:38.311, and it underlines how difficult the job's going to be for this man. Pecco Bagnaia in qualifying 1 with Toprak, with Lecquoni, with Marini, Bastianini, who's just done his personal best. He's in a 13th place at the moment in this session. Fabio Quartararo, of course, we know is capable of sprinkling some magic on a qualifying lap. So Pecco Bagnaia, who has come a crop already in Q1 sessions this year, of course, as recently as Barcelona, where he qualified down in 13th. It's not going to be an easy passage through for him by any means.
So here is Bezzecchi, strong end to this session for him as he's gone out on fresh rubber. He takes the checkered flag in a best of 4. That was his quickest time of that half-hour session. Bez with a 1:37.713. Only twice now, opening 7 Grand Prix, has the World Championship leader found himself off the front row of the grid. He was 4th in Jerez, and his worst qualifying of the campaign was a couple of races ago, 12th in Catalonia. Aguirre said yesterday he's got the 1-lap speed. He is fast. The problem was he didn't feel he was consistent enough. He wasn't able to string together a sequence of hot laps, which he's certainly going to need. 26 laps in the Grand Prix of Hungary here tomorrow. It's been a good weekend though, hasn't it, for Aguirre-Sam? He has now been top 10 in all 3 practice sessions, something we haven't said on too many occasions so far this year. But just as he did then in FP1, it is going to be Marc Marquez that takes the spoils in FP2. Only Fabio Di Gianantonio, another GP26 rider on the Ducati, within 2/10 of Marc at the end of that session. Once again, it's Sector 1 when Marc Marquez is shining. A few riders yesterday said there's a new ribbon of tarmac, a new patch of tarmac in that first corner, resurfaced very, very recently. And they were saying the riders are going to be very, very careful, particularly at the start when 22 bikes are scrapping for not much tarmac on that one down the first corner. It's pretty slick, pretty greasy. A lot of riders in all 3 classes were reporting that new patch of tarmac at Turn 1 as Marc's front tyre goes skywards, a lot more than he was hoping for in the practice start zone.
Fabio Di Gianantonio, second quickest in this morning's session. You could argue it's like putting on an old pair of slippers for Fabio Di Gianantonio, going back to the setup and the general configuration of his Ducati that he's more familiar with, and he's immediately right back on the pace. Second quickest for Digia, of course, qualified on the front row last year and never ultimately on the Sunday got to start from there after some pre-race mechanical problems. Expect Digia to be in the pole battle once again.
10th and a half though behind Marc in that first sector was Di Gianantonio. Marc Marquez has reigned supreme in that tight first split. Pedro Acosta then, who was our fastest rider on Friday, still the only rider so far this weekend that has troubled the 136s. Can he make it 2 poles in the last 3 Grand Prix? We're going to find out very, very shortly. Q1 will be coming your way, and it is going to feature Pecco Bagnaia. If he doesn't get through, it's going to be long odds on Bagnaia making it 3 podiums in a row for the first time in well over a year. Austin, Qatar and Jerez right at the beginning of 2025, the last time we saw Pecco fight his way to 3 successive podiums. Bit of a stare at his soft rear tyre there for Bezzecchi. He will be going through into Q2, or is already through the Q2, of course. He was 6th quickest yesterday.
So it didn't appear in that session, as mentioned, as if he'd figured out the clear puzzle that he's unable to solve so far this weekend, which is that Sector 3. Once again, he's giving up at least a couple of tenths in that part of the lap, and that's how far behind the leader he was. Marc Marquez was that leader. Second time in 3 sessions this weekend. The world champion has topped proceedings. Di Gianantonio and Acosta behind him. Then Bezzecchi 4th. Aldeguer and Bagnaia 5th and 6th from the 2 Trackhouse Aprilis of Fernandez and Agura. Martin 9th. As he was yesterday. Top 10 completed by Luca Marini, who's in Q1 shortly. Toprak and Iker Lecuona, who know each other very well. 11th and 12th. Bastianini 13th ahead of Mir, Moreira, Binder, Vinales and Quattararo. No signs of Morbidelli's weekend improving. He was down in 19th place ahead of Alex Rins. Jack Miller, who we did see having a little run-off. 21st for him ahead of Cal Crutchlow.
Well, at the end of the Saturday morning qualifying action here in the Grand Prix of last August, it was Marc Marquez who found himself in P1 and in pole position. And as we move into qualifying in 2026 here at Balaton Park, it is the reigning world champion, fastest in FP2 and back in P1. We're back in Balaton Park for the 2nd season in a row for just our 4th ever Grand Prix of Hungary, and it is Sprint Saturday coming your way now live on a beautiful early June morning here. About 90 kilometres or so southwest of the absolutely stunning, the gorgeous capital city of Budapest, for Chapter 8 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Pedro Acosta on the factory KTM led the way on Friday. Marc Marquez, though, who was quickest yesterday morning, the reigning world champion, back at his beloved Balaton. What a weekend the 93 had here last August when he took pole position. He was victorious in both the sprint and the Grand Prix here last year, one of 10 double successes for the Spanish rider. Marc Marquez setting himself up perfectly for an attack on what would be a 76th career pole position in the MotoGP World Championship after he has just led the way in this morning's 30-minute FP2 session. Coming up next live, though, and it's the mouth-watering prospect of 2 qualifying sessions here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. Q1 coming up next over 15 minutes, which will feature Quartararo, Razgatlioglu, the pair of Yamahas, Luca Marini, Pecco Bagnaia in Q1 for the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix. Bastianini, his best ever qualifying at KTM, came here in Hungary last year in 4th. Mia Lecuona standing in for Alex Marquez. Brad Binder, Vinales, Morbidelli ahead of his 150th MotoGP start. Alex Rins and Cal Crutchlow back subbing for Johann Zarco. Already safely through to Q2 yesterday went Acosta, Di Gianantonio, Fernandez, Aldeguer, Agura, Bezzecchi, the world champion leader, 17 points clear of Jorge Martin going into this afternoon's 13-lap sprint. Martin also directly through with Marc Marquez, fastest in FP1 and FP2. Diogo Moreira into Q2 for the second race in succession, and Jack Miller, at the moment, the only Yamaha rider currently occupying a spot in Q2, trying to make sure that there's more Yamaha representation in that second 15-minute session is Fabio Quartararo, who missed out by just over a 10th yesterday. Obviously not particularly happy memories of Balaton Park for the 27-year-old Frenchman. He crashed at the first corner in the sprint last year, bit of heavy contact with Enea Bastianini. He was 10th ultimately in the Grand Prix after a long lap in the main event. MotoGP legends of speed. Look at some of the face. That's a beautiful flag that in the banner out in the grandstands. We get that set then in nigh on perfect condition. There's a little bit of a breeze blowing around as I look at some of the grandstands off into the distance. Grande Pecco, it needs to be Grande Pecco, doesn't it, in this upcoming session. 14th fastest yesterday was Bagnaia, 1.1 seconds behind Pedro Acosta. Big task, not easy to get himself out of this opening 15-minute session.
Yeah, we have all 4 Aprilias already into qualifying too, so we have 3 Ducatis, 3 Hondas, 3 Yamahas and 3 KTMs, all battling it out in this 12-rider Q1 session to join them. And Pecco Bagnaia, as you say, it is simply essential if he is to challenge for a 3rd consecutive podium that he makes his way through this session. When I spoke to him yesterday after finishing practice down in 14th place, he said tomorrow is the most important qualifying 1 session of my season. That Q1 session is now just a minute away.
3rd over the line last weekend in Mugello, only his 3rd top 6 in the last 17 Grand Prix. The front-running force has been few and far between of late for the 29-year-old Italian. Toprak Razgatlioglu has featured once in a Q2 session so far this season, and just his 2nd MotoGP start in Brazil in Goiânia. It was pretty close. He was just about a 10th and a half away from his Prima Pramac colleague Jack Miller yesterday. The heavy braking, the tight turning around this Balaton Park circuit, playing to the strengths of the triple world superbike champion. And what about the factory Hondas? Cast in the shadow once again of the impressive Diogo Moreira, who at the moment is the only Honda rider competing for pole position in Q2. He was 13th yesterday, his teammate Joan Mir 16th. Contrasting issues for the pair of them. It was Marini who couldn't get his soft rear tyre hooked up, and it was no front feeding at all, which compromised Mir's charge for Q2.
So Q1 is underway, and they are led out by Alex Rins, who was only 21st at the end of practice yesterday. Yamaha's best hopes surely on the shoulders of Quartararo and Toprak, who were 11th and 12th yesterday. and the field all leavers one. Traffic may well still be an issue, even with only 12 riders out on circuit. In these tight chicanes, we even saw in free practice 2 earlier on, Marc Marquez getting held up on a key lap. If you catch a rider at the wrong moment in one of these chicanes, it can completely ruin your lap. So important on this out lap to position yourself in the right possible space. If you want to follow someone, pick the right rider. But if you're looking to try and do your work on your own, important to make some space on this out lap.
Just past Bagnaia as he came through the most severe braking zone around this Balaton Park circuit. He now goes through the fast right-hander of turn 8, now into the first of one of 3 very, very tight and slow speed chicanes. This is all through 9 and 10. Now through 11, you can see the long lap penalty leave on the outside. That's where Brad Binder went down crucially yesterday at the end of practice, and that cost the South African a place in this Q2, because at that stage he was flying.
I spoke about finding the right place to try. Joan Mir just completely straight line the chicane at turns 9 and 10. Just trying to get onto the rear tyre of those Ducatis. He's now there. He's behind Bagnaia, who's got Iker Lecuona right behind him. So Lecuona is in a pretty good spot. Look at him here, right up behind Bagnaia, who's almost itchy to get past him as they start this first time lap of the session.
Through the final corner again. This is the second gear, turn 17. Cruz got to pick up the throttle in the perfect place, get the slingshot and drive down what is a short start-finish straight, less than 670 metres in length. So it is Bagnaia then, but he's going to make the front running here. A couple of riders running right at the top of your pits there. I think Razgat Lioglu might have been one of them on the Pramac Yamaha.
There's definitely a KTM in hot there too into the first corner. Bastianini and Binder are together on the racetrack, so we'll find out through the first sector which of those it was that lost time. You're going to need something on probably a low 137 here to be anything like confident of a place in qualifying 2. Fastest lap of the weekend so far, a 36.8 from Acosta, and Pecco Bagnaia in hot into turn 5, so he won't be troubling that on this lap.
Bagnaia was barely into the 37s yesterday. His benchmark time on Friday was a 37.986, which just did not cut the mustard at all, as we can see. He's had to back out of that one. There's Joan Mir also cruising through one of the chicanes. That's through 9 and 10. He's just trying to pick his way safely back into the action. Is he waiting for Bagnaia? Is he waiting for Bastianini? Everybody's playing a bit of a waiting game here. It's all cat and mouse and a game of chess, isn't it?
It clearly was Bastianini who's obviously bailed out for a second time on this lap, so a bit of a messy start to this Q1 session. Toprak, as we saw, skating wide into turn number 1, so nothing really will be going for Toprak on this particular lap. We'll follow them through the final sector, keeping an eye on Quattararo's lap time too. Toprak then out of the final corner, unless it was someone else that went straight on, in which case Toprak will be quick. It's a 38.0, so clearly it wasn't him that went straight on into turn 1 at the start of the lap. A 1:38.074 is only a tenth off what he did yesterday, actually.
Oh, and he's nearly down. He is nearly down on that new patch of tarmac through turn 1, which so many riders have said is lacking grip. It's a bit slick and a bit greasy, and we saw there Toprak Razgat Lioglu have a moment there. Look at that trail braking at full lean angle, and then you can just see a bit of chatter on the front end there as well. Yes, it looks cool, but it certainly wasn't cool as far as Toprak's concerned. Sat on the top of that V4 powered M1. So Razgat Lioglu and Morbidelli are your top 2 after the opening exchanges, as Morbidelli eases to the left hand side of the track on the run down to turn 5. Bagnaia then back under the bubble and trying to find a lap time. He rolled out of it so much in his first salvo was a 1:53.178.
Rins must have been the Yamaha rider wide at turn 1, because he was some 10 seconds off the pace on his first lap. Mir really is trying to force the front end of that Honda to fit into 9 and 10 there. We cut ahead to Iker Lecuona, who doesn't have the rear tyre of Pecco Bagnaia to look at this time, but doesn't look like he needs it.
This is brilliant, Lecuona. Absolutely brilliant. This would be a real giant killing act to get himself into that second qualifying session. Here he is in the 27 bike, trying to get the Gresini Ducati settled as they come into turns 15 and 16. Just one corner left, and the final left-hander for Lecuona. And this could be putting him to the top of the pile. Not for long maybe, with Mir only does go fastest, but Mir finds the first 1:37 then of this session. It's the first 1:37 that Joan Mir has found all weekend so far. Bastianini then now fires his KTM up into P1. He's found a 1:37.815. That is also Enea's first foray into the 37s.
Yeah, still surely going to take a bit more than that though. Bagnaia only a 38.4, so it's been a scrappy first run for the two-time MotoGP World Champion. He's down in 8th at the moment, ahead of Vinales, Crutchlow, Rins and Quartararo, who hasn't put a representative lap time on the board. He is about to do that. He's a quarter of a second down at the third checkpoint, so Quartararo likely to go around 5th or 6th.
Scaglioglu's had a strong first sector once again, as he looks to improve on 5th place. And then picking up the Turk, as you can see on the graphic there, 8 thousandths of a second he is up. Not exactly a lot of time to play with, and he's lost time in the second sector as he charges through the first chicane through turns 9 and 10. And a long left-hander through 11. And you start going back through the gearbox up to about 230 kilometers an hour here in third before you're into the second of the chicanes. All super slow and super tight through this particular section. This is 12 and 13. Sunrise will actually be back in first gear here, as low as 65 kilometres an hour. Quartararo looking strong as well on his current lap.
He said he made too many mistakes yesterday, did Quartararo, and that cost him a place in qualifying too. He was only a 10th away from Miller's P10 yesterday, and as we've already said before the session got underway, if you could trust one rider to deliver some magic on a qualifying lap, generally you would look in Fabio Quartararo's direction.
6th time this season Fabio's been a presence in Q1, which is far too many for his liking. This is a good lap though. This is a really strong lap. Can he get it to the finish line? Through the final corner he goes. That all looked pretty clean, all pretty neat and tidy, didn't it? As soon as I said that, of course, he has the massive head shake. That was actually going to the chicane of 12 and 13 in the middle of the 3 chicanes. It went all horribly wrong. We saw that, didn't we, in Mugello? As soon as you sensed in time attack mode Quartararo was pulling the pin, well, he was almost on the floor. This was another big moment. Look at this. Completely out of shape there. He was on the gas, trying to build some speed out through turn 14. It just went all wrong, all out of shape. No stability whatsoever through that high-speed left-hander.
Just never settled down at all, did it? So at the moment, it's Bastianini and Mir who are on course for qualifying 2. 37.8 plays 37.9. Marini third, which I think would frustrate him if he ends up there. Once again, he'd narrowly miss out on a place in Q2. Then it's Lecquona fine 4th, ahead of Toprak, Quartararo, Binder, Morbidelli. And clearly a rather uncomfortable Pecco Bagnaia. Not just uncomfortable because of the 9th place he sat in, but stretching out his arms and his shoulders there as he gets set for a crucial second run.
Yeah, 10 left-handers to tackle around this tight Balaton Park circuit. First run, Ezekiel Lecquona looks at the big screens and he'll be delighted with what he sees. He gives the nod and the thumbs up. He's ready for his second time attack. 138.024 was some opening attack, wasn't it, from the number 27. He is currently 4th quickest. Only a couple of tenths behind Bastianini. Now, what's happening here to Pecco Bagnaia?
Left arm, isn't it?
What's happening here to Bagnaia? He's repeatedly now just shaking out that upper arm. And there's maybe a little bit of numbness. Of course, he was having so many issues yesterday in the left-handers with the rear stepping out off throttle, which adds to the physicality of this Balaton circuit when you're wrestling for control and you're not even on gas. But yeah, clearly something there that's slightly disturbing the double world champion.
It's a test of his flexibility just to get onto that battery Ducati with all of the furniture on the back of it, with the updated tail unit and the aero on the back of it. Bagnaia with Frankie Morbidelli for company. Morbidelli, I think, needs all the help he can get in this Q1 session, down in 8th.
Yeah, he's having a tough 2026, isn't he? Morbidelli, the 31-year-old Italian. He has scored points in all 7 Grand Prix so far this year, but only a pair of top 10s. His season best came in the opening Grand Prix in 8th place in Bura, which will feel like an awful long time ago for Frankie. He was third though in the sprint here last year for one of only 4 sprint podiums. He actually had a pretty decent weekend here last year, a pair of top 6 finishes for Frankie. As Maverick Vinales glares at the screens, there's a bit of a a shake of the head there, isn't there, from Top Gun? He's not firing at the moment, down in 10th spot at 138.469 from Maverick. He's going to have to find at least half a second to give any kind of headaches to his Tech 3 teammate Bastianini at the top of the timesheets.
He said yesterday that his shoulder was a lot easier to manage around a much less physical circuit, even though it is a busy layout. It's not as physical as Mugello, but Vinales clearly still has plenty of problems, be it physical or technical. As Luca Marini now winds up the power on the factory Honda. Alex Rins up behind him and also improving in the first sector. Can Marini finally figure out how to navigate his way through a Q1 session?
Yeah, he needs it. Cota, the only time he's been in Q2 so far this year. Through 8, Marini goes, and he's got Alex Rins for company. Rins desperately trying to hang on to the back of the factory Honda. His first attack from Marini was a 37.978, which is not even 300ths of a second away from the top 2, trying to depose his factory Honda colleague Joan Mir out of that top 2, although Mir is just trying to make sure that, well, I'm sorry Luca mate, I'm going to hang on to one of those places inside the top 2. Both Hondas trying to find a way to punt an Bastianini outside of that top 2. Lecuona once again really good in the first 2 sectors. Marini then starts his attack into split 4. Marini, Lecuona and Mir all currently on very impressive hot fast laps. Out of the final corner, turn 17 then will go Marini. Surely this is going to be his best time, and potentially the best time of Q1 so far. It is a 137.594 for Marini. That's 4/10 quicker than he managed yesterday. He's in P1 in Q1.
Much closer to the sort of lap times we'd have been expecting before this session began. He's put a quarter of a second into Bastianini, and Mir couldn't match Marini through the third sector. Bagnaia is now halfway around the lap, which is also in touch. This should put Lecuona into the top 2. No, it doesn't. He's lost a crucial third of a second in that final sector, which opens the door for Mir to take second.
He made a big mistake. He ran him way too hot in the turn 15. The final chicane did Lecuona, and that has cost him some crucial time. He stays in P4. What about Bagnaia? Well, he needs a massive lap. He needs a huge lap here. Yellow flags are out in turns 2 and 3. It's not going to be having any impact on this current lap for the Italian. We're going to stay with Bagnaia then. Into the final sector he goes, deep in this final sector now. Just one corner. Brad Binder's been on the floor again. He's the only rider that's been on the floor this weekend so far. Turn 2 has caught out Binder. Bagnaia with a view. So 137.443 rockets Bagnaia up into P1. That is some lap time, half a second quicker than anything he was able to manage here yesterday. Pecco pounces late on in Q1.
A crucial moment too, with those yellow flags waving. There's the bike, and you can see, and Brad Binder trudging away in the background. He will be taking no further part in this Q1 session, so he will not improve on 6th place. So of course anyone who just started a lap will have now lost that lap, and this is the reason. Binder tucking the front round turn 2.
Yeah, Yanks saving those ones, unfortunately. The South African in the dirt once again here. Turn 11 caught him out yesterday. So at best, Brad Binder will be starting the race action in the Grand Prix of Hungary in 16th place. So it's Bagnaia now then and Marini that are in those top 2 positions. Lecuona has been pushed back down to 5th place after that flying lap from Bagnaia. That would still be, look at the scalps that Lecuona could be claiming here though. Binder, Razgatlioglu, Quattararo, Morbidelli, Vinales and Rins of the full-time riders that are directly behind him.
Here comes Quattararo trying to change that, as he really did fling the Yamaha into a 9 and 10. Estimated that he's moved up about 3 places here with this one, which would make him the top Yamaha in this session. But Fabio Quattararo comes to MotoGP weekends with much greater aim than simply being the top Yamaha rider. He's now safely through 12 and 13. The left-hander of 14, where of course he got all out of shape on his previous run. This time, though, he's safely through.
At the moment, he's on course for back-to-back 18 places on the grid. This is just not what we've expected at all, is it, from Fabio Quattararo? He's wringing the neck of that factory Yamaha, taking massive risks, but he just can't get the speed and performance out of that bike. He's up to 5th, but the 137.971 is still over half a second behind Bagnaia's factory Ducati. 15th potentially then on the grid for Quattararo. This is his final flying lap, as you can see on the graphic. Marini at the moment then is still pretty comfortably inside that top 2. He's over a 10th and a half clear of his HRC teammate Joan Mir. Nothing going on this particular lap as far as Luca goes. Mir also, look at this, Mir's on a pretty good lap here. Mir may well be threatening Marini's spot in P2. No.
Third sector's gone away for the 2020 world champion. I don't think anyone, Bastianini perhaps the only one who's just done his best first sector who might yet ruin Marini's morning. Mir will need a magic final sector if he's to have anything to say about that. The 2020 champion across the line, it's 37.8, falls short by a quarter of a second. So it's down to Bastianini and potentially Quartararo to try and deny Marini a second Q2 appearance of the season.
The Beast was fourth on the grid here last year. He's going to be fourth in Q1. Not at the weekend that Anea was expecting at all. Can he try maybe with some late charge? No, I think it's gone. It has gone away for Bastianini in that third sector. Quartararo, though, no, once again in sector 3. It's a PB sector for Fabio, but just nowhere near the kind of pace that he needs. So at best, he'll be 15th on the grid. Lecuona has taken the checker flag. Not able to find a 37 in that session, Lecuona, but a brilliant 38.024. That's got him pretty much at the halfway. He's mid-pack in that Q1 session, which is more than more respectable. Quartararo then does take the checker flag. It is 5th place. It is 15th on the grid for the Yamaha rider. So it is Jack Miller then who's going to be the lone Yamaha in Q2. Honda will be relieved because they've now got 2 bikes in the second session. Marini goes through in second, and Pecco Bagnaia with a great job. Half a second quicker than he managed yesterday, and a 37.443. Sees Bagnaia move up from 14th yesterday, P1 in Q1.
Yeah, Quartararo did a 37.971, followed by a 37.965. I think he'll come in and say to that Yamaha team, that's about as much as I could squeeze out of it on that qualifying lap. Lecuona, as you mentioned, didn't get in the 37s. Binder obviously didn't because he crashed. Toprak will be, I guess, slightly disappointed to only manage 8th in that session, a 138.074. He did a 37.9 in practice yesterday afternoon. So from targeting the top 10, Toprak Razgatlioglu will have to sit and watch his teammate in Q2. He will start 18th for the sprint later.
As mentioned, Cota, the last time we saw Marini going into Q2. Good job that by the Italian. Cota 9th on the grid. The time we've seen Luca in qualifying time the top 10 so far this season, but that's a great job by Bagnaia. A pretty uncomfortable ride it looked like as well on that factory Ducati, as we saw him on more than one occasion. Sort of stretching out and massaging his left arm, and certainly his left upper arm, as the Bagnaia fans. Yeah, they're pumped with Pecco. Brilliant, that's fantastic. Superb. That young fan really delighted to see Pecco Bagnaia negotiate what is always a very tricky Q1. So he remains in the game for what will be pole position number 29 in his MotoGP career. I think it's fair to say that young man is a Pecco Bagnaia supporter with 63 caps, 63 t-shirts, 63 flags.
There's already some issues with the, is it the leather specifically, or is it the shoulder? Of course, that's a member of the Alpine Stars team that's there seeing to Pecco Bagnaia. So will a change of leathers remedy the problem for the 2-time world champion?
Well, he's got a change of fortunes, that's no question about it, in this morning session. After a rather average Friday, when he was nowhere near fighting for the top spot, he is on top in that opening session here. Q1 then done and dusted. Bagnaia leading the way with a 37.443. Also going through ex-fellow Italian and his VR46 Academy stablemate Luca Marini. Just over a tenth and a half, splitting the Italian.
So Bagnaia moves through to qualifying 2. Luca Marini joins him, second Q2 appearance, but the first time he's actually come through Q1 this year, Marini. Mir, his teammate, 3rd, ahead of Bastianini, Quartararo and Iker Lecuona, who has certainly done himself a fair amount of credit this weekend. 16th he'll start later. Binder crashed for the second time this weekend, which left him 7th. Toprak 8th. Morbidelli 9th. Ahead of Alex Rins. Maverick Vinales, who's at the same time as Rins, 11th. Ahead of Cal Crutchlow in 12th.
Well, Pecco Bagnaia then has found his way through Q1. 37.443. It was pretty comfortable for Italians, Bagnaia and Marini, as they will now be in the hunt for pole here in Hungary. Can Marc Marquez make it back-to-back pole positions here at Balaton Park? Join us next live for a cracking qualifying session here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. Welcome back to Balaton Park, welcome back to Hungary, welcome back to the start of our Sprint Saturday coverage in round 8 of this year's MotoGP World Championship. Coming up next live ahead of this afternoon's 13-lap Tissot Sprint is Q2 in MotoGP, who's going to be on our pole position number 8 under gloriously sunny skies. It's a beautiful morning here at Balaton Park. A second visit, of course, to this tight and twisty circuit. Opened back in 2023. We're about 80 kilometres southwest of the capital city of Budapest, where the Hungarian fans are eager to see if Marc Marquez can make it back-to-back pole positions here at Balaton. If he does so, he will be a 76 of his MotoGP career, and he's got a great chance of doing it because the reigning world champion has been fastest so far this weekend in FP1 and in FP2. The only rider so far this weekend who's beaten Marc Marquez to the top spot in the practice session was Pedro Acosta. Well, this time last week, Jorge Martin on screens was able to put the factory Aprilia on the front row for the very first time. He'd love to make it back-to-back front rows. It was another double podium last time out for Martin. 4 double podiums in the last 6 Grand Prix. That's why he sits just 17 points behind world championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. Pedro Acosta has looked in fantastic form so far this weekend. He is still the only rider so far here in the 2026 edition of the Grand Prix of Hungary to find a lap in the 1:36s. That put Pedro on top of the pile in practice yesterday. 12 of the fastest riders in the world ready now to tussle it out for pole position. Pecco Bagnaia and Luca Marini have both just come through Q1. It was a second pole in the last 3 Grand Prix back for Pedro Acosta. Front row start so far this year in Austin and a pole position in Catalonia. One of only 5 pole positions that KTM have taken in MotoGP. But this kid, no question about it, has the potential to make it pole number 6 for the Austrian brand in Q2 coming up next.
It is going to be a KTM on pole position. It's all on Pedro Acosta, and Bastianini, Maverick Vinales and Brad Binder all eliminated in qualifying 1. It was Pecco Bagnaia and Luca Marini who advanced, as you saw, out of qualifying 1 to join the top 10 from yesterday. Marco Bezzecchi has got a much more successful front row record this season. As you can see, 71% of the time he's been on the front row of the grid. Feels like sector 3 is going to be the key to Bezzecchi's hopes for a front row start here this time, though. That has been his kryptonite all weekend. He's been losing generally 2 or 3 tenths in that particular part of the lap. If you can't figure that out, then surely it's a tall order for Bez to be on pole in Balaton.
Bez was on the front row of the grid here last year, and so too was the rider we're looking at on screens. In fact, it was a Marquez Bezzecchi 1-2 on the grid here when we came at the back end of the summer in late August. Ralph Fernandez, well, he looks in brilliant form so far this weekend. Friday was only the 3rd Friday in his MotoGP career. This is start number 86. He's ended practice inside the top 3. Qatar 2023, and most recently before yesterday, Phillip Island back in 2025. We know what happened the last time he did it. He went on to dominate the Australian Grand Prix. Some pockets of Ralph Fernandez fans in the grandstand as well, on the new liveried and now newly named Superfile Trackhouse MotoGP. Aprilia, both Trackhouse riders pretty comfortably getting through the Q2 yesterday. Fernandez 3rd and his teammate Ayagura 5th quickest.
They're looking to go like lightning in this Q2 session as they chase the front row of the grid. Another rider who's been very accustomed to front rows this year and was on the front row here last year, even if on the Sunday he didn't ultimately start from there, is Fabio Di Gianantonio, and he was right in the mix up inside the top 3 in this morning's FP2 session as well. Di Gianantonio, such a good record so far this season in qualifying. 3 front row starts, 2 of which were pole positions, and surely he's not going to be a million miles away from there here either. Potentially he and Marc Marquez the best bets for Ducati.
He does not have too many weaknesses on that factory Aprilia right now, Jorge Martin, but maybe one of them, maybe just that small chink in his armour in 2026 as he goes toe-to-toe with Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship. Has been qualifying, he did admit yesterday, just still missing that little bit of confidence, just that edge to really push himself to the ragged edge although he was on the front row, of course, qualified third last weekend in Mugello. That was the platform for him to secure a pair of second places, beaten by two Aprilias on that occasion, of course. Raul Fernandez prevailing for the first time in the sprint 1 week ago, and then he had nothing for his teammate Bez in the Grand Prix of Italy. Emotional scenes, special scenes on a memorable weekend in Mugello for Aprilia. We've seen, though, Pedro Acosta and Marc Marquez super strong already so far this weekend.
Yeah, a little bit loose there as he was trying to get his Ducati stops even on the outlap into turn 5. We've seen Marc following Pecco as recently as Mugello last weekend. This time it's Pecco right behind Marc as they get set for this first official time lap of qualifying to Pecco, I guess, potentially up against it, having already used the tyre in qualifying 1, but a lot of his hard work already done, of course, having been 14th yesterday.
What is Marc for debate here in Balaton is this is a very tight and twisty layout, just measuring over 4 kilometres in length. Not easy to overtake, but Jorge Martin showed you can do it, you can be aggressive. He came from 16th to 4th in last year's Grand Prix. So whatever happens this morning, he's going to be qualifying a fair few places higher up the grid, making life a little bit easier for the Martinator in the sprint and Grand Prix to come, as we follow then the lead pack through this final sector. Got some nice heat in those Michelin tyres now. Now it is fully flagged, time attack mode well and truly engaged. Pedro Acosta then is the only rider so far this weekend that has been in the 136s. Oh, Marc Marquez, well, pushing on that newly resurfaced part of Balaton Park. I think Digi's gone down. Well, in quick succession then, Marc Marquez was down, and Fabio Di Giannantonio directly behind him. The rider third in the World Championship as they trail break then into the first corner. In the space of, 2 seconds, Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio, two big Ducati hopes of pole here in Q2, are on the floor at the first corner.
The two biggest Ducati hopes for pole position, I'd say, Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio. I don't think Di Giannantonio will have to worry about any yellow flags waving because he was right behind Marc Marquez. He'd barely come to a rest, had he, Marc, before we already saw Di Giannantonio tumbling into the same piece of racetrack. And we talked all weekend, didn't we, about this slick turn 1. And it was too slick for Marc Marquez on that occasion.
It really was. Nothing he could do about that. He kept his hand on the clutch, kept that Ducati running. But that just went so early, didn't it, for Marc? Front end washing out from underneath him, and then further into the corner. Don't see that very often, do you, at all? Fabio Di Giannantonio, almost like a sympathy crash behind Marc Marquez. That did happen with Didier and Bezzecchi, didn't it, in Barcelona last year? When they crashed very, very quickly in succession in the main Grand Prix. So early drama then here in this Balaton Q2 session. Marc Marquez on pole here last year has crashed out on his first flying lap at the very first corner. So too has Fabio Di Giannantonio. So our first reference lap time is going to be fired in by Pedro Acosta. It's a 1:37.419, which immediately has put him over 3/10 clear of anybody else on circuit.
Bezzecchi only a 38.1. He was in touch with Acosta in the third sector, but had a poor fourth sector. So Marc Marquez has remounted, has kept it on the racetrack, hasn't decided to pit, nor has Di Giannantonio. So clearly very little damage, if any, done in what is a very slow speed crash at around about 60 kilometres an hour into turn 1. So Bezzecchi, in fact, he had the yellow flags in front of him, so his lap time has been scrubbed off anyway. So Bezzecchi, it's immaterial now whether he lost time in that fourth sector.
Acosta's not messing around at all. This time already quicker than Bagnai's best in Q1, which was also 1:37.4, but a 44.3. So Acosta then has already set the fastest time on this sprint Saturday so far, and it's going to get better. Bezzecchi also looking good. Sector 3, though, is where he's had his woes so far this weekend. A Sector 3, which is now tackling. Acosta on the money, though, once again. Pole position recently in Catalonia, looking for his second pole in the last 3 Grand Prix.
It's Bagnaia up ahead of Pedro Acosta. Bagnaia is also improving at the moment on what is already second place. So Bezzecchi, who's now entering the fourth sector, he shouldn't get tripped up, nor should Acosta. Acosta still a quarter of a second up at the third checkpoint. What about Marco Bezzecchi? How much time has he been told? He's lost half a second relative to Pedro.
Acosta then up by a quarter of a second. He's already in control of this Q2 section. He's about to keep an iron grip on it right now, isn't he, as well? Out of the final corner he goes. Over the line he goes. A 1:37.228 as Jorge Martin there just at the top of your picture, middle of your picture, goes up in a second on course of back-to-back front rows on the factory of Prix, but at the moment Acosta is just in cruise control. He was 4/10 clear of the field at the end of practice yesterday. He's 4/10 clear of the field in Q2 this morning. Your front row as it stands right now is Acosta, Martin and Bagnaia. The Gian Antonio, after his early spill on his first flying lap at the first corner, not a bad salvage job that by Didier. He's picked up that VR46 Ducati and pinged it to a 37.758. So when he's upright on that bike, Didier, he's pretty fast.
Marc Marquez has got a lap on the board, but it's only 11th on a 38.7. The only rider who's gone faster than that 137.228 from Pedro Acosta in Q2 was Pedro Acosta himself yesterday when he did a 36.8 in practice. Is Fermin Aldeguer going to move himself onto the front row of the grid? If he has a good final sector, he should do, and he does indeed go second. Small Spanish front row, Acosta, Aldeguer now, and Jorge Martin.
His excellent start to an injury-ravaged 2026 has been rewarded, hasn't it, Fermin Aldeguer? There's been some nice new shiny parts emerging from Borgo Panigale. First time this weekend, he's on the 2026 factory Ducati chassis, and he is making it work. He was brilliant throughout Friday. He was a contender for the top three this morning, Aldeguer, and now second place on course for his first front row since Mandalika. And we know what happened on that occasion, because he really had to top it out with Pedro Acosta for his debut victory. Those are your top two in this session. We're looking at Marc Marquez. This is going to give us a bit more of a gauge of where Marc is at, of course. His first time lap, you can see the scuff marks, the scrapes on the right-hand side of his Ducati bodywork, was just a confidence rebuilding lap. And straight away, under the money, a 137.467 puts Marc second. Ralph Fernandez jumps back onto the front row once again. He was second on the grid in Mugello last weekend. He's figured out that time attack on the RSGP.
Gian Antonio is pitted, so he won't be improving on a 37.7. He was on personal best, but is now on his way out pit lane. Pedro Acosta converts this into a second pole position in 3 Grand Prix. He's going to want to fold that third sector of Balaton Park up and carry it around the world with him to every other racetrack he goes to, because he is in a completely different league to the other 11 riders through that sector.
Marco back second in the World Championship League. He's got a bit of work to do in what's going to be his second stint coming up shortly. Yeah, a bit of a shake of the head there from Bez. I mean, position not great, and lap time's what's going to be concerning him. A 37.774 has put him P8, but he's over half a second behind Pedro Acosta. Let's have a listen on board with Didier then. Just out of your picture there, just directly ahead of him, Marc Marquez had already gone down. Right, you can just see there, briefly in the right-hand corner of your picture, Marc Marquez already picking up his factory Ducati. So it almost was like a sympathy crash, wasn't it, for Fabio for Gian Antonio. Those two second and seventh, respectively. Secchi's got a tenth slower than Jorge Martin at the moment. He's a couple of tenths behind Ralph Fernandez. Oh, look at that chatter. You can see that front just started pumping, and not even the great escaper Marc Marquez can pull off another super save.
As always, very reluctant to let go of it, wasn't he? Because the incentive, of course, of keeping the engine in means you're able to rejoin the session. If you lose the engine, then of course you lose time and also have to take that bike over to the service road.
Francis Samani had there. You could see he was stretching his fingers out. Where's the clutch? Where's the clutch? He eventually did manage to grab it, and that's what kept that engine running. Of course, with the new regulation this year, if you crash and your engine does stop, well, you have to push it behind a trackside barrier before you are allowed to legally restart. So once again, great presence of mind from all the riders on the grid, but that was a great replay there, as you could see Marc just feeding his way for where the clutch was. Thankfully for him, and thankfully for the factory Ducati team, he was able to grab it and recover to finish or put in a second place lap. So Acosta by just under a quarter of a second. Pole positions for KTM in MotoGP, well, they have been few and far between. This is their 178th Grand Prix, and there's only been 5 times a KTM rider has led the field away. It's in the hands of Acosta. This is in his hands. He has been so good all weekend here. Is he going to find the second 36 of the weekend? Doesn't he really?
Moreira again with the tactical genius, I guess you could call it, to head out picking the fastest rider. Who should I follow around Mugello? I'll follow an Italian. Who should I follow around Balaton Park? Probably Pedro Acosta.
Fabio Di Giannantonio started last weekend's Mugello Grand Prix in 7th place, currently sits in 7th. He was able to fight his way through to a pair of top 5s. He came charging through to 3rd place in the sprint. He'll want to be minimum, you think, at least 1 row higher up on that 2nd row, which currently features Aldeguer, Martin and Bagnaia. Bagnaia doing a solid job having come through Q1, although he's about 3/10 slower on an opening run compared to his best pace in that first qualifying session. Good first sector, as you can see from Di Giannantonio, potentially firing one to that 2nd row.
This is Martin with Miller for company. Miller was behind him on the first run, but it didn't really benefit the Aussie. He's back in 12, but they are both up behind the Acosta train, which has Diogo Moreira firmly in it. Di Giannantonio with the best first sector, best for him, and a good 2nd sector too. Bezzecchi also strong through the first part of the lap, but that's not really his problem.
He needs a decent, well, he needs more than a decent lap here, doesn't he, Bezzecchi, as Acosta once again is rapid through the first split. Bezzecchi 8th place at the moment, over half a second away from the provisional pole. Jorge Martin stringing together yet another strong lap. Well, Acosta's now in sector 3, where he has destroyed the field. He's already up by 10th here. We're tracking Bez, and for very good reason. This is him now through the 12 and 13 flip-flop.
How much does he lose then through this 3rd sector? He's 0.14 up. He loses another 0.2 of a second. Far too much for Marco Bezzecchi. Di Giannantonio up onto the front row of the grid in 2nd place. Bagnaia's gained time, and Bezzecchi once again has made another key mistake. Pressure building on the championship leader now.
Mistake into that final chicane on the brakes into turn 15. Acosta is threatening another 36 here. He has been supreme once again in the 3rd split. Completely untouchable is in that part of this Balaton Park circuit, and it is another 36. Not quite the best time of the weekend so far from Acosta. It's another one, 36.8, but he demolished the field on Friday yesterday by over 4/10. And this is a demolition job at the moment. He's hoped now over half a second clear of the Giannantonio. Bit of a head shake there as he squeezed a handful of gas for Fermin Aldeguer, who's back up into 2nd place. Top job this by the Gresini Racing rider. So Acosta on pole, Aldeguer 2nd, the Giannantonio 3rd. Marc Marquez now then heads row 2.
This is barely a contest at the moment. Yes, Di Giannantonio is up halfway round, but it's in the 2nd.
Does Marc Marquez with a sucker punch, a 1:36.791. Briefly has put him on pole position because Acosta is not finished. Acosta then pushed back down to 2nd. Those two, of course, had a brilliant fight for the top 6 in Mugello last weekend. What's Acosta's response? Over the line he goes. It's not good enough. Marc Marquez on course then for back-to-back poles here in Balaton with a brilliant 1:36.791.
And that'll annoy Pedro Acosta. As I said a moment ago, it wasn't a contest. Marc Marquez certainly up for the fight after crashing at the start of the session. What a response from the reigning world champion. He said, didn't he, yesterday, 1 lap isn't the problem. 1 lap's certainly not a problem for Marc Marquez this morning.
He's already had 75 MotoGP poles, 103 in his Grand Prix career. This is a Marc Marquez that isn't at this phase of his recovery from yet more right shoulder surgery.
Acosta's rolled off, Matt.
Getting
Acosta
him
won't be
faster.
beating him.
Look at this by Marc Marquez. Doesn't need this pace because Acosta isn't going to be on pole here in Balaton Park. Top job by Fermin Aldeguer, who looks like he's going to be on the front row for the first time in 2026. Look how hard Marc was pushing in at 12 and 13. How much does he want this pole?
Crucially for the World Championship, Bezzecchi's gone 6th, so he's now a couple of places ahead of Jorge Martin. So we've got a prettier 6th, 7th, 8th and 10th with Ayagura down in 10th place. Once again, he hasn't maximised qualifying, but Marc Marquez most certainly has the dominant world champion in Balaton here last year. It's another 1:36.785 just to put the exclamation mark on pole position in Hungary.
It is more Marc Marquez brilliance at the Balaton Park circuit here in Hungary. 2 sensational late 1:36.7s. Back-to-back 36.7s have seen Marc Marquez take back-to-back pole positions here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. It was tight at the top. it looks like this could be just a straight showdown for the wins between Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta, because they've got a huge buffer back to Fermin Aldeguer, who is on the front row of the grid for the first time since the Indonesian Grand Prix last year. You just cannot discount, can you, the 33-year-old Spaniard, who does then secure pole position number 76. That is not a contest in the all-time battle for the most MotoGP poles, is it? Mick Doohan the next best on 58. Marc Marquez then now has 18 more poles than the Australian legend, and that was absolutely brilliant. Fastest in FP1, fastest in FP2, and that crucially fastest in Q2 is Marc Marquez. He does deny Pedro Acosta what at one stage looked like a nailed on just what, a third pole position of Pedro Acosta's career, a 36.785. More magic from Marc Marquez. How does he keep doing it? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Tardozzi, with Jack.
Davide, that is seriously impressive. Pole position for Marc, despite being nowhere near 100% fit. You guys are still in the game.
Yeah, but we know that one lap
Pole.
More magic.
Despite being
problem, in trouble with his body, so we still need some time to recovery.
To remind himself, the team, and more importantly, everybody else, how much of a message does that send?
Everybody knows already who's Marc Marquez, so we just need to wait that his body can allow him to make the race he used to do.
Great job, well done.
He said yesterday, the speed is there, not half. The speed has never gone away, has it? It is just the lack of his physical edge, the full fitness, which is the only ingredient really missing from Marc Marquez. That was a special pole time. His second pole of the season. He was top qualifier, of course, at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. Acosta has to settle for second. We saw him out of shape as he was pushing for that pole late on at turn 5. Aldeguer, that is just the second front row start for Fermin Aldeguer. Gian Antonio will head row 2 ahead of Bagnaia and world champion leader Ben Secchi. Ralph Fernandez was on the front row at one stage in that session. He heads row 3 ahead of Martin and Marini. Agura 10th, Moreira 11th, Jack Miller in 12th place with a 1:38.241. Spare a thought for Fabio Quartararo. Quartararo did a 1:37.965 in Q1, which would have actually made him the top Yamaha on the grid. Problem for Fabio was he didn't get out of that opening qualifying session. There are the scuff marks. There are the war wounds on the right side of Marc Marquez's body. An early crash at the first corner at turn 1, but he bounces back as he so often does to finish P1 in Q2. Pole position once again in Balaton for the reigning world champion.
Well, he might physically be a work in progress, but the talent and the speed has not gone anywhere for Marc Marquez. And Pedro Acosta knows from just 6 days ago how hard Marc is to overtake, as we saw in Mugello, so a cracking sprint lined up. Marco Bezzecchi wasn't really in the argument, was he, for pole position? A scrappy session, has to be said, for the World Championship leader. You saw the split breakdown there, the second half of the lap. Marco Bezzecchi was nowhere. The first half of the lap was okay, but 0.6 of a second went missing for the points leader. Does start ahead of Jorge Martin on the grid, but it's only back of row 2 for Bet.
Only third time in 8 that he's found himself off the front row of the grid. Twice in the last 3. Great job. Brilliant job. No wonder Ducati are rewarding the emergence this year of Fermin Aldeguer, who, just as his femur has recovered, he's been getting stronger and stronger and stronger. He's scored points in all of his 6 Grand Prix starts so far this year, including that second place in Catalonia. He was 6 over the line in last weekend's Italian Grand Prix sprint. Also, showing signs of a turn 1 tumble in that Q2 session is Fabio Di Gianantonio, who finds himself 4th on the grid. It's a 7th, second most start of the campaign for Digi. We know how strong he is in terms of his race pace. Mouth-watering prospect though, isn't it? That top 2 on the grid. We've already seen some fireworks from Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta on a sprint Saturday. Go all the way back to our opening sprint of the campaign in Burram last weekend in the Italian Grand Prix. We saw some pretty spectacular and close action between Acosta and Marc Marquez. Of course, those two are going to be paired together in the same box next year. They will be factory Ducati colleagues already, aren't they? Strutting around like a pair of peacocks in Parc Ferme. It should be a belter this afternoon, that sprint in Balaton, just as you want it. The reigning world champion on pole position, and clearly in terms of race pace this weekend, the fastest rider on the grid alongside him, Pedro Acosta in second.
Good recovery for Pecco Bagnaia, you have to say, this morning from 14th yesterday, and unhappy with some off-throttle near high sides. Got himself through Q1 and up to 5th place on the grid, and slightly more confident stomp up pit lane for Gigi Dall'Igna with Ducati's first, third, fourth and fifth on the grid. Third for Fermin Aldeguer, first front row of the year for him. He's speaking to Jack.
Well, for me, ever since that Barcelona podium, things are really starting to come together now. Your first front row of the year, some small tweaks, some more adaptations from Ducati, and clearly you're much closer to the front than you would obviously want to be. Talk us through that session.
Yeah, I think we have to put all together. More kilometers on the bike. I'm recovering the feeling race by race. Also, some improve from the bike thanks to Ducati, and just this. I think this is the best weekend of this 2026 season, with the best feeling. For sure, we are not in the 100%. We have to look, focus what Mark doing because he's super fast. But I think we have pace to fight for the podium, for the top 5. Maybe not to win, but we are there.
Great job, well done. Thank you.
Yeah, cracking job that by Fermin Aldeguer. The last and only other time he started on the front row of the grid in MotoGP. Well, he got some big prizes. Second in the Indonesian sprint, winner of the Indonesian Grand Prix. That was one of the 2 double podiums for Aldeguer in the season that carried him to the Rookie of the Year prize. Pedro Acosta's in the game for potentially his first Grand Prix victory of the season, no question about it. Second in qualifying, he's with Jack.
Well, Pedro, it's not the pole position I'm sure you wanted, but you are right in the game this weekend. Every time you and Mark have come together in 2026 so far, we've seen fireworks. We're going to see yet more later on today.
I don't know, at the end, first target to try to battle with him is done, you know, because last year was a big mistake in qualifying for this. Quite happy to don't repeat it. It's true that he will be the man to beat, you know. He won last year the sprint and even the race. For this, he will be tough after showing his pace in FP2.
Great job, well done.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, that's a brilliant job by Pedro Acosta. 8th time he will be starting on the front row of the grid in his MotoGP career. He's not been outside the top 3 at any stage of the weekend so far, and it was close. It wasn't even 600ths of a second away, was it, from pole position. But once again, I mean, it was a very, very Marc Marquez qualifying session, wasn't it? Starting his first flying lap on the floor in the first corner. Fabio Di Giannantonio going down directly behind the 33-year-old, but he picked himself up, dusted himself down. How many times has he done that in his Grand Prix career? And he found a 1:36.785. Back-to-back poles then for the reigning world champion here in Balaton. Let's get it sorted for Jack.
Well, Mark, you started the session on the floor at turn 1, but you picked yourself up, dusted yourself down, and it's pole position. Pedro just said, you're the man to beat. I get the impression you're going to say he's the man to beat. One thing for certain is it looks like we're in for a great duel later.
The man to beat is the one that is starting in pole. This always, and it's normal. But it's true that this morning I tried to be aggressive on the bike. I tried to use a lot of energy. Yesterday I was riding in eco mode, just try to flow, try to save energy. Today I give everything because I knew that the qualifying practice is half a sprint and half a main race. Starting in the pole position will help, but our target at the moment, fight for the victory, will be difficult for all the laps. But let's see if we can fight for the podium. Depends a lot about the start.
Brilliant lap, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant lap indeed. Thanks, Jack. Marc Marquez's last 2 laps in that session were good enough for pole position. There are the scrapes and the battle scars of Balaton's Q2 in 2026, but MotoGP's ultimate fighter, its ultimate battler, was able to pick himself up from this very early crash at the first corner. You know, at that stage, Marc Marquez was probably thinking, no chance of pole position. There's that replay again of him just stretching out those left fingers, trying to grab the clutch to keep that factory Ducati motor running. And when he was upright, he was motoring towards another brilliant pole lap. Tight at the top, not even 600 splitting Marquez and Acosta, but almost 3/10 back to Fermin Aldeguer. An excellent third place on the grid for Aldeguer, for Gresini Ducati. Well, there's scars aplenty on the Ducati bodywork, scars aplenty on the body of the reigning world champion, but once again, fresh out of recent double surgery on an injured right foot and his right shoulder, he delivers something special once again. Look what it means to the factory Ducati team. Are they going to end their long, barren streak in the Grand Prix? Sundays here tomorrow. Last time they were victorious, the Ducati Lobo team. Motegi, September 2025.
MotoGP pole number 76 for Marc Marquez, denying what seemed like a certain pole at parts of Q2 for Pedro Acosta. Fermin Aldeguer on the front row for the first time this year in third. Fabio Di Giannantonio, after his own crash at the start of Q2, took fourth. Bagnaia fifth by a Q1. Bezzecchi, the points leader, sixth, ahead of Ralph Fernandez and Jorge Martin. They shared the front row last week, 6th, 7th and 8th this week. Marini 9th from Ogura, Moreira and Jack Miller. Joan Mir missed out in Q1, 13th for him, ahead of Bastianini. Quartararo, very impressive. Lecuona in 16th, ahead of Binder, who crashed in Q1. Toprak 18th, Morbidelli 19th, ahead of Rins, Vinales and Crutchlow. Marco Bezzecchi's lead in the World Championship, 17 points. His lead in the BMW M Award is 4, with Marc Marquez closing in second place with his second pole position of the year. 9 points cover the top 3 today, with Fabio Di Giannantonio gaining ground after qualifying in 4th.
Yeah, and that's the back of the third row, Luca Marini. And the second time we saw him in the second qualifying session this season. He will lead away the Honda charge with Yogo Moreira a couple of places further back in 11th. Jack Miller, top Yamaha, going into Sprint Saturday. He is 12th on the grid for Prima Pramac Yamaha MotoGP. But just as he did here last August, Marc Marquez producing more magic. Another brilliant pole lap here in Balaton. The last time he was on pole here in Hungary, well, he went on to complete the win double. Here's more double victory coming the way of the world champion. Marc Marquez on pole here in the Grand Prix of Hungary.
MotoGP's European tour continues as we leave Mugello behind, cross 2 borders and land lakeside in Hungary for the 2026 Hungarian Grand Prix. An hour from one of Europe's great cities in Budapest, we're at Balaton Park next to Central Europe's largest lake. This is the Hungarian GP. This is Sprint Saturday. The countdown to MotoGP Sprint action is well underway. We're just over 2 hours away from going green in the Premier class for the first race action of the weekend. But between then and now, the small matter of Moto3 and Moto2 qualifying. We've had 6 different pole sitters in the first 7 GPs in the lightweight class, whilst in the intermediate class, we're yet to have a repeat pole sitter this year. Conditions are perfect. We've already seen lap records tumble across the course of today thus far, including in Moto3. So don't be surprised to see a 144 coming up in one of the 2 sessions that await. Our first qualifying up is Moto3, where Maximo Quiles was fastest this morning and yesterday in practice to lead the field, but there's some headlining names right the way through the order. The fans are gathering trackside. They are waiting for the MotoGP Sprint to fire up into life. 3 o'clock local time, just over 2 hours away from going green with that one. But this is going to be a real headlining Q1 session, because in here we do not have all of those riders. I have got, at least for me, Jesus Rios, who has been on the front 2 rows in the last 2 GPs. Joel Esteban has a pole from Brazil this season. Podium finisher last time out, Hakim Danish, and our most recent race winner, Brian Uriarte, all find themselves in Q1, along with Cormac Buchanan, Eddie O'Shea, Scott Ogden, Adrian Cruces, Nicola Carraro, Leo Ramersdorfer, Zen Matani, and Ryusei Yamanaka. What I believe we're seeing is a numerical order from Adrian Fernandez onwards to Marco Morelli. So we'll get that sorted out perhaps a little bit later on, but I've just read off the names that you need. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles, as well as Lewis Sotheby, alongside me up here in commentary, whilst Elliot York is in pit lane getting all the latest news, opinion and insight from down on the ground. Lewis, Moto3, often unpredictable. MotoGP at Mugello, often unpredictable. Moto3 at Mugello, it is exacerbated. It's exaggerated, the unpredictability. But so far, championship leader is your rider to beat, Max Quiles, in mighty form in Hungary. Good afternoon, mate.
Afternoon to you, Kiko. Afternoon to everyone watching around the world. And yes, as you say, Max Quiles has looked back to his old self, the old self that opened up a 50-point lead in the World Championship. Winner here, of course, 1 year ago from pole position. He looks firmly in the mood to repeat the dose 1 year on. Qualifying 1 up first, though, and yeah, you're much better off listening than looking in terms of who's in this Q1 session, as Kiko rightly mentioned. The likes of Adrian Cruces coming up in this Q1 session. We saw him on screens a moment ago. Joining him in this Q1 session, a surprise. Our most recent Moto3 winner is taking the long way round on this Saturday afternoon.
He is indeed, Brian Uriarte, who has had himself in a little bit of off-track stewards room debate. We're going to come on to that because this is a topic that we've got to get through before we get on to the rest of the qualifying session. Lewis, in case you are joining us for the first time this weekend, firstly, where have you been? Secondly, welcome. Thirdly, big news yesterday that came in the lunch break, and that is that 2 engines that were used by Leopard Racing's Adrian Fernandez in 2026 have been found to be opened without authorisation, according to findings from the technical director and the official report from the engine manufacturer. And those events that those engines were used by Adrian Fernandez, he has been disqualified from, and that is the first 6 Grand Prix. The only points he has on the board are his 13 from P4 last time out at Mugello. An engine with damaged, tampered or missing security seals is deemed to have been rebuilt and must be treated as a new engine in the rider allocation, and therefore the MotoGP stewards impose penalties. The team appealed it yesterday. They had that appeal thrown out. It was rejected, so At the moment, I'm sure it's going to rumble on, but Adrian Fernandez is 20th in this championship standings, Lewis, and we've got to cover this off first because it's a huge story. Important to say on the other side of the box in Leopard Racing, Guido Pini's victory from the US Grand Prix is still valid. He's not affected.
Yeah, he's all okay. It rocked the paddock, didn't it, yesterday afternoon when the news broke during the lunch break. And yeah, in case you are looking at the World Championship standings or seeing a rider's championship position and points on screen and wondering why it's changed, that is the reason. Just to cover off what it means at the top of the World Championship, Max Quiles now leads Alvaro Carpe by 50 World Championship points, not the 52 that we thought he led by after the Italian Grand Prix. Beda Pratama is now up into third place in the World Championship. Of course, that will all change as we go through this weekend. The person I think most of all that you feel sorry for in all this is Adrian Fernandez, who will have been completely unaware of what was going on off the track. He was doing his job on the track and doing a fine job of it too. Was in third in the World Championship. Unfortunately, it's cost him 73 World Championship points.
It really has, and that has really curtailed any realistic hope of a championship charge. Now, of course, nothing is impossible, but it's a huge mountain to climb because he is now left with 2 engines for the remainder of this 2026 season, and we are not even a third of the way through it yet at the start of this weekend. So a long old seasoning coming for Adrian Fernandez. The Leopard Racing team did put a statement out. You can go and check that out on their social media channels. But let's turn our attention to Moto3 Q1, Lewis. And as I said, it is a bit of a headlining one. Jesus Rios has been so fast. Joel Esteban has had a pole position. Brian Uriarte is a Grand Prix winner. Let's just touch on Brian Uriarte if we can. And I'll tell you what, I reckon we can go down a pit lane for this one because Elliot York is ready and waiting. El, what have you got?
I certainly am. Good afternoon to everyone and hello to Nicky. Not used to seeing you in Q1, Nicky, because you're always pretty fast and into Q2 straight away. But obviously Brian here for the first time. Let's touch on this weekend. How's he feeling? He didn't have a bad day yesterday, he said, but just struggled a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit difficult with the grip yesterday, as you know. I would say it's probably one of the worst grips that we experienced during the season, and that caused us some troubles. But yeah, this morning was already a lot better for Brian. So I just hope he keeps calm and that does his job. So he should be in Q2 for sure.
I've got to ask about the disqualification from the Catalan Grand Prix as well. When it came through, I think everyone would breathe a sigh of relief that it wasn't from Mugello. Just talk us through what happened. It was an incorrect oil sample, I believe. Just talk about that and how that came about.
Yeah, actually, it's a very unfortunate story. So what happened is that we never intentionally cheated or anything. So we've always used correct oil and everything. But unfortunately, there was some assembly liquids inside the engine because it was a new engine that we mounted for the qualifying. We didn't really have time to flush it, so it was just an unfortunate incident. These things could happen, and we are investigating also together with KTM that this won't happen for anyone in the future anymore. So just an unfortunate mistake, but we have to suffer the consequences, and it's what it is sometimes.
That's the bad news, but the great news, of course, last time out in Mugello, Brian secured his first victory in Moto3, and of course Alvaro backed it up with a P2. A fantastic Sunday for you guys. How did you view that, and how much confidence now has Brian got going into the rest of the season now he's got his first Moto3 win?
Yeah, of course, it was a great result. I mean, obviously it came even early, I would say, for Brian, but he has done a really good job in the last few races, working more along, working more for the race pace, and in general, he has matured a lot. So obviously we are very happy for the team, and we just need to keep on going and try to achieve similar results.
And just finally on Alvaro coming up in Q2 later on, a little crash yesterday said it didn't affect his confidence. 2 points closer now to Maximo in the championship as well. I did speak to Alvaro on Sunday, and he said he's not really focused on the championship. Nice to see his name up there, but not looking at the championship as things stand. I guess that's the point of the team as well, but Alvaro being really consistent this year, which is the main thing, I guess.
Yeah, of course, that's the main thing. If we talk about championship in general, you need to finish all the races. You need to, let's say, everyone has weekends off, and the point for me is that the ones fighting for championship, they need to try to sort of manage those off weekends in the best way possible. So yeah, I mean, Alvaro is doing a good job as well. We still need to work a little bit more on Fridays and Saturdays, especially to find more of that, consistency and pace to be able to really fight for victories. But, still, he's improving all the time. Obviously, this weekend seems like there's a couple of guys that are a little bit more fast, but, we are trying to catch all the time and do our best.
Thanks, Nicky. Good luck for the session.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Nicky. Cheers, L. Our fastest laps have already come through. We're 10 minutes away from the checkered flag, 5 minutes into Q1. Jesus Rios, the rider on your screen, who has been a bit of a qualified hound of the last couple of rounds, is P1 at the moment, looking to move through. Brian Uriarte second, Eddie O'Shea third, and fourth for Adrian Cruces. But Lewis, we're in the 146s. We've got a long way to go until we're anywhere near competitive times, keeping in mind that Max Keeler's was low 45s earlier this morning.
1:45 1:48 is the fastest lap time of the weekend so far, already a second quicker than they were yesterday. Here comes Cormac Buchanan, who has been on the floor once already this weekend, looking to try and join his teammate Rouchet Moodley, who's already through to Q2. He's in fifth. Uriarte takes top spot on a 1:46.232. Of course, the disappointment, slight disappointment, it was only a fourth he lost, as Buchanan has gone down for a second time now in the weekend. Doesn't look like it's harmed him too much. Going down at turn one at the start of a qualifying session hasn't necessarily been a bad omen so far today.
It hasn't at all. No spoilers, of course. That is Cormac Buchanan's second trip into turn one on his shoulders. Let's have a look what happened in the front end. Oh, I'll tell you what, the front went. The rear came round and then he went down. So Cormac Buchanan, another strange incident for the New Zealander, but good to see he's back on his wheels.
So it's a slick turn one, this. It's been a bit of a talking point through the weekend. A couple of corners on this Balloton Park circuit have been resurfaced, not only since we came here last year, but since the World Superbike Championship came here around about a month ago. Turn one is one of them, and this is the other. Well, we're about to see it. Buchanan was just approaching it at turn 6, and they have been troublesome corners already, particularly turn 1 so far this weekend. So easy to overshoot and potentially crash altogether, as Cormac has just shown.
Yeah, Cormac as well, having just set that lap time as well. Where did it put him in the end? He's 6th at the moment, so he's going to have to go some more if he wants to get in to those top 4 places. We're following Brian Uriarte for good reason. He's 3/10 up at the moment over Jesus Rios. He's half a tenth up on his own time. He's coming through sector 3 now, and he is just a little bit away from what he was able to do a lap or so ago. So 46.232 then at the moment, and just under 3/10 clear of Rios. Cruces third. Danish, who was on the podium for the first time in his Moto3 career, in his Grand Prix career, last time out of Mugello, sits in 4th.
It shows how quickly your fortunes can change in the Moto3 World Championship. We've got 3 of the big success stories from Mugello in this Q1 session. Uriarte, your current leader. Danish, as you mentioned, 4th. And Eddie O'Shea currently in 5th. Of course, led a Grand Prix for the first time in his Moto3 career in Mugello. Officially, he did lead over the line partway through that race before taking a first career top 6. At the moment, he is a couple of tenths away from booking another Q2 place. It's been a good return for O'Shea in Q2 terms. He'd be chasing a 4th Q2 appearance if he can achieve that today.
And he's in a row. Yes, and he is also on for a 4th top 10 finish tomorrow, should he be able to qualify and give himself half a chance. So Eddie O'Shea, a rich vein of form. This is definitely a purple patch as far as his Moto3 career has been to date, but at the moment just sitting outside those top 4 places, 2/10 shy of Hakim Danish, and that's vital 4th place that will see him get a spot through into Q2. We have also got in this session Ryusei Yamanaka, who has been all at sea. 8th place at the moment. Not sure what's really going on with Ryusei Yamanaka. The pace that he showed at times last year, the podiums that he achieved last year, not translating into anything special so far this year. Yamanaka was plumb last in practice yesterday, Lewis.
He's already had his collar felt so far today. He was given a warning this morning for not respecting the yellow flag signals during free practice 2. It has been a tough old season for Yamanaka so far. Even with the reshuffling in the World Championship standings, Yamanaka with just the 11 points to his name so far. Even with Fernandez being thrown out of 6 Grand Prix, he's still ahead of Yamanaka in the championship.
He's one of the few riders who's not been able to leapfrog Adrian Fernandez at the moment. Of course, Fernandez is coming up later in Q2, but it's quite nice to sit here on European soil and be in Q1 and not have to ask the question, can Guido Pini already get through? He already has got through. He moved through via practice yesterday. As we have a look at Jesus Rios here down in P2 at the moment in pit lane. It's more than good enough at the moment. We are expecting Rios to move through. Very, very nice young man, very, very eloquent, great English. Looking to see if Jesus Rios can move through. He's a real nice chap, and 3/10 off at the moment ahead behind last week's Grand Prix winner is actually not so bad. You'd have been quite surprised if you said that coming into the round, and it'd be for Q1.
Rios coming here on the back of consecutive fifth placed qualifyings. That's because Uriarte not only got disqualified from the race in Barcelona, but also from qualifying. So it's been a hard work for us commentators. We've had to completely rip up our Moto3 notes and start again this weekend.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad I never bothered printing mine. I could just do it electronically. The other thing is we've still got to go through Adrian Fernandez's results this year. Oh, dearie me. It is going to be a painful week off before we get to Brno as we look up and down our Excel spreadsheets up here in comms. But less than 5 minutes to go then. Flying lap starting now. Jesus Rios leads the charge out of pit lane, and he's got Leo Ramersdorfer, his own teammate there, Nicola Carraro, right in there as well. Scott Ogden and Zed Matani. So a group of 5 head out down towards turn 1. And they're going to be trying to work together. Slipstream not vital round here, Lewis, but there are a couple of places where you can get a 10th or so. The front straight and also the back straight. So from the exit of the last corner to the first one, and then turns 4 down to turns 5. But only 600 metres, so not a lot.
Yeah, around about half the duration of the longest straight on the calendar over in Austin, Texas, and around 500 metres shorter than the longest straight in Mugello last weekend. The two riders who were on time laps, we were following them a moment ago, Esteban and Cruces, both taking way too many liberties with track limits on that last lap. We saw Cruces going onto the green, coming out of turn 4 onto that crucial back straight of 5, and then on the way out of that hairpin through the fast rights in the third sector of the second sector, should I say, of the lap. We also saw the rider ahead of him, of Esteban, going straight onto the green as well. He's still down in 5th place, is Joel Esteban on the number 78. Another rider who qualified and raced well in Mugello a week ago.
Cruces has not been into Q2 since Le Mans, by my reckoning. At the moment, he's moving through there in 3rd place, up inside the top 4 places, but you can be sure that it's all going to change. 3.5 minutes on the clock as Cormac Buchanan bangs down that gearbox, gets it into turns 15 and 16. And then stands the bike up, runs it out to the curb, and then he brings it back across. It's all about corner speed. Turn 17 is a lot more vital than a lot of people think, because you've got to carry your speed all the way through and give yourself the best run possible to start your next flying lap. Cormac Buchanan does start his next flying lap, and he's already down onto the brakes where he crashed early. This is turn 1. A little bit of a moment, but nothing to write home about this time. Now stands it up and gets it lent over for turn 2.
Yeah, they resurfaced it to try and iron out some of the bumps into turn 1, but it still looks like there are 1 or 2 ripples on the way in that first corner, as we did see in qualifying earlier on today. Buchanan, understandably, a little bit tentative and cautious through that part of the lap. So far in the session, he's done a 1:47.5. Best we've seen from Cormac so far this weekend. He did a 46.5 in free practice 2 this morning. If you can match that here, a Q2 place would be his.
Yes, indeed it would be. Just on the bumps, Lewis, turn 2 was a big area of concern as well for a few riders, speaking to them yesterday. Also, the graphic illustrations of David Munoz moving through turn 2 earlier. Massive front-end chatter, so turn 2 a bit of a hot spot as well. This is a hot lap incoming for Cormac Buchanan. Halfway round, less than a 10th off. Bit of a moment on exit. That's coming through turn 11, I think. This is up towards the hairpin, and then it's firing it back down towards the pits.
So many of the MotoGP riders, Jack Miller was one who I spoke to yesterday and said it's so difficult to nail the perfect lap. It might seem a bunch of chicanes, might just seem like quite easy, but there are really one line through there. So tempting just to try and force it a little bit more, to try and straight line that chicane more than you really can, and lose some crucial hundredths and tenths of a second. Buchanan's managed to hold it in play in that third sector. He's currently on course certainly to get ahead of Cruces and Danish, potentially Rios too.
That third sector has been a real problem for a lot of riders up and down the MotoGP, Moto2 and Moto3 paddocks this weekend thus far. Cormac Buchanan coming to the line. I tell you what, if he can hold it, this will put him in 7th at the moment, goes 3rd and pushes Hakim Danish out. So a podium finisher from last weekend at Mugello. Hakim Danish has now got a little bit of work to do here, courtesy of Cormac Buchanan, who has moved through into P3, and the New Zealander is now on his final flying lap. So we're just over 60 seconds on the clock. Uriarte, Rios, Buchanan on your screen, and Adrian Cruces are going to move into the pole shootout of Q2.
Danish is on his out lap at the moment. Here we now pick up the number 13. Doesn't want it to be an unlucky 13 in this Q1 session. The FIFA World Cup is less than a week ago, and we saw scenes not too dissimilar to a World Cup final winner when Danish took that podium in his native Malaysia last week.
Can only think what they would have done if he'd actually won the thing, but I don't think we'll have to wait too long to find out for that one. The number 13 then starts his final flying lap, and again Hakim Danish has left it all very late. This is not the first time this season he's given himself one Super Bowl style lap at the end of a session to try and move through out of Q1 and into Q2. So keep an eye on Hakim Danish at the moment. He's coming through turn 2. He's got Scott Ogden, who likewise needs a lap right behind. This could be just could be good for the Prix if he can latch on. He's got Danish as a reference, but a little bit wide there at turn 4 for Danish, right out to the edge of the curb. Let's see what he's doing through this first sector. Not a lot, quarter of a second off.
Fortunately, they haven't all left it as late as they did in Mugello a week ago. I don't think my blood pressure could take another qualifying session quite like that. As you mentioned, the incentive for a slipstream nowhere near as great here.
If they were doing it for a second weekend, and particularly around here, I think I would be having kittens up here in commentary. And that was only in Q1, then it all happened again in Q2. Checkered flag out. Joel Esteban has taken it. 6th for him, no Q2 position for the number 78, Scott Ogden. 4/10 off. If he can hold this, if he can hold 4/10, then he's doing well. He might well just sneak in here at the expense of his teammates. So the CIP Green Power KTM squad run by Alan Bronek might be grimacing either way here. Jesus Rios comes across the line, doesn't improve, lost a lot of time in that final sector, but he looks like he's safe anyway. So 2nd place for Rios. Buchanan and Cruces potentially risk. Danish is digging in here in the 3rd sector. He's in the 4th. I'll tell you what, Danish is 10 seconds away. He's got his teammate up ahead of him. Ryusei Yamanaka has been a bit of a rolling roadblock, and he's a bit of a rolling roadblock for his teammate as well. Danish, has that compromised the Malaysian to the line? Oh, it has as well. Danish is going to be absolutely fuming over that. He caught Yamanaka at the wrong place and the wrong time at this session. And Hakim Danish, who was on course to go through, has been tripped up by his own teammate. Yamanaka, in turn, is only 10th.
They weren't exactly working together in the best ways in a qualifying session earlier in the year, were they? Can't remember which session it was, but I remember them getting a bit cross with each other. You could see the reaction there down at MSI. That did not follow the pre-session strategy for that particular team. Danish, in the end, missed out by a quarter of a second, so I'm not convinced he would have made it in anyway, but certainly any hope he had of making it was completely kiboshed by that final corner bolt from his teammate Yamanaka, who was on a slow lap. It wasn't like Yamanaka was on a personal best himself.
Exactly. I wonder if the stewards will be looking at that, but I think it's all a little bit too late anyway. Danish only 5th, left it late. We were saying right at the start of that lap that again, Hakim Danish leaves it a little bit late. Got to say, for any Spanish speakers out there, apologies for some fruitful language from the MSI team, but both of their riders going to be starting for the 7th row or worse, Lewis. I mean, that is a far cry from what they were hoping for after last week's success.
Yeah, Danish will be 19th on the grid. Yamanaka will be 24th out of 26 on the grid for tomorrow's Hungarian Grand Prix, which will be over 19 or 20 laps, should I say, of this circuit, Balaton Park circuit. And Cormac Buchanan, well, that's a really good effort from him, given how his qualifying 1 session started and given how his weekend has gone. 2 crashes, but doesn't take, well, it takes a lot to keep Cormac Buchanan down, shall we say. He always bounces back up again to push as hard as he can, and both of the Code Motorsports KTMs will now be represented in Q2.
And good job from Adrian Cruces, moves through, like I say, for the first time since Le Mans into Q2, just on Hakim Danish. That is the end of a run of 4 consecutive, or he's on for 4, no, he was on 4 consecutive front 4 rows of the grid starts. He was 10th, 12th, 9th, and then 2nd, of course, last time out in his career best qualifying. So Hakim Danish down in 19th place. That's a little bit of a sour way to limp into Grand Prix Sunday tomorrow. The remaining riders just all come through. Who else is a bit further down the order? A bit of a shame for Eddie O'Shea off the back of that top 6 last time out. There was a personal best Grand Prix result, but a very tricky Saturday here at Balaton Park.
Didn't improve at the end of the session. His fastest time lap was his very first of the afternoon, a 1:47.180. O'Shea earlier on today, what did he do in free practice 2? He did a 46.9, which wouldn't have got him through anyway had he matched that. He would have required a 46.7 or better if O'Shea was to make qualifying 2. So a shame for him. The Brits 7th and 8th in that session. Ogden lost a lot of time in the 3rd sector on that final lap, but in the end he needed to find 4/10 of a second if he was going to lift himself up from 7th up to the top 4.
Good job from Jesus Rios, a 46.5. He's going to need to find a little bit more from that coming up a little bit later on. But the number 54 moving straight into Q2, convincing. He's been on the 2nd row of the grid for the last 2 GPs as well, Lewis. So very, very strong stuff when push comes to shove. He's got to do it again, though, coming up in Q2 next.
Which will feature Brian Uriarte, Jesus Rios, Cormac Buchanan and Adrian Cruces. Those are your 4 to move through. Hakim Danish, not helped by his teammate in the final corner, but would have been tight anyway. 5th ahead of Joel Esteban. 6th, he's going to have a hard job to match his 5th from a week ago in Mugello, coming from 20th on the grid. Ogden 7th ahead of O'Shea, Mitani, Yamanaka, Carraro and Leo Ramastorfer on the 658 Squadra Honda. He completes your lineup in 12th. So your Mugello winner is still in the hunt for a Balaton pole position. The 51 through to Q2. Brian Uriarte tops Q1. The battle for pole is next.
Welcome back live, trackside, lakeside here at Balaton Park in Hungary, just an hour or so away from Budapest, the national capital. Moto3 qualifying continues. Q1 is done and dusted. Brian Uriarte, Jesus Rios, Cormac Buchanan and Adrian Cruces, the four that joined the 14 that were already seeded through following from Friday practice. The crowd are jamming into this track. It's tight, it's twisty, it's very, very technical. Because it's flat, some good vantage points, and that's why the MotoGP fans are out in force on a Saturday afternoon here in Lake Balaton. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles. Lewis Sadamy is next to me. We're both up here in commentary. Elliot York is down there in pit lane. He's going to be chatting to your pole sitter in about 20 or so minutes time, and we're going to be talking you all the way through what is going to be Moto3 Qualifying 2 here for the Hungarian GP. Going to be a very, very interesting session. We ran lap record pace earlier on today, courtesy of the number 28 on the top left-hand side of that column. Max Quiles ahead of Veda Patama, David Almanza, David Munoz, Joel Kelso and Keso Gorman, your top 6. Followed by Adrian Fernandez, Rico Salmela, Guido Pini, Marco Morelli, Valentin Peroni, Matteo Bertelli, Alvaro Carpe and Ruche Moodley. As I say, Brian Uriarte, Jesus Rios, Cormac Buchanan and Adrian Cruces are the riders that move on up from Q1. They graduate to Q2 and now give themselves a chance at fighting for pole position. But Lewis, this afternoon, in the next 15 minutes or so, it's not going to be easy. Max Quiles' new lap record this morning, he was absolutely flying. And besides David Munoz and David Almanza, who were more or less there on pace, it seemed, outright lap speed, Max Quiles is your pole favourite.
Try turning the mic on, Lewis. That would be a good idea. It was certainly an angry Max Quiles that we saw after his 11th place, which has since become a 10th in Mugello last weekend. Just shows you the champion's mentality. Not that he's a champion yet for Max Quiles. One race where he's outside the top 2, and he was absolutely livid with both himself and I think his competition, with 9 of them beating him across the checkered flag. And it feels as if Quiles has brought that anger and that frustration all the way to Balaton Park and is out here to prove a bit of a point. So far, he certainly has proven that point, but the key part of the weekend is still to come. Quiles ultimately was unable to come through from 15th on the grid to win in Mugello, even if he did lead at one point. I feel like it'll be much harder to make your way through from 15th if you qualify there here today.
Yeah, 5th row is not really cutting any mustard in Moto3 around here at Balaton Park. It's tight and twisty, as I say, and that's just turns 1 and 2. Then it does open up a little bit, but you can't be relying on slipstream around here. You're going to have to get your elbows out. Not that that's a problem for Max Quiles, of course, as we've seen numerous times. Just to touch on that result last week, P11 was his worst result since Barcelona. That was back in 2025, but he's still on this amazing point-scoring run, Lewis, of 24. He's 2 away from the all-time lightweight class record held by Kazuto Sakata. So very, very, very close indeed. 2 GPs standing in the way of Quiles equaling Sakata and probably going on to surpass it if her form is anything to go by.
All sorts of records might well be in his sight at the end of this season. Here's Veda Pratama, who yesterday at least was the nearest challenger to Quiles. Second quickest overall was the Indonesian, who's now moved up to 3rd in the World Championship, of course, with the events which have already been well documented involving Leopard and Adrian Fernandez. 74 points off the World Championship lead, 24 of Alvaro Carpe, who sits in 2nd place. And yeah, Pratama impressing so far this weekend on his first visit to Balaton.
It's got to be said that Veda Pratama has also qualified outside the front 4 rows in 3 GPs this year, but he's always come through to finish inside the top 8. 6 top 8s in 7 GPs as well. He is in good form, and as you say, Lewis, it is his first visit here to Balaton Park. Some other riders to cover off just ahead of this. David Almanza, very, very fast indeed. He was your pole sitter last time out, had to withdraw through illness. He does have experience around here, of course, as do most of the returning riders from last year. He was 7th at the checkered flag, and also this rider here, Adrian Fernandez, 5 top 10 qualifyings in a row, with a big asterisk now because he's been disqualified from all of the previous results, but his form is good on a Saturday afternoon, so expect Fernandez to come strong again in the next 15 minutes as we get our green flag. The battle for Balaton is on.
I have to give Adrian Fernandez credit. He was 5th this morning, top Honda. It must be difficult for Adrian to focus and, I guess, to find the motivation, given that all of his hard work over the first 6 Grand Prix has been completely erased from the record books. But he's got his head down, he's focused on the job at hand, he's not going to be able to change what's going on off the track. All he can change is what he does on the bike, and I think so far Adrian doing a very solid job.
And he's not the only Honda that's performing this weekend. Casey O'Gorman, a great job by the Irishman. The number 67 on your screen now, just flashing through the shot. And I tell you what, I reckon we can get a word with a couple of guys down there in the team. El, who have you got?
Yeah, cheers, Kiko. Marco Grano with me, team boss at 658. Marco, great to speak to you for the first time this season. Obviously, Casey in Q2. I think a lot of people have been really impressed with his performances so far this season. How have the team viewed it? Of course, this was the scene last year where he made his debut for you guys as well.
Yeah, last year we take a point with him in the second race. Was very nice. Yes, we are good, but I think we can do much better than what we do until now. We make some mistake around during the race, but it's like a different work, you know. He's a rookie guy. We try to teach him like the style of Moto3. For me, we make a step compared to the start season, and I hope now he can do not so bad qualifying, because all weekend he worked very well. So when the rider work very well and is very good, I hope then he can make the best just for him.
What's impressed you most about Casey this season? Also, what do you guys need to work on with Casey to help him make that next step to become a more regular podium finisher?
But I think we need to start on the practice a little bit better, because during for example, Barcelona, we was 22, 23, and we finished close to the podium. In Thailand, we close to the podium. We need to start on the first, second row and try to make the first 5 laps quite faster. But, you know, with Casey, for me, it's important to
Grand Prix is still valid. He's not affected.
Yeah, he's all okay. It rocked the paddock, didn't it, yesterday afternoon when the news broke during the lunch break. And yeah, in case you are looking at the World Championship standings or seeing a rider's championship position and points on screen and wondering why it's changed, that is the reason. Just to cover off what it means to the top of the World Championship, Max Quiles now leads Alvaro Carpe by 50 World Championship points, not the 52 that we thought he led by after the Italian Grand Prix. Beta Pratama is now up into 3rd place in the World Championship. Of course, that will all change as we go through this weekend. The person I think most of all that you feel sorry for in all this is Adrian Fernandez, who will have been completely unaware of what was going on off the track. He was doing his job on the track and doing a fine job of it too. Was in 3rd in the World Championship. Unfortunately, it's cost him 73 World Championship points.
It really has, and that has really curtailed any realistic hope of a championship charge. Now, of course, nothing is impossible, but it's a huge mountain to climb, because he is now left with 2 engines for the remainder of this 2026 season, and we are not even a third of the way through it yet at the start of this weekend. So a long old seasoning coming for Adrian Fernandez. The Leopard Racing team did put a statement out. You can go and check that out on their social media channels. But let's turn our attention to Moto3 Q1, Lewis. And as I said, it is a bit of a headlining one. Jesus Rios has been so fast. Joel Esteban has had a pole position. Brian Uriarte is a Grand Prix winner. Let's just touch on Brian Uriarte if we can. And I'll tell you what, I reckon we can go down a pit lane for this one, because Elliot York is ready and waiting. El, what have you got?
I certainly am. Good afternoon to everyone, and hello to Nicky. Not used to seeing you in Q1, Nicky, because your boys are pretty fast into Q2 straight away. But obviously Brian here for the first time. Let's touch on this weekend. How's he feeling? He didn't have a bad day yesterday, he said, but just struggled a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit difficult with the grip yesterday, as you know. I
would say it's probably one of the worst grips that we experienced during the season, and that caused us some troubles. But yeah, this morning was already a lot better for Brian. So I just hope he keeps calm and that does his job for us. So he should be in good for sure.
I've got to ask about the disqualification from the Catalan Grand Prix as well. When it came through, I think everyone would breathe a sigh of relief that it wasn't from Mugello. Just talk us through what happened. It was an incorrect oil sample, I believe. Just talk about that and how that came about.
Yeah, actually, it's a very unfortunate story. So what happened is that we never intentionally cheated or anything. So we've always used correct oil and everything. But unfortunately, there was some assembly liquids inside the engine, because it was a new engine that we mounted for the qualifying. We didn't really have time to flush it, so it was just an unfortunate incident. These things could happen, and we are investigating also together with KTM that this won't happen for anyone in the future anymore. So just an unfortunate mistake, but we have to suffer the consequences, and it's what it is sometimes.
That's the bad news, but the great news, of course. Last time out in Mugello, Brian secured his first victory in Moto3, and of course Alvaro backed it up with a P2. A fantastic Sunday for you guys. How did you view that, and how much confidence now has Brian got going into the rest of the season? Now he's got his first Moto3 win.
Yeah, of course, it was a great result. I mean, obviously it came even early, I would say, for Brian, but he has done a really good job in the last few races, working more along, working more for the race pace, and in general, he has matured a lot. So obviously we are very happy for the team, and we just need to keep on going and try to achieve similar results.
And just finally on Alvaro coming up in Q2 later on, a little crash yesterday said it didn't affect his confidence. 2 points closer now to Maximo in the championship as well. I did speak to Alvaro on Sunday, and he said he's not really focused on the championship. Nice to see his name up there, but not looking.
P1, mate. David Almanza into P1.
I wonder how many of these lap times actually going to stand, because of course Quiles did a 45.9. That got ruled out due to the yellow flags, which surely Almanza has also gone through because of his teammate. So in amongst all these yellow flags, we're still waiting for a qualifying session to break out.
Yeah, there you go. Lewis right on cue. FI and MotoGP stewards have said that Quiles' lap time has been cancelled. I can imagine the 28 will not be alone. He's on the pace anyway, half a second off what Almanza was able to do. So let's see what Quiles has got coming through here. This is 14. This is the long lap of turn 14, right down into the braking area. And I'll tell you what, he's got to be careful coming through here, because turn 16 and 17 seems a little bit tricky at the moment.
I think we'll struggle in this Q2 session to get anywhere near Quiles' 45.1 that he did in free practice 2 this morning. Track temperature was 28 degrees in FP2 earlier on today, just before 9 a.m. It was 44 when this qualifying session began. So what is already quite a slick racetrack in parts, the hot temperatures on the surface will also be lowering grip levels.
From what we've been talking to the riders across the weekend so far, it seems that the bits of the track that have been resurfaced, they're slick anyway. Online, it's brilliant. There seems to be a lot of it. There hasn't been too many crashes this weekend, but as soon as you get a tiny bit offline, I think back to Termas all those years ago, he spent a day and a half clearing the track up from all the sand and bits of all kinds of rubbish lying around the track. So it seems that offline this place is a bit of a nightmare. It's even harder to set a lap. So it's tight anyway, it's narrow, and you've got a very, very thin racing line. That's why qualified, it's almost so important just to get a banker lap time and not throw it at the fence.
Quiles has now registered a 46.2 for second place. Uriarte on the front row at the moment in third. Quiles continuing to push on. So we've got 6 riders at the moment without a lap time to their name. I suspect Munoz won't register one, given his crash in the final corner. Of course, Pini also picking his bike up from a crash. Rios likewise. We've also got Moodley, Carpe and Kelso, who've presumably been on the wrong end of all those yellow flags so far.
I've got to say, Max Quiles in the chicanes, it's just beautiful to watch. He's wrestling it almost, but it looks so easy. He's putting so much force through that direction change. He looks brilliant. Looks at one for that CF Moto Gaviota Aspar team CF Moto. So down into 15. This is the flip left into 16. Making it look effortless. Watch the curbs, ask for the power gently. This is 17 now, blasting to the line. 6 minutes on the clock. Max Quiles on course for P1. Goes P1 on a 45.7. That's still not quite what he was able to do this morning, but at least it's P1, and the faces in the Aspar garage quite contrasting to a week ago in Mugello.
And Max Quiles also, I think, will have a very different expression from the last time we saw him if he holds on to that after the temper tantrum that followed his Mugello experience. So we've got his teammate Morelli currently heading row 2, albeit on a 46.5, so some 8/10 off pole position. It's an all-rookie second row at the moment. Morelli, Pratama and Rico Salmella currently on course for 6th place, which would be his best career qualifying so far.
He's so smooth on the direction change, is Max Quiles. Just looking at that slow-mo. But it's getting it turned for the apex of the corner. He's just got put so much force through that machine. Brilliant to watch. Max Quiles, well, he was a bit dynamite here last year, and he's looking to be the same again this year. This is Guido Pini back in the box for Leopard Racing, and no time set at the moment, as the graphic quite correctly says. We've only actually got 8 valid lap times.
And dropping.
And there are some that are being chalked off. Joel Kelso sat in the pits. I'll tell you what, Lewis, they're leaving this very, very late to go out. 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes on the clock. And a lot of riders now seeing their lap times chalked off. Almanza, the latest victim, and under 22 was in P2, but this is for yellow flags. Likewise, Vader Patama's lost one of his best ones, but he's still there in 5th at the moment. So at the minute, we've got
only 6 riders.
2/3 of the grid who are sat in the pit lane, all very chill, all very relaxed. Well, not quite everyone. The rider on your screen is absolutely not the 54 Bezos Rios, but they haven't set a lap time. They're leaving it very, very late.
Well, there is the bike of David Munoz making its way up pit lane. The rider, we're unaware of where the rider is at the moment, whether he's in a fit state to jump on the bike. It doesn't look like it's going to be an easy repair job with only 4 minutes to go, so I think we can safely say that Munoz will be starting somewhere around the 6th row. That's, of course, depending on how many riders actually register lap times. They've clearly been working overtime in race direction, identifying all of the laps that have been set through yellow flag zones. We can, I guess, trust the screen at the moment that Max Quiles' 1:45.7, which was set, of course, after those yellow flags were cleared, is a valid one. He currently holds pole by half a second.
45.7 should be okay, because he started that lap time and there were no yellows, and he finished that lap time without anyone else going down. Munoz is, well, his bike is being wheeled back into pit lane. They'll go to get it repaired. I have a feeling that David Munoz may well be on his way to the medical centre. We haven't seen the Spaniard just yet. Quiles is waiting to go out and will go out very soon. Valentin Peroni leads the field out of pit lane. Vader Patama, Alvaro Carpe, Guido Pini, Rico Salmella, Matteo Vitali and Adrian Fernandez just at the very, very back on the light blue Leopard racing machine. Roll out pit lane, and these guys, I'll tell you what, pencil sharpener at the ready in the steward's office, because dawdling anywhere, even on your outlap, is rather frowned upon in Moto3.
Well, we've got 2 teams actually who've gone for a different route in this Q2 session later on. We've got the Code Motorsports pair of Buchanan and Moodley, who are out there currently on time laps, and this man, the sole remaining intact KTM, competing in this Q2 session, and it's David Almanza, of course, pole position that he never got to actually start from in Mugello a week ago, so he is targeting back-to-back pole positions here.
Yeah, and as you can see, the best lap time cancelled for Almanza at the top of the screen on that graphic. We brought you that earlier because of those yellow flags. Oh, well, they're saying that's due to a shortcut, but I'm fairly sure it's likewise because of the yellow flags at the final corner for his teammate David Munoz. But we'll have to pick up on that shortly. I tell you what, he's coming through the 3rd sector. Very, very good stuff indeed for David Munoz. A 10th under Quiles' time at the moment, and that would put him under the old lap record, but not quite under the one that was set this morning by Quiles. Oh, that's good to see. Munoz on screen then walks out towards the number 64 KTM.
He's going to struggle for time though, isn't he, Kiko? 2 minutes remaining of the session. Almanza onto provisional pole on a 1:45.686. So while one half of the intact boxer frantically trying to get Munoz into the action, their other charge has taken provisional pole.
Not going to happen. 1 minute 45 to get round here. They're only just setting off now. David Munoz has missed the boat. That is unfortunate for the Spaniard. He's going to have to go for break.
Tell you what he might do. He might shortcut some chicanes here on the outlap to try and get back round to the line. Of course, the finish line is right up at the other end of the main straight, out of the final corner. So the team might have told Munoz, when you come to these chicanes on your outlap, just straight line them and get round to the line again.
That's a very good point, Lewis. I forgot about that, because there's coming out of turns 11 and 12. You can as well, I think, as well. Do that first chicane after all the fast rights at 9, 10, sorry. So turn 9s and 10, you can straight line, but I still think that
still going to struggle.
Yeah, David Munoz is going to have to be going for broke straight away here. Just over 60 seconds on the clock and only 8 riders have set lap times. You're not joining us late. There's been a lot of yellow flags and lap times being cancelled. There's a lot of rocks on the track as well. That's coming out of turn 4. What we're seeing here, this is Alvaro Carpe struggling to get it stopped. Where's that front end going to go? Gets it pulled down in the end. So Carpe, okay.
He's one of the riders without a time to his name though, Kiko.
He can't exceed track limits, so that means he's already being restricted. He's half a second off to the first sector. Alvaro Carpe. It's not often that you see the IO team drop the ball in qualifying, but this has happened a couple of times now for Alvaro Carpe. Thinking back to Barcelona as well. He's nearly a second off halfway round, so Alvaro Carpe, it would be good if he's doing well just to get through here.
I think Almanza might have this already. There's no one threatening him on this final lap of the session. Quiles nowhere near. He dropped 4 tenths in the first sector. Carpe's 8 tenths off. Fernandez 3/4 of a second off. Well, there is absolutely no red on our timing screens, and no one at the moment is within 3-4 tenths of David Almanza. So I think those back-to-back pole positions are already secure here.
I think they are, Lewis. I don't think anyone else is going to get near them. I mean, the timer screen's just all orange for us, so David Almanza, well, back from illness and back where he wanted to start from in Italy. Yeah, exactly. Back where he literally did quite leave us in Mugello. Let's take Carpe across the... Oh, now, did that go out onto the green? Well, we'll have to have a look at that later. But Carpe, well, moves up into 4th place, but has taken a checkered flag. Peroni and Salmello have gone ahead of him. 4th for Peroni. Uriarte's on the provisional front row at the moment. Morelli has moved up into 7th. Handbags at dawn between Bertelli and Adrian Fernandez. Those two are squabbling over the top 10, really. Bertelli was 13th, Fernandez 10th. I'll tell you what, that's not a bad opening sector from Jesus Rios as well. Let's just keep an eye on the 54 for Mirko Cecchini's team. He's got Joel Kelso just up ahead of him. Jesus Rios is trying to get a lap in here. He's through the chicane at turns 9 and 10. This is up to the hairpin at 11. Rios is on for a top 10 here if he can hold it.
Well, there's a half-second gap to try and slot yourself into between Quiles and Uriarte, 2nd and 3rd. The top 2 miles ahead of the rest of the field. They're in the 145s, and then Uriarte on the outside of the front row at the moment on a 146.3. So Rios, if he can have a good second half of the lap, could potentially slot himself into that gap.
He needs to clear Joel Kelso because we're coming up to this real Nadgery kind of complex. He might have to throw up the inside of him. I don't think he's close enough. Jesus Rios has caught Joel Kelso right at the wrong time here. Rios is still on for an improved lap anyway. Through 15 and 16, out to the curve. This is where Rios crashed at the start. Through their safety this time, we'll get a bit of slipstream up towards the finishing line. Jesus Rios 17th at the moment. Kelso 16th. Kelso goes 11th. Rios 5th for the 3rd time in a row, so he equals that best qualifying position. Jesus Rios, good job from the number 54, salvages qualifying and moves through to be top Honda in Moto3 Q2, but it is pole for the 2nd weekend running for David Almanza. Majestic in qualifying at Mugello and pretty nippy round here at Balaton Park. Good job from the 22.
And the 3rd time this year, of course. Lap time has been cancelled for Alvaro Carpe due to track limits at that final corner. He spotted that at the time, so he drops back to 18th place alongside David Munoz. So we've got a heavyweight 6th row of the grid now. Pini, Munoz and Carpe, with Quiles leading the championship by 50 points all the way up on the front row.
I've got to say exactly that, Lewis. 50 points between Quiles and Carpe, and there's going to be 16 places between them on the grid. 2nd for Quiles, 18th for Carpe. He's behind Munoz, who didn't even set a lap time as well. So Alvaro Carpe, what is going on down there? 18th place, he is going to be absolutely fuming. I can be pretty sure the team won't be too impressed either. And well, we called it at the time, looked like he just touched the track limits. I hope we get a replay because it was very, very marginal, but that is what we are dealing with. Very fine margins in Moto3. I said I bet that Team IO aren't very impressed. Let's find out. Els with them.
Yeah, Nicky, how was that session? A contrasting session. Obviously great for Brian to be on the front row, but Alvaro, unfortunately, track limits and down in P17, I think it is. So what's your reaction?
Yeah, it was very messy, very messy again in Moto3, and yeah.
But Alvaro, unfortunately, track limits and down in P17, I think it is. So what's your reaction?
Yeah, it was very messy, very messy again in Moto3, and yeah, as we already discussed before, there's a few guys that are a little bit on top of the others this weekend. But anyway, very good job from Brian. Unfortunate from Alvaro, but you know, it's like this sometimes, and we need to keep on fighting tomorrow.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Oh, he's got a long way to come through. Brian, here we are.
First time in his career.
It is his first time in his career, courtesy of him being disqualified over in
Second time we've said
Barcelona.
that.
So the second time around, let's hope it sticks for Brian Ariarte, who is now on the front row. We have Quiles already down there. We're waiting for our pole sitter. Brilliant stuff from David Almanza, who, got to say, quite a week for Almanza, Lewis. He was in hospital until Wednesday. He only got here Thursday. He's not been outside the top 3 yet.
Yeah, and he's on pole position at a circuit where there is such a premium on being on pole position, or certainly being on the front row of the grid. It's kind of a circuit that in many respects is made for Moto3, given how they are able to perhaps carry a bit more speed and overtake a little bit more through these tight chicanes. A good comeback that from David Almanza. Third pole position of 2026. Let's hope for his sake, unless something dramatic happens, he can actually start from this one.
Yeah, I think he'll be pretty all right. He looks pretty happy with himself. I've seen him in the paddock as well. Looks like he's very, very happy to be back. Obviously, training far from ideal when you're in a hospital bed, but tonsillitis or not, David Almanza is pretty quick in qualifying. Max Quiles looks a bit dejected down there with P2. That's why we love Max Quiles, because he's always looking to be top of every single session. He still goes into tomorrow as the favourite, but it was something that me and El were touching on in FP2 earlier. Almanza's got pace, so has Max Quiles. We know those two. They don't battle together. They get away at the front. We could be seeing a good head-to-head like we did last year between Pironi and Quiles, but between Almanza and Quiles this year.
Yeah, well worth tuning in for tomorrow at 11 a.m. local time. Good to see David Munoz there at least. Sat in the box, of course, we saw him back out on the racetrack. Did not get around in the end in time for one more lap, which is why Munoz joins Carpe on that sixth row of the grid. One of the team that will be absolutely thrilled with that qualifying result will be the Tech 3 team. Pironi and Salmela, 4th and 6th. That's a good bounce back for Pironi after a tough recent run outside of Barcelona. He hadn't qualified inside the top 10 in the last 4 Grand Prix. And for Salmela, the Finn, that is his career best, qualifying by 3 places.
Yeah, I make that Pironi's third top 4 qualifying, 4th top 4 qualifying of the year. He was second in Brazil. He was front row in P3 in Kota, and he was pole, of course, in Barcelona. So good to see Valentin Pironi back on some kind of form, because it's been a tough run at the minute, not just in qualifying, but also in Grand Prix. Ever since Kota or Jerez, he's been on the downward trend. So good to see that he's bouncing back. And as we say, great job from Gunther Steiner's Tech 3 outfit as well. 4th and 6th, Rico Salmela looking very, very good indeed. I think we are going to be getting ready to hear very soon from David Almanza. This is Vader Pratama, one of those riders caught out with yellow flags, it seemed, but still, top 9 on the grid. That's all right for Vader, isn't it?
It's come through from much further back than that as Vader Pratama. We are going to hear from our pole sitter for the 3rd time and the 2nd time in as many Saturdays. It's David Almanza with us.
David, it's been quite the week. Pole position in Mugello, followed by the illness in hospital, and now looking back to your best again on pole in Hungary. Just talk us through the weekends, how good you're feeling here at Balaton Park.
Yes, of course. I was very, very happy, also my team, because this is the 3rd pole position this year, the 2nd in row, and position this year, the 2nd position this year, the 2nd in row, and but well, we do the pole, we are happy, and we are ready for tomorrow.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Well, he could have gone a couple of tenths quicker than perhaps David Almanza. We'll have to wait and see on that one, maybe for tomorrow, but a cracking job from the number 22. Gets a kiss on the front as well. Good job for back-to-back poles for Almanza. Gotta say as well, Lewis, it is his 3rd of the season. It's his 5th of his career, so Almanza knows what to do to get it done on a Saturday. Maybe just Sunday that is a weak point. He'll be put to the test tomorrow, because he's definitely going to come up against a very feisty Max Quiles at some point.
Yeah, and Max Quiles would consider one race without a win as a long losing streak, so he's going to want to snap that big time tomorrow. So a hungry Quiles at the Hungarian Grand Prix will be trying to overhaul the pole sitter Almanza.
I see what you did there. Very, very good indeed.
Not original, but still, the old ones are the best.
You've got to roll them out. Don't forget, we check into Brno next time out. Well, hey, we're all on it here in Moto3.
Well, I was hoping to get a Life of Brian reference out for Uriarte. That's a reference for the teenagers out there, but he's on the front row of the grid once again. In fact, there's a few riders that deserve mentions for career best qualifying as we go through the results now. It's Almanza on pole from Quiles and Uriarte. Peroni 4th, equal career best for Rios, a career best completely for Salmela in 6th. Morelli 7th, it's a career best 2 for Cruzet, 8th on the grid, ahead of Pratama and Kelso. Adrian Fernandez and Casey O'Gorman are on row 4. Moodley's career best 2, 13th on the grid for him. 13th and 14th for the Code Motorsports team. They'll be thrilled with that. With Buchanan next up. Batelli 15th, ahead of Pini. Munoz and Carpe didn't register lap times for various reasons. One crashed and one hit yellows and then exceeded track limits. Outside of the Q2 lineup, we lost Danish in Q1. He's 19th, ahead of Esteban, Ogden, O'Shea and Mitani. Ryusei Yamanaka certainly didn't help his teammate in Q1. He's 24th on the grid ahead of Carraro. And Ramersdorfer, pole once again for the second Saturday in a row then for David Almanza. Not even tonsillitis can hold him back. Q2 completed. Q1 in Moto2 is on the way next for you.
Welcome back live and trackside here at the Hungarian GP, Balaton Park. Just a stone's throw from Lake Balaton itself, Central Europe's largest lake, and well, MotoGP. Our countdown to the Tissot sprint is well underway. Less than 90 minutes until we go green on that one. And what a battle we are going to be in for. We've had Moto3 qualifying, as I'm sure you're aware, but if you are just joining us, welcome. Where have you been? Moto2 Q1 is coming up next, and we've got some big names coming up in this one. We've got some championship challenging names coming up in this one. We've had some very, very strong performances elsewhere through practice that have seen some surprises moving on up in towards the top 14. We'll come to them in Q2, but so far in Moto2 this weekend, no one has been able to really lay a glove on Manuel Gonzalez. He's in a league of his own. He's riding very, very motivated indeed about the 2027 rider market. Of that there is no doubt. He is riding to impress, and he is riding potentially to championship success if all goes well. We are a third of the way through the Moto2 Championship. Round 8 is underway. Here are the names that are going to be coming up in qualifying 1, and that time it does match with what I've got. Aaron Cadet ahead of Zonta van den Gerberg, Ayumi Sasaki and Celestino Vietti, only 18th. A bit of a technical problem yesterday, keeping him down the order. Alonso Lopez, he's been qualifying well of late. He's in 19th place ahead of Luca Lanetta, Adrian Huerta, Sergio Garcia, Joe Roberts, Dennis Onchu, Angel Piqueras, but we're going to come to him in a moment because he's withdrawn. Tayo Ferrosato, Chabi Zuratuza and Jacob Wilson back in the MotoGP paddock, this time in Moto2. He is a standing rider for the Idemitsu Honda Team Major outfit for Hiroshi Oyama's team, whilst Mario Aggi is getting himself back fit. We are expecting the Indonesians to be back around Silverstone, so if Jacob Wilson does enough, he was only 2 seconds off the pace yesterday afternoon, and maybe we'll be seeing him for the next few rounds yet. But MotoGP is in Hungary, and we are certainly getting ready to see lights out for Moto2 Q1 to see who exactly is going to be moving through. Myself, Kiko Giles, Lewis Sotheby next to me. We're going to be taking you through it all up here in commentary. Elliot York is down in pit lane, but Lewis, a couple of big names down here in this one. Aaron Canet, well, we've become accustomed to seeing him in Q1, it's got to be said, but Celestino Vietti, podium finisher last time out at home in Mugello, only 18th yesterday, and Alonso Lopez, as I say, who has been in good form, good qualifying form, down and out in Q1, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not he's able to come through. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Kiko. Good afternoon to everyone watching. 2 of the top 8, as you mentioned, in the World Championship in this session. Those 2 being Vietti and Lopez. there's your confirmation on screen. Angel Piqueras, who worked hard to get back here from injury, but I guess a prudent long-term decision has been taken from Angel's point of view to sit him out for the rest of the weekend. He'll benefit from the time on the bike, but I think he'll also benefit from a good long rest. There he is in the back of the MSI box. He will be watching with us in this Q1 session. That, of course, leaves Ivan Artola to go it alone for MSI from here on.
Indeed it does. Great to see Angel Piqueras back. We all thought perhaps it's a bit early. I remember when we got confirmation that he's going to be here this weekend and on the bike that, well, maybe it's a few rounds too soon. I wonder if the decision was already made for him after his crash yesterday. Massive get-off on a direction change between 6 and 7, so his leg took a bit of a battering now. I saw him in the paddock yesterday. That left leg has lost a lot of muscle in comparison to his right leg, so Angel Piqueras, great to see you back after that massive shunt that he suffered. No fault of his own, of course, over in Kota, but we wish you well and wish you back out on track and qualifying trim very, very soon indeed. Celestino Vietti, well, not the dream weekend so far for him. Off the back of that podium, there was a mountain to climb in Q1 this afternoon.
Yeah, he was quick yesterday morning, but then, as you mentioned a moment ago, some technical problems on his Boscoscuro kept him in the pits at the worst possible moment on a Friday, and that was the last 10 minutes of practice, and had to just watch himself just get shuffled down the order, ultimately down to 18th place. Bit of a false position, it has to be said, for Vietti, given the potential he's shown. Of course, he will have had an awful lot of fun coming from deep in the pack. 16th on the grid in Mugello last weekend to second place. Don't think he'll find it quite as easy to slice his way through if he starts there this weekend. And Vietti knows full well the perils of qualifying poorly at Balaton Park. He qualified down in 23rd last year, and then he was skipped out of the first corner.
Yeah, he may as well have not bothered turning up. I think it was Darren Binder who almost didn't because of the traffic coming in to the track. 15 minutes counting down now. This is that horrible turn one for so many in a Moto2 MotoGP machine. It's so tight, it's a real old channel in towards that turn one as the Moto2 field head out and around this 4 kilometre long circuit. One rider who isn't is Angel Piqueras. El, what have you got?
Yeah, cheers guys. Down here with Angel. Angel, firstly, great to see you back in the paddock. Secondly, a shame to see you withdraw, but tell us how you're feeling, what's the injury felt like, and how good it was to be back on the bike this weekend.
Yeah, it was nice. Also, was difficult on the track because I don't ride in a natural way. So for me and also for the team, it's better to wait to try to recover as fast as possible and try it again in the next one. So yeah, step by step and one step closer.
How have the last 2 months been in general? I know it was a bad crash and not a good injury, so how difficult have the last 2 months been, and how fit do you think you can be for the Czech Grand Prix in a couple of weeks' time?
Well, it was very tough moment. We worked a lot with all my staff there at home, so yeah, I'm very thankful for all the people, and yeah, now try to work the same way to try to become stronger and try to be more strong for the next one.
Thank you, Angel. Great to see you back, and hope to see you back fitter in the Czech Republic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Angel. Cheers, Elliot. And yeah, great to hear from Angel Piqueras, as much as we would love to see him out there on track. Just while we were with that interview, as you would have seen on your screen, Adrian Huertas just running in deep at turn 5, and it's deep gravel round here. Hit the gravel, tipped over. So the rider who came from 26th on the grid last time out for points and P12 at Mugello has got a little bit of work to do here in Q1 because he couldn't get the bike started either. It's had to go to the service road. So far from ideal for the 2024 World Supersport champion.
Well, his recent qualifying record, the last 3, 27th, 26th, 26th, and he's not going to be too far away from that in this particular session either, unless he can get that bike restarted, which should be a fairly easy job. Very little damage done to that number 99 bike. Here's the 21 of Alonso Lopez, whose qualifying form as of late has been pretty strong. He's qualified 6th, 5th, 8th, 5th and 2nd in the last 5 Grand Prix. In fact, he's been on the front 3 rows in the last 6 going back to Brazil, round 2 of the championship. And he said on the eve of this weekend he expected this Balaton Park circuit to suit his style. So far, the evidence hasn't backed that prediction up.
Not quite yet, but 12 minutes on the clock still to go. And let's see if that story does change. This is Aaron Canet coming through. down towards turn 15 and 16 and 17. He's got another Bosco-Scuro ahead of him. At least he's got a fast one to try and latch onto and learn something, because this season really for Aaron Canet has just not gelled. He is not getting on well with that Bosco-Scuro. He's not happy, and the 44 is going to be looking to do some screen biting, at least to try and move through and give himself an opportunity when we get into Q2. First lap time set, 41.216 at the moment ahead for Alonso Lopez. It's Aaron Canet who's in second, Zonta van den Gurberg third, Celestino Vietti there in fourth place. So don't forget, it was this rider last year, Zonta van den Gurberg, who was a bit of a star qualifying actually. Came through for points, but started on the front row. So good stuff from Zonta in the dry here this year in Q1, up in third.
Regarding Canet, I'm sure it must be very easy as a rider so used to successful mechanics on a Bosco-Scuro to get into a little bit of a funk in your head and just get talked out of it. Just think, well, this isn't the bike I'm used to, this isn't working like I used to, it's not turning like the bike I'm used to, and almost talk yourself out of a good result. It sounds like Canet has sort of changed mentally, changed his mentality a bit into this weekend. Said he spent much of yesterday just focusing on his own riding, not getting caught up on how the Bosco-Scuro is behaving, just learning to live with it. And yes, he missed out on qualifying too, but only missed out by 1 place, 15 for Aaron Canet. So perhaps the first building blocks on the road to recovery are now being put in place.
Indeed, and Canet was quick in Catalonia, I seem to remember as well. So it's not all over yet for Aaron Canet, but we've seen so many times that that Bosco-Scuro is just a little bit tricky to get around. I'll tell you what, Luca Lanetta was digging the front end right in the middle of that chicane then. Very, very good save indeed. It definitely dug in a little bit more than he'd have liked. So Luca Lanetta, there's quite a lot of Bosco-Scuros in this session, I've got to say. Lanetta ahead of Vietti, and it's Canet. Onju is in here as well. So just keep an eye on the Bosco-Scuros. There's 4 of them out there. They'll all be looking to move through, but Vietti at the moment 41 flat, so that puts him up into P1, and he tows Canet around as well. Canet, with that reference, as I said, goes up into second place. So it's a Bosco-Scuro 1-2 in Q1 here in Moto2.
It's Luca Bosco-Scuro watches on from the pit wall. 41.0 for Vietti. He did a 40.5. In free practice 2 this morning. Don't expect lap times quite as fast as we saw earlier on in FP2 in cooler conditions. The evidence of Moto3 earlier on is that the increase in temperatures has had a little bit of an effect by a couple of tenths or so on the overall lap time. So a low 41 for Vietti is a pretty solid effort at this stage of the session.
Indeed it is. The other thing with rising track temperatures is everything gets a bit greasier. We've seen already a couple of strange crashes in Moto3 Qualifying 2. Jesus Rios and David Munoz. So the Moto2 guys would have been out there, they would have been watching that anyway, they've been watching like hawks to just make sure that they've got the most up-to-date track conditions, and it's definitely an evolving track here at Balaton Park, and by that I don't mean it's just evolving, every track evolves. I mean that there's a couple of pinch points that weren't previously there that these guys are going to have to be very, very careful about indeed. We're having a look at Ayumi Sasaki go straight on. He's taken the what was the original intended racetrack layout, but unfortunately we have to have a big chicane put in at turn 12. So out goes Sasaki, moves on. He's in 8th place at the moment, but he will rejoin, and he will have some fast riders to try and latch onto. I'll tell you what, Lewis, Furusato here, this is encouraging for Taya Furusato. Hasn't gelled with Moto2 thus far in 2026. Comes to the line. Does he move up from that 6th place? He doesn't, but he does improve his time. He's only 3 tenths off.
Yeah, only a 10th off the top 4 in a place in Q2. His clear area that he needs to improve upon in his Moto2 rookie season is on a soft tyre in qualifying. He's not made qualifying 2 yet in his short Moto2 career so far. Just one of the names to draw your attention to on the timing tower. Of course, we have seen him in the last couple of Grand Prix. He's in 10th place at the moment, Xabi Zurutuza at the forward team, or the Clint factory team, to give them their correct title. He has been a temporary substitute for Jorge Navarro. The team have in the last week or so parted company with Jorge Navarro, a mutual parting of the way. So Zurutuza is now the permanent second rider alongside Alex Esrich.
Yeah, Jorge Navarro moving along, moving out to allow Xabi Zurutuza to move in. Let's be honest, it wasn't really working out, was it, for Jorge Navarro and the Clint factory team, and Alex Esrich is showing exactly where that bike can be. So it's not working for Navarro. Throw Xabi Zurutuza on it, and let's see what the Spaniard can do. He's down there in 10th place at the moment, as we have a lovely slow-mo look at Celestino Vietti. This is over at turn 2. I've got to say, updating the colour scheme once again. Just caught me a little bit by surprise for a second week in a row. I was thinking, Aspar have a few new sponsors, but it isn't, of course. It is the Speed RS team, the Boscoscuro outfit, with their very, very clever marketing of appeal to a different audience each week. So a different look, but still Vietti fast.
He was certainly feeling blue yesterday, was Celestino Vietti. He was going a little bit faster than that on the screen when we last saw him on circuit. I'm sure he'll run again in this session. A 41.0 is sort of 3/10 clear of his teammate Lanetta in 5th, but certainly not a lap time that you'd feel comfortable of sitting in the box and just saving a tyre. Of course, we have seen so many red flags in Grand Prix in Moto2 this season, so generally if you come to Q1 and use an extra tyre, you're at a disadvantage in that kind of scenario, but Vietti is in no position at the moment to take any liberties and take risks with his position. Of course, having qualified so poorly in Mugello, he knows this session so crucial to his prospects of challenging Manny Gonzalez and closing in that points advantage.
We've already heard from a lot of people across the course of today that the front 2 rows is where you need to be. Moto2, it's even more imperative. These bigger bikes, they have got to have a bit of space moving down towards turn 1, so we'll have to wait and see how everyone rolls out. That's the 22 of Jacob Ralston. I know we've been accustomed to him using that number 12 in the past few years in Moto3, but that is occupied by fast Philip Salac. I'm glad to report he's very, very much in form, Mr. Czech. That's good, because a couple of weeks we're going home for him. So Philip Salac has number 12, 22 for Jacob Ralston, who, as we said at the start of this, is in place for Mario Aggi. No real expectation for Ralston, just great to have him back, and great for Australia to have someone else to cheer about in Moto2, along with Senna Aegis, of course.
Well, this is the 300th Moto2 Grand Prix event this weekend, and the record for most pole positions in Moto2 belongs to a rider who did sport the number 22. That is Sam Lowes, who took 20 pole positions in his Moto2 career. Ralston, though, very different expectations, as you say. Just getting laps on the bike is really what he's after, having ridden the Boscoscuro in the European Championship, brand new to a Kalex.
Brand new to a Kalex, and a lot of riders, even though the Kalex is perhaps the more favoured machine, do take a little bit of time to warm up to the Kalex if they are only accustomed to Boscoscuro. Likewise, going the other way, Kalex to Boscoscuro. You just need to ask Dennis Onju and Aaron Canet on your screens right now about that one. But the final 5 minutes end of Q1 has lit up. Aaron Canet is leading out Celestino Vietti, then it's Dennis Onju just behind them, as we have a look at Adrian Huertas in the box and hoping to be able to get out within the next 4 minutes or so. He needs to be getting out in the next 2 minutes if he's really wanting to set a fast lap time, but that is a costly turn 5 crash. Like I said, he qualified in 26th and came through the points last time out in Mugello. Good luck doing 26th to the top 15 this weekend around here. Very, very different.
Yeah, he said he found something on the Sunday in Mugello to really improve his performance, which was reflected in the results. And of course, this is the venue where he took his best both qualifying and race result in his rookie Moto2 season last year. Huertas at the moment under massive pressure to get anywhere near that here this weekend. Here's Lopez then, starting a crucial lap for Lopez as he tries to defend a place in the top 4.
Lopez, who has really been a big improver in qualifying this year since he's been able to jump on to that Kalex. I'll give you a readout of where he's been since Goiânia. 7th, 2nd, 5th, 8th, 5th and 6th last time out. And I tell you what, right on cue, he's just under 4/10 under what Celestino Vietti's been able to do. So I think we're going to need to be in the 140s here, Lewis, if you're going to stand a real confirmed chance of moving through, because Alonso Lopez has lit up the opening sector. He's in the second one now. Let's just take him through to see exactly how the number 21 is getting on. He's still 3/10 under.
I don't know what the collective noun is for a bunch of Boscoscuros. Maybe that is the collective noun, but they're all together on the racetrack in this session. You saw the 4 of them there. Lanetta and Vietti for Speed RS, Onchu and Canet for Elfmark VDS, all together on the racetrack. Has Luca gone down to Mark VDS and said, can we all work together, lads? We can lock out the top 4 in this session.
Well, if there was only 2 Boscoscuros, in Spanish it would be Doscoscuro, I suppose, wouldn't it be? So someone write in, please, to help us out for what it is, 3 or more. before Alonso Lopez comes down into the final chicane, right and left on the power, out towards the curbs, barely picking the bike up in Moto2 between 16 and 17, squirting it up the straight now to the line. The number 21, surely he's going to go P1, and he does by 0.3 of a second at 140.763. Alonso Lopez has thrown down the hammer.
Well, that's why it's right for Vietti to be out there, but he's not improving at the moment. Van den Gorberg certainly is. Vietti could be down to third in a moment, as Ayumu Sasaki on the other RW bike goes seventh, and Van den Gorberg does indeed take second place. He's into the 140s, and suddenly Celestino Vietti's place in Q2 is looking a little precarious.
We said that 140s would be where it needs to be at. That's a great lap from Zonta Van den Gorberg as well, within a 1/10 of a second of Alonso Lopez. Dennis Onchu just gets it all wrong down in towards turn 15 and 16. So Dennis Onchu is having a real mare here. He's down in 8th place in the session. So at the moment, where's that going to leave him on the grid? That's down on row 8. So disaster for the Turk. Lanetta across the line, no improvement this time around. He's on his final flying lap, and he's going to have to make it count. 5th at the moment for the Italian rookie.
Yeah, Lanetta's got to find a 1/4 of a second. This will be his final attempt of the session. Van den Gorberg's not resting on his laurels either. He's had a very good first sector. He's also improving. Joe Roberts, boy, does he need to improve at the moment, down in 11th place. He's also in touch for a potential Q2 spot with the first sector.
Worth noting that Luca Lanetta didn't even race here last year, so he's down on track time a lot. He was out injured in Moto3 last season, so he's taken to Balaton Park for the first time in Moto2. I tell you what, that looked like Celestino Vietti got that all wrong down in towards turn 5 and 6. He looked like he'd gone in very, very deep. So Celestino Vietti at the moment is okay in P3, but don't think this lap time is going to be anything to write home about. Coming through the final chicane, this is Sergio Garcia, who's got Xavi Zuratouza crawling all over him. We're looking at Zuratouza, he's going to get another lap in, but really this is nothing to write home about. Garcia coming to the line, he's lost a load of time. Zuratouza improves his time and goes 9th for Rosato, bumps himself up to 5th, but no changes, no threats for the top 4. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag is out. Joe Roberts hasn't taken it. He's got another lap in him, and he's going to need it. Last flying lap, he's only 8th.
Yeah, needs to find a 1/3 of a second.
And I tell you what, bringing out the yellow flags won't be too bad for him either. Celestino Vietti looked like he was all over the place on that lap, I've got to say. I'm sure he made a mess of turn 5. He made a bigger mess at turn 12. Lanetta coming to the line, takes the checkered flag. It's 6th for him. Canetta's taken the line, 4th for him. And Onchu's had his lap cancelled. So, Dennis Onchu. Wow, that is so far down the grid. That's around, what, 25th I make that, 24th. So
23rd on the grid
23rd.
for Dennis Onchu. I say it's not going to be as costly for Celestino Vietti. That's on the proviso that he gets it back and gets it fixed for qualifying too, otherwise it will cost him a lot of places on the grid. Into the chicane of turn 12, up ahead of Luca Lanetta. As you can see, he's currently not the first rider to take that journey already this weekend, and he leaves the Boscoscuro upside down in the gravel trap.
I love that. I love that. He pushes it over.
Can't ride
as well.
it that way up, Cello.
No, I tell you what, he can't. It's Celestino Vietti just arrives on the scene and gives it a good punt for good measure as well. So Vietti at the moment is there in 3rd place, but clearly not happy is the young Italian. Coming through then, we're looking at Sergio Garcia. 11th place for him. He's just ahead of Taio Furusato, and there is not going to be a great deal of improvement from either of these two riders. It is 11th and 5th in the session for the both of them. Coming to the line behind Zuratouza, Jacob Wilson has now taken a checkered flag. Ayumu Sasaki is half a second off, improves his time but stays 5th. So that is all she wrote. Lopez, Zonta Van den Gorberg, Celestino Vietti despite a crash, and Aaron Canet moving through to join the 14 fastest from Friday practice. And tell you what, that is a big shame for this rider here, because Adrian Huertas
didn't get round in time,
and big costly error on his outlap as well.
So his recent pattern does continue. 27th, 26th, 26th, 27th on the grid for Huertas in the last 4 Grand Prix. That's also an equal career best for Furusato, by the way. 6th in that session, 20th on the grid, just bumped down from 5th to 6th by his compatriot Sasaki.
As we get a load of practice starts on the exit of turn 4. We did say that 140.763 for Alonso Lopez was a good lap. It was, because only Zonta Van den Gorberg was anywhere near it. Celestino Vietti 3/10 off it. Aaron Canet more than 3.5 tenths away from it. So Lopez and Zonta Van den Gorberg, whatever they're doing, it worked out well for them. Literally less than a 1/10 of a second between both of them.
2 Calixes and 2 Boscoscuros then move through to qualifying 2. Canet getting his work done fairly early, and Celestino Vietti has brought that bike back, and the Speed RS team, they're going to have to certainly be speedy in the next 10 minutes or so to give Vietti a fighting chance in Q2.
Yeah, he's really probably not helped the cause at all there. Thankfully it was small. It's just more so what has that bike ingested, because it did take a little bit of a tumble and ingest a load of rocks, so hopefully they get that emptied pretty quickly. Whereas for Alonso Lopez, well, he looks like he's barely broken a sweat, Lewis. That looked like pretty easy, a formality in P1 and Q1.
Yeah, did a 140.3 this morning in free practice 2 in a cooler and probably more favourable conditions for fast lap times. All it required was a 40.7 on this occasion for Lopez, through to qualifying 2 for Zonta van den Gorberg in second place. That is now back-to-back advancements through qualifying 1 into Q2. Made his way up to 14th on the grid in Mugello. How far can he get up this time? We know he has form, as you mentioned, around this circuit.
Just looking at Joe Roberts down in 10th on the grid, I reckon that is the 3rd time this year he's been outside the top 20 on the grid, which sounds remarkable for someone who has had a top 6 qualifying in the same season and has won a race within the last 365 days. Joe Roberts' form is about as up and down as form can get.
Yeah, not a circuit that really suits Joe Roberts' style. He'll already be, I think, looking ahead to Brno in a couple of weeks' time, the scene of his victory, of course, 1 year ago. Alonso Lopez, though, tops Q1. And he advances into the battle for pole position. Zonta van den Gorberg, Celestino Vietti and Aaron Canet join him. Vietti doing so despite a crash, who's left his bike upside down in the gravel trap. Furasato, Saki and Furasato, the compatriots, 5th and 6th. That equals Furasato's career best in Moto2. Lynetta 7th, ahead of Joe Roberts and Denis Unchu. Zunatu's a 10th. Miserable session for Sergio Garcia in 11th. And Jacob Ralston 12th, a 1:43.0 for the Aussie. So it's Lopez, the 21, tops Q1, and will battle for pole position in just a moment. Q2 in Moto2 up next.
Here we go then, this is it, push has come to shove. The pole battle at Balaton in Moto2 is about to kick off. Welcome live trackside, lakeside here in Hungary. Round 8 of Moto2 World Championship action coming from Central Europe. And we're here at the Balaton Park circuit. Myself, Kiko Giles, Lewis Sotheby right next to me, Elliot York down in pit lane. We're going to be bringing you the action as the fans flock in for what is now an hour countdown until we go green for the MotoGP Tissot Sprint. Q2 consists of Manu Gonzalez, David Alonso and Philip Salac, as well as Danny Munoz, Alberto Fernandez, Colin Vire, Alex Escridge, Danny Holgado, Senna Regis, Ivan Ortola, Ethan Guevara, Tony Arbolino, Barry Baltus, and for the first time directly in 2026, Jose Antonio Rueda. They are joined by, following from Q1 that we've just seen, Alonso Lopez, Zonta van den Gorberg, Celestino Vietti, who craft blades on, and Aaron Canet, who moves through on the Elfmark VDS Racing Team Boscoscuro. Well, this is it, pole position shootout, and the form guide says no one is going to topple Manuel Gonzalez. He has been fast, very, very fast. P1 in FP1, P1 in practice yesterday, P1 in FP2. Can he make it P1 in qualifying, Lewis? I'm not betting against him. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Kiko. Good afternoon to everyone watching. It's going to take something quite special, I'd say, for Manu Gonzalez to be denied back-to-back pole positions, because he has been so strong, unbeaten so far this weekend. The likeliest challenger to him so far in this weekend has been David Alonso, but Gonzalez a 1:39.9 this morning in free practice to comfortably a new all-time lap record, the rider to beat.
The only one in the 39s this morning. Manu Gonzalez is in a class of his own. We'll pick him up in a little bit, because I'm sure we're going to be talking about him for a good amount of time over the next 15 minutes or so. Let's head down to pit lane. El, what have you got?
Yeah, I'm just camped outside Celestino Vietti's box down here at Speed RS. Just to give you an update, of course, he crashed at the end of qualifying. It's a good job he's had these sort of 10 minutes to get the bike fixed as well. There's currently no fairings on the bike on the front and the sides and the left-hand side of the handlebar. All of that assembly has to be readjusted. They're just fixing things on the right-hand side of the handlebar as well. So a bit of a big fix for the mechanics down here. I don't think there's any danger in Vietti getting out in this session at all. Whether he gets out in the opening sort of 5 minutes remains to be seen. They're doing well down here, but there's a bit of a rush on to get the bike fixed.
Cheers for that, Al. Yeah, Celestino Vietti sneaking on through into Q2, but giving his team a load of unwanted work, it's got to be said. The fans have come in here at Balaton Park. They are on the front straight, ready to welcome these guys out to do battle for pole position. David Alonso, welcome back on a Friday, it's got to be said, because at last he's been doing something that we knew he was capable of and turning up inside the top 3 yesterday. The 2024 Moto3 World Champion, of course, here last year, was a Moto2 Grand Prix winner for the first time for him and for Colombia.
Yeah, of course, it must have been a major blow to the confidence for Alonso, how poorly his Sunday went 6 days ago in Mugello. Just plummeted down the order from around about 2 or 3 laps into the race. He had massive rear sliding. Has appeared much more confident from the get-go here this weekend. He said yesterday, said to you, didn't he, that there's no guarantee that just because he was strong last year that he's going to be super strong again this year. But so far, those happy memories have led to another strong weekend for Alonso. But this is the crucial session where he has to deliver.
18th last time out in Mugello, his worst results of the season, his worst result since he was in that exact same position in Valencia last season. So David Alonso's got a little bit of work to do in 2026. Many fans' favourites for 2026 title success, yet to have a podium. So keep an eye on David Alonso as we move through the rest of this session. Hasn't had a front row, of course, since round 2. That was back in Brazil when he was on South American soil, of course. He was second then.
The hard work goes on then, as El's been outlining, for Celestino Vietti to get him into the action. Of course, 2 of the top 3 in the World Championship on board Boscoscoros, and they've now both had their dramas through this weekend. Vietti, a technical problem yesterday, and then a crash in qualifying 1. And as we saw on screens a moment ago, Ethan Guevara, second in the World Championship, was also part of this qualifying 2 session. That's despite further front brake issues on his Boscoscoros. Second weekend in a row, he's been saying that.
Tell you what, that looks like a bit of a rush on down there in the number 13 side of the Speed RS camp. As it says on that bike, I'm sure it can only get better. Q2 is about to go green, and Moto2 here at the Hungarian GP. Who's going to take pole position? Green lights on at the end of pit lane as we jump on board with Manu Gonzalez, who I think is just being told, let them all go. You don't need to be showing them anything. You don't need the tow, particularly around here. It's a very tight, twisty and compact Balaton Park. Manu Gonzalez and teammate Senna Aegis look like they're going to go out together, maybe not. And it is Senna Aegis who is the first one out. There's Philip Salac, number 12 on the OnlyFans American Racing Team outfit. Good job, it's got to be said, from Philip Salac this weekend. Now Manu Gonzalez goes out, and it looks like Ethan Guevara was just holding station there in pit lane, and indeed they are. The title rivals, top 2 overall, now going head-to-head for pole, and literally on track position 2.
Yeah, Manu is saying, after you, Ethan. Manu Gonzalez strikes me as the kind of character where if the team tell him that someone's following him, Manu Gonzalez will just say, I'd love to see them try, because he is just so good over 1 lap. Pole position a week ago in Mugello, and absolutely dominated the Italian Grand Prix. A real point proven by Manu Gonzalez to win in that fashion. Ethan Guevara needs to try and halt his momentum to keep himself firmly in the title chase.
I must say, there's dawdling from Manu Gonzalez, and then there's going at a pace that maybe I could even get out and run quicker. So do you think Manu Gonzalez is sandbagging a little bit here? And Ethan Guevara, both of them taking their time around this Balaton Park circuit. They're going to have to be a little bit careful, because the riders out there who went out before them will be coming around to catch them soon, but I think they're out of harm's way at the moment. Word up from Al in pit lane is that Celestino Vietti is going out onto the track, and you can see that now. The number 13 bike is all prepared, it's all ready, and he is now out onto the track. They look like used tyres to me as well. It's tight anyway, it's well, so Celestino Vietti not running the risk of leaving himself short come Sunday, should there be a red flag like we have seen so many times in Moto2.
And of course, having used an extra tyre in qualifying 1 as well, and didn't leave them in particularly good state, did he? At the end of the session, yellow flags have already come out. At the first corner. It will be somewhere near Celestino Vietti. It's Ivan Tola who's gone down. He's made a complete mess of his MSI car. As you can see, the fairing off the side, and Ortola won't be remounting that.
Yeah, MSI or just MS, mess. That is down at turn 1. That looks like he's lost that very, very early, I've got to say, because that bike has taken a bit of a flyer. There is a little bit of runoff in the gravel trap down there at turn 1 before the gravel does start. But, yeah, far from ideal for Ivan Ortola. Let's just pick these two up. Look at them playing games already.
Yeah.
Gonzalez cutting the chicane and trying to square off the corner, blasting up the straight. And he is going to try and tow, well, he's not going to try and tow around, but he is going to tow around Ethan Guevara.
Ethan's going to try and keep up, I think is the word.
Let's see how this one all ends up, because at the moment, Manu Gonzalez, no one's seen which way he's gone this weekend. Ethan Guevara is about to have a good look. Oh, no, he's not, because it looked like Gonzalez was rolling out of it. Guevara is going to have to do it on his own. As those two play cat and mouse, we can pick up Danny Munoz, who is about to set his first flying lap, working his way down towards turns 15, 16 and 17. And number 17 is through the complex. Let's see what his opening gambit's going to be.
I wonder if that's a sign of the relative lack of confidence of Guevara, that he wants to follow Manu Gonzalez, not only his strategy in qualifying sessions. A 40.7 was the best we saw in qualifying 1. Munoz first to register a lap time, it's in the mid-41s. Alonso straight down to a 41.1. That was for his first effort of qualifying 2. That's not a bad starter for the number 80. Alonso, having taken a pole and had it ripped away from him, he's looking to try and reclaim a first Moto2 pole today.
Indeed he is. 41.1, good opener, but we're going to have to go a little bit quicker, I think, if you can secure yourself a front row grid slot, because I know Manu Gonzalez was in the 39s and he is the only rider in the 39s at the moment, and we are expecting the pace to be a little bit slower because of the heat here at Balaton Park, but 41.1 as well. It's not quite as quick as what we saw in Q1, so just have to wait and see. I tell you what, Zotte van den Gerber is going like the clappers here, because he's coming through turn 17. This could put the Dutchman in P1. Let's see what the 84 has got. It does put him P1 on 140.947. That'll do for the number 84. Great opening banker.
4 front row starts, but none of them have been pole for Zotte van den Gerber, because one of those was here a year ago. We continue to follow the top 2 in the World Championship, who are having a different qualifying session to the rest of them at the moment, as Guevara's clearly run off track, there you can see, because he's exceeded limits and had the lap time cancelled. He's now dropped back in behind Manu Gonzalez again.
I think Gonzalez has given up trying to get rid of him, and it looks like Gonzalez is going to go for broke now to try and get himself further up the order. He was 3.5 seconds off, but because he's the 9th rider to set a valid lap time, he's 9th on the grid provisionally with 10 minutes left on the clock. That means that there are 9 riders out there who are yet to set a lap time. David Alonso at the moment on course to go up into provisional P1. He's coming through turn 17 now up the straight. David Alonso is a tenth and a bit more under what Zonta was able to do, and goes into a 140.698. That's the fastest time in qualifying trim today that we have seen. So good stuff from Alonso. A Scridge follows him through for P2, but Manu Gonzalez is a couple of tenths under even that at the halfway point.
Yeah, and he's towing Guevara along. There's 100th between them at the halfway point. Here comes Cedar Regis, who will not be taking pole position because he's clearly shortcutted on his way. He's Salaches though, because he was a 140.618. Via onto a 40.52, so some surprises. It's been sprung here via a 140.570 from Salach, for the top 2 in the World Championship are now closing it.
Let's have a look and see what Manu Gonzalez is doing in this final sector. Ethan Guevara's trying to hold on to his shirt tails, and he's doing a great job so far, and Guevara's been very intelligent here. He's given himself a bit of building room. He can take his own lines. He's not tripping up over Gonzalez. Gonzalez looks like he's going to go provisional P1 if he holds it all together, but it's not going to be for very long. Let's see what he does. A 40.5 to beat for Gonzalez. He does it, and Guevara doesn't do it. Loses time in that 4th and final sector. Manu Gonzalez, dynamite in the final sector. 140.341. Ha! That's the gauntlet laid down, and he says to Guevara, go on then, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough.
Well, interesting, looking at practice yesterday, Gonzalez was the fastest rider in that full sector by a full 10th of a second, and this is a final sector that's only 18 seconds long, so clearly Gonzalez has a clear advantage over the field through there. Guevara did his level best to try and go with him, but Gonzalez did ultimately, finally, shake the 28 off.
And look at this from Philip Salach. He is in a rich vein of qualifying form, it's got to be said. 2 front rows in the last 3 Grand Prix. Philip Salach is definitely getting some bums on seats for his home GP in a couple of weeks at the Czech GP at Brno. Coming through, Holgado, nothing really to write home about there. 5th for him. Salach looked like he was in a little bit deep perhaps, but Let's see what he's got as he comes through turn 17. Big Phil is coming to the line. What's he got? P1? Oh, of course he has. 40.304 as well. Good going from the number 12.
Yeah, Philip Salac absolutely flying in the best form, I think, of his Moto2 career so far. He feels he's in his peak at the moment, a feeling that he hasn't really had before, and perfectly timed, as you say, with the Czech Grand Prix coming up. Salac at the moment chasing a first pole position since the season opener in Portimao back in 2023.
It's been a long, long time. More than 3 years ago, Philip Salac's last pole position. I was chatting to him yesterday, and he was in a very joking mood. He must be the only rider who's ever said, "I hope to see you tomorrow." To me, anyway. Perhaps to you, Lewis, but absolutely no one says it to me. And at the moment, Philip Salac is doing a great job up inside the top 3, up at the very, very front of the Moto2 grid. This would be a real turn-up if he's able to beat Gonzalez to pole here.
Yeah, upstaging the top 2 in the World Championship that are now second and third. It's Via, Holgado, Alonso, your second row of the grid. Alonso improved on that low 41, got himself into the 140s, as we saw, 40.6 for him in 6th. Then it's Baltus, Van den Goorberg and Estridge, your third row. Lopez, Canet and Munoz, your fourth row from Rueda, Arbolino, Ferrandez, and understandably on old tyres, a rather circumspect Celestino Vietti in 16th on his first run.
Aegis and Ortola yet to set a lap time. Aegis because he exceeded track limits. Well, Ortola also did, but in the shape of a crash down at turn 1. So, well, the calm before the Moto2 pole storm then, as riders come in and others go out, differing strategies down there. I think, who was that rolling down? That was looked like Barry Baltus down there for the Reds Fantic Racing Team. Indeed it was. Senna Aegis now goes out with 6 minutes on the clock. Got to say, if Aegis can get around here, you'll get not only hopefully a little bit of track time and a little bit of clear track for himself at the start of his next flying lap, but he may even encounter someone to follow on to. So this isn't all bad for Senna Aegis, who does need a lap time, but he's more than capable this weekend of getting one. This is one of Senna's better weekends of the year.
And like Luca Lanetta, who we discussed in qualifying 1, this is also Senna Aegis' first time here at Balaton Park. He, of course, got injured in Austria last year, which was the race before Hungary, of course, when he was collected in that first chicane incident. So Aegis learning on the job, and at the moment he's going to have to do some overtaking tomorrow afternoon, middle of the 6th row as it stands, alongside one of Manu Gonzalez's title rivals, Celestino Vietti, and they've caught the Blue Crew Pramac team perhaps a little bit napping, because Gonzalez has gone for it and left Ethan Guevara to do his second run all on his own.
And I think now we're going to really see what Manu Gonzalez has got. Now he hasn't got to be messing around thinking about anyone else. He can focus solely on getting that fast lap time in, as we have a look at Ivan Ortola, who unfortunately has given his team a little bit of work to do. I'm going to get a replay of exactly what happened. I imagine this is going to be a rather quick get-off by turn 1 standards. Oh, yes, it's it. Oh, dearie me. He was out the front door, he was out the back door, and then he smashed the number 4 to pieces. So even Ortola, that was an incredibly strange crash. It's almost like it threw him over the top. He landed on it and landed at the back. A bit of the right hand got twisting the throttle, and then it just launched him. Yeah, very strange.
That Calyx looked like a raging bull, didn't it, at one point, as Ortola was trying to wrestle it back under control, and it was a battle that, unsurprisingly, Ivan Ortola lost. So he's going to start on the 6th row of the grid. Disappointment for Ortola, given how well he went last time out in Mugello, until he ran out of petrol in the latter stages. Ethan Guevara has not got anyone to follow in this Q2 session. The last to leave the pit lane, had to say he would have signed for a front row start the way his weekend has been going so far.
Absolutely, this has not been one where Ethan Guevara has looked like a consistent and constant challenger to Manu Gonzalez, but we'll just have to wait and see exactly what Guevara's got and exactly what everyone else has got, because at the moment, yeah, he's there in P3 right now, but let's just hold the horses a minute for 3.5 minutes to see exactly what the likes of Colin Vire, who's back with us this weekend, back with us at the very front at least. Danny Holgado, David Alonso's been inside the top 2 right the way through this weekend thus far. Alex Escridge can always pull out a front row lap time as well. He's there in 9th. It's very, very tight. Less than a second, covering 15 riders at the moment, and Vietti is not one of them. Neither's this rider. Senna just working his way through this third sector. Looking very good so far.
Coming together nicely, isn't it, this lap for the number 81. This third sector, perhaps the easiest to lose time in. He's lost a little bit to Philip Salac, but AGS looking to go from the bottom of the Q2 leaderboard all the way to the top of it if you can negotiate these final two left-handers.
Turn 17 is the only thing standing between Aegis and provisional pole. Less than 3 minutes on the clock, running out to the edge of the curb but not on the green. Senna Aegis second, 11 thousandths of a second behind Philip Salac, your number 12, who is still in P1 at the moment. That's a great lap time up against it as well for Senna Aegis, the Australian middle of that front row. Alonso goes 5th. Danny Munoz on your screen goes 7th at the head of the third row. So there's still time left in this track yet. I just worry for anyone leaving it very late, because we have had yellow flags at the end of qualifying session so far this weekend.
Gonzalez has made a mistake in the second sector somewhere, so he's not improving on this lap. He's done a personal best in the first sector, but it's clearly, I'd assume, he's overshot turn 5 on this lap as Manu Gonzalez, so he won't be improving at the moment on third place. Alonso Lopez might well be improving. He moves up into 5th place between Guevara and Alonso.
And that really keeps up a very, very solid top 10 qualifying run that was started in Brazil for Alonso Lopez. So via Q1, he's got a bit more track knowledge and recent condition knowledge perhaps, and he's out there up in the top 5 at the moment. So the number 21 on the Italjet Gresini Moto2 Kalex is flying as we await someone to race on through. But not this time. This is Senna Aegis, this is the third sector, and this lap time has gone away from him. Zonta van den Gerberg just getting out of the way there. Tell you what, Zonta van den Gerberg could do worse than follow Senna Aegis around here.
Two riders to watch here are Escridge and Alonso, both right in touch at the halfway stage, and they're together on the racetrack. We're now keeping an eye on the pair of them on your screens. They're coming up towards the end of the third sector, so they'll be approaching turn 14 now. Salac's pole time is coming under some serious threat.
And it is by Ethan Guevara, who is 18 thousandths under at the second checkpoint. We get the graphic on our screen now. Oh, Alonso got all wide there at turn 15, and that might well have scuppered Escridge as well. Escridge is on course for a front row here. If he can hold it all together, let's wait and see. Alonso's going to lose a load of time. Indeed he does. Escridge goes to the middle of that second row. Look at Guevara. This is majestic from Guevara, who has not had pace like this all weekend. He's definitely biting the screen. He's in this fourth sector now, coming through. Ethan Guevara charging to the line. He's currently fourth. He's looking at pole and moves up into provisional pole with 30 seconds left on the clock. A 1:40.280 for the number 28. And Gino Borsoi is absolutely delighted with that one.
Trying to follow Manu Gonzalez, you were clearly doing it all wrong. Ethan Guevara did it all on his own, and he's fast enough all on his own. So the Boscascuro onto pole position, and the Intact team are fighting back, but it's not through Manu Gonzalez, it's through Senna Aegis. Gonzalez is on a poor lap again. He's not going to be on the front row of the grid here, Kiko.
This is a big letdown for Manu Gonzalez at qualifying level. I've got to say, I had Gonzalez nailed on for pole, but we know how unpredictable Moto2 is. He's going to take the checkered flag as well. So Gonzalez is fourth at very, very best. And he is fuming. He knows that was a huge missed opportunity. Senna Aegis' lap has just slightly gone awry in that second sector. Oh, it's gone awry quite a lot because he was out wide in the middle of that chicane at turns 12, 13 and 14, and he's 3/10 off. Guevara is on a very fast lap time here. Holgado's on a personal best. David Alonso's on a personal best halfway round. So we're going to have to wait and see if there's any changes. Shame for Guevara. His lap time was going to improve him, but he's not going to be able to do so this time around. Lap time cancelled for shortcutting.
Alonso's improving, but 2/10 off is a lifetime, and he's nearly lost the front as Kiko nearly high sides off his chair in the commentary box there.
He lost it twice. He lost it twice.
Alonso then does not improve upon that. Second row for Gonzalez, third row for David Alonso, a 1:41.2, and very nearly a trip to the medical centre as a result of that near high side through the final corner. Surprise for him. Holgado does go onto the second row though on the other of the Aspar machines on a 1:40.470, and Via takes 7th. So David Alonso relegated with that error down to 9th place.
Tell you what, Lewis, amongst all of that screaming and shouting at the final,
did not expect that repeat pole sitter here to be Ethan Guevara on a weekend which started In 2026, weren't we? 7 out of 7 in the first 7 Grand Prix. Have to say, did not expect that repeat pole sitter here to be Ethan Guevara on a weekend which started with a crash on his first outlap on free practice 1 yesterday morning.
Qualifying, he just needs to really perform on race days after that first podium of the season is Filip Salac, but gives himself a great opportunity again and gets the job done very quietly, going about his own business. Filip Salac, check rider there in second, and Senna Age as well. I didn't have that Dynavolt intact machine on the front row in place of Manu Gonzalez. That is a great stonking lap from Senna.
I have to say, another rider will be disappointed. Celestino Vietti, of course, for this crash in qualifying 1, did get through, but only 12th on the grid for Celestino Vietti. What a turnaround in 24 hours, though, for Ethan Guevara. Alex De Angelis is talking to El.
He is. Alex, what a weekend it's been for Ethan after the technical troubles from yesterday. How is he doing today? I mean, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, because till yesterday we had a very big problem with the brake. We couldn't find really the situation good for him because we didn't have the good feeling on the brake. In fact, at the beginning of the session, he was waiting for Manu to follow him, to take the grip, to take the feeling, sorry, and in the end he was able to do it by himself. So it means that we are really okay now.
He's struggled in qualifying so far this season, so to put it on pole after a difficult weekend must be so much confidence gained for the race tomorrow.
Yes, we lost some point in Barcelona in Mugello, so tomorrow for us is really, really important. We need to try to keep the situation. I mean, the season is very, very long, so don't worry, be happy. I mean, no, this is the meaning, but at least now we are really, really fast, and he's doing again to do it by himself. That's the point.
You could be happy today, Alex. Good luck for tomorrow as well.
We are.
Thank you very much, Alex De Angelis and Elliot York. Elliot's now going to have to get his running shoes on to get up to Parc Ferme in time. We saw a replay there of Manu Gonzalez not happy as he took up his practice start slot. This is David Alonso. Watch this. Front goes there, and oh, he does so well to keep that on the island. And Alex Escridge, that was about our reaction up here in comms. Alex Escridge definitely was, and probably even louder than they were down there. But Alex Escridge, front row seat for that as well. He must have been thinking, where's this going to end up?
And the upshot of all of it, as I say, is 9th place for David Alonso. Now, he came from 11th at the end of the first lap last year to win the Hungarian Grand Prix, so perhaps this might not seem like such a steep hill for him to climb tomorrow, but the form he's shown so far in this weekend, surely David will be disappointed with that.
Just over a quarter of a second off as well, Lewis. You've got to think that that cost him a tenth and a half, and it's only a tenth. It's less than a tenth, covering your top 4. So you do the maths, but it was going to
row on the grid.
It was going to be up on the second row, at the very least, potentially even a front row for David Alonso. But the Colombian will go again tomorrow. Let's celebrate down there in Parc Ferme. Ethan Guevara, what a turnaround in form it's been this weekend for him. He was definitely all at sea yesterday. He was the first crasher yesterday, I believe, in Moto2 FP1.
On his outlap.
Yeah, on his outlap. He didn't even complete a time lap straight out the crate. Then he was shaking his head. He was all at sea. Now he's on pole position for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Great job from the 28, who really has surprised all of us, because you could see even with his confidence in that session that he wasn't convinced he could do the lap on his own. That's why he wanted to wait and go out with Manu Gonzalez, and in the end he's a whole row ahead of the number 18.
A priceless pole position at a circuit like this where it's so difficult to overtake. And remember Ethan Guevara when he took the whole shot in Valencia at the end of last season, another difficult circuit to overtake. Danny Holgado spent the whole race trying to pass Ethan Guevara and could not pass him, so we know he can fight a rearguard action if he has to in Moto2. Not an easy rider to pass at all.
Filip Salac then gets all the pictures done. P2, a third front row in the last 4 Grand Prix. Oh, right on cue, look. The third front row in the last 4 Grand Prix for the Czech, and he goes home next. He'll be looking for a first pole in 3 years, as you said earlier, Lewis. The last pole was Portimao 2023, the season opener. And just a word on Senna Aegis, if we can as well. Great job there in third place for the Australian. Looking at his form so far in 2026, I make that his first front row since pole in Buriram. Talking of which, pole position at Balaton, Ethan Guevara. What a lap!
Ethan, from a crash on your very first lap of the weekend,
struggling with front brake issues now, put it on pole with a great lap. You must be very, very pleased and confident now for the race tomorrow. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I'm so happy for this pole position. after during day yesterday with the brakes. I'm so happy with this day. I resolved the problem a little bit, and the pace is so nice for tomorrow, and I push, and it's important the finish line for tomorrow. I'm so happy for all the team, for all the work, and let's see for tomorrow.
Great lap, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Good job, Ethan Guevara. Brilliant job indeed from the number 28. It was a fine lap. I've got to say, I'm very surprised he did manage to beat Manu Gonzalez, but not a problem for Ethan. A second pole this year. It's his third front row. His last pole was, of course, over in Le Mans, where he dominated the weekend. P1 in absolutely every single session. He was 8th last time out on the grid, 11th before that, and of course his only other front row coming second in Buriram. So good form for Ethan Guevara. Now another pole. Another pole. He's second in 4.
That was a turn up for the books, wasn't it, that qualifying session? We were practically handing Manu Gonzalez the watch for pole at the start of the session. As you can see there, Gino Borsoy is handing it over to Ethan instead.
Very good. We needed a few watches last week in Moto3 for qualifying, but in the end it is all going to Ethan Guevara. Lewis, Moto2 is all done. The MotoGP sprint is incoming. I'll tell you what, with a 10th of a second covering the top 4 in Moto2 qualifying, we are going to be in for a belter. It was one of the Grand Prix of the season last year. I can't wait for more of the same. Enjoy it.
Shall do. 3-4 for it on the final lap, didn't they, last year, as you mentioned? So if we get anything like that tomorrow afternoon, Moto2 once again is going to deliver at Balaton Park. It is Ethan Guevara then who takes his second pole of the season and the first repeat pole sitter of 2026. Denying Philip Salac his first pole since the opening round of 2023, but Philip takes second, Senna Regis and Manu Gonzalez third and fourth are intact. Manu will surely be disappointed with that. Well, we know he was, because he was punching the tank after the session. A scridge fit from Holgado via Lopez and David Alonso after that near moment where he dropped it at the end. 9th, Munoz 10th from Baltas and Vietti, who crashed on his way through Q1. Van den Gorberg 13th, Edith Rueda, Arbolino, Kinet, Ferrandez, and of course Ivan Ortola. David Alonso nearly crashed. Ivan Ortola most certainly did in Q2. Sasaki 19th from Furusato, who equals his best so far in P20. Lanetta Roberts, Unchu and Tusa next up. Garcia in 25th, ahead of Jacob Ralston. And Adrian Puertas, who also went down in Q1. It's pole then for Ethan Guevara for the Hungarian Grand Prix. We'll begin our countdown to the Tissot Sprint, our 8th of the season in MotoGP. The build-up starts next.
Sprint Saturday in just the 4th Grand Prix of Hungary in history takes place at the Balaton Park circuit, around 90 kilometres from the stunning capital of Budapest, neighbouring the largest lake in Central Europe and packed with beaches, volcanic hills and resort towns. Balaton is a major tourist hotspot. Hot laps are the order of the day in the Tissot Sprint next live. It's time for MotoGP. Well, what a difference a week makes from the high speed, the fast and flowing Mugello circuit in Italy. We come to a complete contrast, measuring just over 4 kilometres in length, just over 2.5 miles. That is the Balaton Park circuit. 17 corners, 7 of them right, 10 of them left. A very short start-finish straight where the MotoGP bikes barely click into top gear. Tight run through sector 2, including one of the fastest corners on the circuit, turn 8. The first of 3 chicanes starts sector 3 into 9 and 10. The lap completed by the double left-handers of 16 and 17. Commanding braking points, the hardest of all of them is into turn 5. And what about the overtaking hotspots? There are quite a few of them around this Balaton Park circuit. This one of the most popular. Marc Marquez signaling the Grand Prix here last year at turn 1. Well, just 6 days ago now in the Tuscany Mountains in the glorious sunshine of Mugello, it was a historic All-Aprilia front row of the grid that fired away for the start of round 7. Marc Marquez back from injury, fighting inside the top 6. Pecco Bagnaia, though, in front of his home crowd, who made so much of the early running before this. Key move at San Donato came from Marco Bezzecchi. Yet another, a fourth factory Aprilia 1-2 was secured as Jorge Martin came through on Bagnaia late on, and Bagnaia just about hanging on to a home podium after a stunning late charge, a brilliant late rally by Trackhouse Aprilia's Ayagura. Marco Bezzecchi then, overcome by emotions. What a special scene that was. What an unforgettable Mugello Grand Prix, an unforgettable Grand Prix of Italy was for Marco Bezzecchi and for Aprilia. A new top speed record, a new all-time lap record, Aprilia's first ever win in Mugello, Marco Bezzecchi's first ever win in Mugello, and it all brings us to Balaton for Chapter 8 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. A week after they locked out the front row of the grid in Mugello, on top of Aprilia, coming up in this 13-lap Tissot sprint here in the Grand Prix of Hungary is the world champion leader Marco Bezzecchi, who launches away from 6th place behind what is, without any question, a mouth-watering front row of the grid. The old and the new titans in MotoGP going head-to-head. Marc Marquez taking his 76th MotoGP pole position in stunning fashion this morning. Marc Marquez on just his second Grand Prix since returning from double surgery on his right foot and the long-standing problematic right shoulder. Of course, he first injured back in Mandalika last October. Well, he is on pole position alongside him, Pedro Acosta, who has been so fast here all weekend. Those two, of course, have gone toe-to-toe in a sprint so far this season. They locked horns and had close combat in the Italian Grand Prix last weekend. They are future factory Ducati teammates, and they start alongside each other here for this Grand Prix of Hungary. The only two riders this weekend, Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta, that have delivered laps in the 136. It looks like it potentially could be just a straight shootout, a straight showdown between the new and the old guard. Fermin Aldeguer completing the front row of the grid, his first front row since he was victorious over in Indonesia on our flyway tour at the end of last season. Fabio Di Giannantonio leads row 2 in 4th place with world championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, as mentioned. He completes that second row, an all-Italian second row featuring Pecco Bagnaia, who came through Q1 fastest. He starts 5th. It's all going to unfold. It'll be lights out for the sprint in about 25 minutes time. Cannot wait. This one should be spicy. This one should be tasty. Marc Marquez versus Pedro Acosta at the head of the grid. Matt Burt-Lewis to be in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Lewis, you get the feeling that when it is lights out in about 25 minutes time, we potentially could be witnessing something very special.
Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta, generally when they go head-to-head, we see something special because neither knows the meaning of the words backward step. They are constantly on the attack. Marc Marquez loved his words to Jack in part after qualifying when he was asked whether potentially he was the rider to beat or whether it was Pedro. Marc Marquez said the rider on pole position is the rider to beat. A clear message to Pedro Acosta.
And it wasn't an easy pole position. They never are they, in MotoGP? But this was the start of Marc Marquez's Q2 this morning. Just look at him now, as he mentioned in commentary this morning, how he was quickly, the presence of mind to make sure that the motor did not stop running on that factory Ducati, grabbing the clutch as he slid towards the blue paint on the outside of that resurfaced turn 1. That was how Marc's Q2 started. It finished, though, with a stunning 1:36.785 seconds, less than 5 seconds actually, after Marc tumbled out in that first corner. Directly behind him, Fabio Di Giannantonio also tumbled out on his Ducati GP26. The pair of them doing great rescue jobs here in Balaton. Marc recovering to pole position, Digia bouncing back from his early spill at turn 1 to head row 2 in 4th.
And the start is, well, it's always important in any sprint, in any Grand Prix, but it feels super significant this afternoon and again tomorrow. We've spoken at length about this circuit and the difficulty of overtaking. It's certainly towards the high end in terms of difficulty of overtaking. So Pedro Acosta is going to overhaul Marc Marquez and I guess win a sprint without any controversy attached to it. 'Cause I think it's fair to say there was a slight element of it back in Buriram at the start of the season. Pedro Acosta's clearly best opportunity will come in those first 300 metres.
Fastest on Friday in 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix, 8th front row start, beckoning for Acosta in what is his 49th Premier Class appearance. Previous front row so far this year, 3rd in Austin, did deliver a podium in the main Grand Prix over in Texas. His last front row was a pole in Catalonia, which he did convert into a 2nd place in the Grand Prix. Adding to that spice, adding to the ingredients on that front row is Fermin Aldeguer. Not a lot of love lost between him and Pedro Acosta in recent weeks and recent months. Aldeguer finds himself on the front row of the grid for the first time since his breakthrough weekend over in Mandalika in Indonesia, where he went on from 2nd on the grid to claim a double podium, one of only 2 double podiums he took in his debut season last year. And of course, more crucially, from that last front row, he did go on to win that Grand Prix of Indonesia.
He'll be thinking, if I make a good start, I'm on the inside line in that run towards the first corner, and there'll be a major charge to try and get to that first apex first. Will Fabio Giannantonio be a part of that? He goes from the front of row 2. And he was pretty happy, it has to be said, with that at the end of qualifying. As Matt mentioned, it was almost a forgotten crash at the start of qualifying 2 earlier on today, as Marc Marquez dropped it at turn 1. Fabio Di Giannantonio appeared to almost do the same in sympathy, but like Marc Marquez, Di Giannantonio regrouped to put himself at the front of row 2. If he can get the start right, he's certainly going to be in that podium battle.
Qualified top 6 in 7 of the opening 8 Grand Prix. Mugello, actually, last weekend, the only time that Didier has started outside of those first 2 rows. Going for 3 sprint podiums in a row for just the 2nd time, a sequence which he started here in Balaton last year, went on to follow that up with sprint podiums in Misano and in Catalonia. No sprint victory since Australia last year, which feels like a long time ago, doesn't it? For World Champs leader Marco Bezzecchi, fresh off the back of the best Grand Prix of his career, the best day of his life. I'm sure he's still pinching himself. He reckons he watched that Mugello Grand Prix more than 10 times, but Bezzecchi has work to do. A bit of a response here today in qualifying from Ducati after Aprilia's historic front row lockout in qualifying last weekend. We've got 4 Ducatis starting in the top 5 this afternoon for the first time in pretty much exactly a year since they did so at the Aragon Grand Prix last June.
The Aprilias, it's almost as if they're sort of handcuffed a bit this weekend. They can't just let those Aprilias go around this circuit. Marco Bezzecchi won't be thrilled, clearly, with 6th on the grid. He comes to Grand Prix expecting to be higher of the order than that. But in terms of the championship, the way it currently sits, it's actually not too bad for him. 6th, 2 places ahead of his teammate and title rival Jorge Martin in 8th. And you'd imagine if the Ducatis and Pedro Acosta go off and have their own race at the front, surely Marco's main focus will be on where his teammate is.
The Aprilia heavyweights have some work to do. Bezzecchi 6th, Raul Fernandez, who we just saw there on screens, a sprint winner in Mugello 7 days ago, he's 7th, and once again finding himself on the 3rd row of the grid as the rider 2nd in the World Championship coming into this Balaton battle. 28-year-old Spaniard Jorge Martin. That's now the 3rd row for Martin in 5 of the last 6 Grand Prix. Last year, if you cast your minds back to late August, Jorge Martin came from 16th to 4th in the main Grand Prix, so overtaking not an issue in this Grand Prix of Hungary last year for the Martinator. He's on that 3rd row with Luca Marini, joint season best qualifying, the joint season best grid position for Marini in 9th spot.
Marini had a very good sprint here last year, didn't he, as well, finishing up in 4th place. So potential opportunity for Luca to do something similar after so many close eliminations in qualifying 1. This time he was on the right side of those margins as he bumped his teammate Joan Mir out of the top 2 in that Q1 session. Of course, joined in the top 2 in that Q1 session by Pecco Bagnaia, who certainly made the best of his reprieve by getting himself onto row 2.
So Marc Marquez undefeated in a Q2 session here in Balaton Park. He was undefeated in our race action last year. He won the sprint by over 2 seconds. He crushed the opposition in the main Grand Prix on Sunday by over 4 seconds. On Sunday, though, his closest rival, the closest competition, was posed by Pedro Acosta. The riders 1st and 2nd on the grid, 1st and 2nd across the line at the end of last year's Grand Prix of Hungary. Fascinating to see, isn't it, how the Aprilias can fight their way through. They've got their work cut out with a whole gaggle of fast Ducatis ahead of them. How they get on the front row. The Gianantonio, we know, has had very good race pace. And Pecco Bagnaia as well, middle of the second row in 5th. He came through fastest out of Q1. Looked like he rid himself of some of the rear grip issues which plagued him so badly on Friday. So don't discount Pecco Bagnaia as well. He's already a 3-time sprint podium finisher this year.
And Marc Marquez already a sprint winner, and that was of course pre-recent surgery. Won the Tissot sprint back in Brazil, and of course in rather odd circumstances won the sprint in Jerez when he picked himself up from a crash in changing conditions to ultimately win on that particular Saturday afternoon. So chasing a 3rd gold medal of the season from a 76th MotoGP pole position, and we're still talking about a rider who is nowhere near 100%.
Yeah, this is not alien territory, isn't it? This is not a new experience for Marc Marquez. 104th pole position of his Grand Prix career and counting. Is tomorrow the day where he breaks the ton in terms of Grand Prix victories? Can he join that elite club with Giacomo Agostini and Valentino Rossi? So the helicopter gives us a spectacular aerial show above the grid here. All Spanish front row there. All Italian second row of the grid. I think we've got Italians and Spaniards looking at the first 3 rows. Best non-Italian and Spaniard is Ayagura, the Japanese rider, in 10th place. Not a bad effort from Ayagura. In fact, it's only the 7th time in his 26th MotoGP start he finds himself starting inside the top 10 places. Ayagura, tough old weekend he had here last year. 11th in the Grand Prix, 15th in the sprint. But Marc Marquez, as he so often does, produce another magic Q2 performance this morning. We know that he's going to be flying away from pole position. Further down though, what will be the Aprilia challenge? Can Raul Fernandez make it back-to-back sprint wins? And what about Ayagura on that 4th row in 10? Let's get the thoughts of Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio with Jack.
Yes, AC/DC thunders out behind us. 2 riders in relatively good position when you compare it to what the rest of the Aprilias are able to do. Is this just going to be one of those days where you try and learn as much to help you tomorrow, Davide?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so bad, but we hope for the better, to be honest, in terms of grid position. We were already in Q2. Raul was quite confident, but there was something missing during the qualifying. Something also in terms of bike setting, which we're trying to further improve for the race. Let's see, yeah, all the Aprilia together, so let's see what's happening. And no, but anyway, as far as concerned Raul, we start in P7. He has a good pace, and let's see. Of course, here it's difficult to overtake. Let's see what we can, if we can recover some position. It's always a kind of a guy that able to recover a bit, starting from P10 is much better than the last few rounds. Let's see, we try.
You made a tyre gamble on the grid 1 week ago, which works brilliantly. Any chance of the same happening again?
Yeah, no, I think today is much more, let's say, common. Looks like everybody's on the same choice, and because it's a sprint, it's a short race, and looks like that's probably everybody is going on soft because the medium is not giving a big advantage. It looks like it takes a few laps to warm up, and then in terms of grip it remains the same as the soft. So looks like today is nowhere to make the gamble.
Thanks, Davide. Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks, Davide. Yeah, so far on the grid, as you can see, the first 3 rows, everybody is on the medium front soft rear tyre, Lewis.
Yep, Ayagura from 10th on the grid, as we heard there, with Davide Brivio, as we now cycle through to rows 6 and 7. Every rider in the field is on that soft rear tyre. Back to Cal Crutchlow, who completes the grid in 22nd place. So Ducati's 1st, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Top KTM 2nd with Pedro Acosta. The Aprilias, their likely challenge is going to come from 6th, 7th and 8th. A Honda leading contender is Luca Ruini in 9th, and Jack Miller, as we knew after Q1 when Quartararo, Toprak and Rinto knocked out. Miller leading Yamaha on the grid, starting 12th.
There was that great shot here, wasn't there, last August when Marc Marquez completed the sprint and Grand Prix victory, double of his Ducati crew handing him a sticker post the Sunday Grand Prix, which just simply said ballot on Marc. which was a pretty nice touch as he completed what eventually would be one of 10 double wins he managed on his way to a 7th World Championship last year. Hasn't been as plain sailing as what we saw in Mugello last weekend as far as Aprilia go, but you can never discount, can you? Marco Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin, Ralph Danders, Aprilia's lightning off the line so far. This is the thoughts to the boss, Paolo Bonora, with Jack.
Yeah, Aprilia lockout on the front row of the grid 1 week ago, but this time around it feels as though Ducati just have the edge. 4 Ducatis inside the top 5, Paolo. So what happened this morning that you weren't able to make that massive step you were last week from Friday to Saturday?
Yeah, we're struggling a bit to stop the bike, in particular with the soft rear on the tire, in the time attack mode. The particular track layout and the grip level affect a lot. And yeah, to be honest, we didn't find the correct solution to allow the rider to work with the soft rear. We will see. Will be a tricky game during this sprint. But to be honest, we are more in confidence on the medium tire that probably we will use for tomorrow race for the longer distance.
Okay, good luck, Paolo. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks as always to Aprilia boss Paolo Bonora. Thanks, Jack, once again. Yeah, Ralph Fernandez then heading that 3rd row of the grid last weekend in Mugello, became just the 11th different sprint winner, 5th on board in Aprilia with Martin, Bezzecchi, Maverick Vinales and Aleix Espargaro, of course, back in the day. One of only 4 sprint podiums in 66 for Ralph Fernandez. Not the easiest task for him to fight his way through, and the riders are going to be wary, in particular when they break for the first time on what is a very short run down to the first corner. We've said it a few times this weekend, but just a quick reminder, if you are with us for the first time this weekend, there's been a slight resurface, new patches of tarmac at the 1st and 6th corner, and it's pretty slick and pretty greasy, the braking zone 4 turn 1, which is the reason why we saw Marc Marquez and Fabio De Gianantonio go down there this morning. While we're on the subject of Digia, who once again has shown himself to be super fast, super competitive once again here in Hungary. Let's get the thoughts of his boss, Pablo Nieto Ajay.
Yeah, once again, Fabio super consistent, making sure he's in the game every weekend. Everyone is talking about Marquez versus Acosta versus Marquez. Is this one of those days where Digi can maybe go under the radar and slip into contention, Pablo?
Can be, why not? No, I think now they have a little bit more something else that we are missing. I think Pedro and Marc, they are super fast here in this track. But then Fermin and Fabio and Dilla more or less are in the same pace. But also it's true that during the race it's very difficult because here make overtakes is not like Mugello, so it's going to be much more difficult. So that means the first lap and the start is going to be very, very important for the race.
Pecco said that Ducati made some progress on Sunday, getting the bike off the line with the starts. Is that something that you feel you've also been able to make?
Yeah, it can be. It's very difficult, but because also with Dilla, one of the things that we are suffering a little bit more than the other riders is the start, no? So we have to try to make a very good start, try to follow in Marquez, and then we will see what happens. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to VR46 boss Pablo Nieto. All the riders keeping themselves cool and coming to the grid late on, including Pecco Bagnaia, who was rather enjoying a bit of AC/DC thunderstruck, wasn't he, over the loudspeakers. Here you can see Pecco rocking away to it. We know he's a big Kiss fan, even the Kiss celebrations when he won his home Grand Prix Mugello a couple of years ago. So getting himself set with some proper good old-fashioned rock and roll. Rocking and rolling onto the front row of the grid this morning in Q2 was Fermin Aldeguer. What a ride by him. And Iker owner, starring as Alex Marquez's substitute in 16th place. Let's get the thoughts of their boss, Michele Massini, with Jack.
Yeah, it's a very happy Michele Massini for good reason. As you guys say, Iker Lecuona, superb this weekend, but a lot of the focus, I imagine, is going to be on Fermin Aldeguer. Front row of the grid for the first time this year, and it feels as though has a very good chance of being on the podium, Michele.
Yeah, really a solid weekend so far for us and for Fermin. And I think that he find back a really good feeling since after the RF test onwards. It's true that he's not already 100% after the injury, but he's better and better week by week. And so we still also managing in a different way the weekend. We did a bit less laps during the practice. That is help him a lot to don't don't create too much load on the physical aspect. But I think that we deserve the first row. That helps a lot to try to do 2 solid races.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Gresini boss Michele Massini 3 times last year. Firmin Aldeguer found himself to the medal ceremony at the end of a sprint in Le Mans, in Aragon, and most recently in Mandalika. There are your sprint points this season. Advantage Jorge Martin, 45 points, 7 more than Marc Marquez. Now then, KTM have looked so good all weekend. Pedro Acosta there leading light on the front row. But let's get some pre-sprint thoughts from his crew chief, Paul Travathan.
Yeah, as a fan, Paul, I can't wait for this one. Marc versus Pedro, we've seen it before and it always produces fireworks. They just seem to raise their game against one another. So what do we expect here?
Yeah, I think a little bit more fireworks, like you were saying. You know, Marc looks like in much better form. His pace is also pretty good. Pedro's riding really well, and I think both don't want the other one to be in front. So let's see what happens. You know, get through this first sector without any trouble. It's always a bit tricky here, and then we'll go racing and see what happens.
Good luck.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Paul Travathan. Yeah, if you go by the name of Marc Marquez and you go by the name of Pedro Acosta, you love winning and you absolutely loathe losing. There can be only one winner though, can't there, in this upcoming sprint? It's going to be juicy, this one, isn't it? You really feel like we're going to be witnessing something very special over the 13 laps. Acosta's 8th front row, his 3rd this year. A long way further back on the grid what we saw him last year. Enea Bastianini 10 places worse off than this very Grand Prix last August. Lewis, can we make any kind of a case for Enea getting himself into the podium battle?
Only if he makes a rocket start, I think. Of course, he needs a better sprint than he had last year, which couldn't have really gone much worse when he was taken out the first corner and of course got involved with Johan Zarco later on that first lap. I guess the danger for Marquez and Acosta on the front row of the grid, they too clearly appear to have the superior pace. Pablo Nieto said it himself to Jack on the grid, but if they're too busy watching each other at the start of the sprint or even around the early laps while the group is still together, they could potentially find themselves picked off. Aldeguer and Gian Antonio will be waiting to pounce.
Very serious deliberations going on here with Jack Miller and his car. I just wonder whether Jack might be thinking to switch over to the medium rear tyre. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Marc Marquez, though, flying to his 76th MotoGP pole position this morning. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Tardozzi.
Davide, I feel like we could be in for a treat here because whenever Marc and Pedro have gone toe-to-toe this year so far, we've been treated to something special. Are we going to see something special again?
We'll see, because apart the tricky point that is the first corner, I think that the main for Marc is now to start to finish races and be healthy again, and this it will be it can happen before 1 or 2 months. But anyway, for sure he's a top rider and he has the speed to do what he did this morning, but the race is another story. So we'll see the length of the race, how his body will react.
We know tomorrow, with the physical limitations that he has, that fighting for victory, fighting for the podium is going to be much more challenging. Today, he's going to be all in, surely.
Yeah, I guess so, but again, we would like him to finish the races, and the podium is important, but mainly that he finish the race. And we are waiting for him because we know that when it will be healthy 100%, it will be very tough to beat for everybody.
Thanks, Davide. Good luck.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi. It seems like Marc Marquez at the moment is fighting with himself as much as his rivals in the MotoGP World Championship, just fighting to curtail what's his DNA, what is his natural, ruthless, killer instinct to go for the jugular. Marc Marquez said yesterday, I've got to be patient. Marc Marquez and patience, not phrases and words that you tend to put together too often. As we see a local hero in every sense of the phrase, Gabor Talmashi, former 125cc world champion, still hugely, immensely popular in front of his home crowd. There ain't going to be any patience shown by Marc Marquez on this run down to the first corner. He knows, though, he can't get ahead of himself. He keeps saying, doesn't he, Lewis, I can't run before I can walk, but this is Marc Marquez on pole position. This is Marc Marquez with Pedro Acosta alongside him on the grid.
Yeah, there is so much more than just 12 points and a gold medal up for grabs when those two go head-to-head. It feels like they're already thinking of next year when they're going to be in the same colours, on the same bikes, going head-to-head. And you know that Pedro Acosta is well aware of the standing of Marc Marquez in terms of not just current greats, but all-time greats. So any opportunity to try and lay one on the 7-time MotoGP World Champion. As we saw him burrow out at the start of the year, Pedro Acosta is never shy of coming through.
In the zone, full focused, it's ready. Acosta, so too is the World Champions leader Marco Bezzecchi. Just the one sprint podium so far this year. His Saturday afternoon form has deserted him. Somewhat as good as he has been, as awesome as he has been on Sundays, Marco Bezzecchi, with 4 Grand Prix wins already. He has had his struggles. He has suffered a little bit on sprint Saturdays. His only visit to the medal ceremony was a 3rd place, a bronze at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. As we've seen Jorge Martin getting himself prepped and ready. Nobody in Grand Prix history has won more sprints than the 28-year-old Spaniard. His tally 18 sprint victories. Marc Marquez could match that if he is victorious in this 13-lap sprint coming up shortly here in Hungary. The BMW safety car is going to peel away at the front of this grid. It feels like we've got the hottest conditions of the weekend so far. It's pretty tense down there. We're all primed and ready as the BMW safety car lays down some rubber in that greasy, that slick first corner. There was drama there, wasn't there? Last year in the sprint when Fabio Quartararo lunged on the inside, picked up Fabio Quartararo, he picked up Marc Marquez, he made a little bit of contact with Enea Bastianini, so it's going to be who can come through turn 1 clean, as we see Fermin Aldeguer then on the front row of the grid for the first time in 2026. Pedro Acosta alongside him, looking to add just his 2nd ever sprint gold medal. 2nd goes the KTM factory star, but from pole position number 76, it's back-to-back poles here in Balaton for the reigning world champion, the one, the only, Marc Marquez. So far in the 2026 MotoGP World Championships, Sprint Saturdays have delivered something super special, haven't they? We have had 5 different riders win sprints so far this season. 10 different riders have featured on a sprint podium so far this season. 3 of our closest top 10 finishes in sprint history have already come so far in 2026, and maybe, we certainly hope so, the best of the lot so far this season is about to unfold before our very eyes here. Welcome to the Grand Prix of Hungary. Welcome to the Balaton Park circuit, where we are set for potential fireworks in this upcoming 13-lap Tissot sprint. A Spanish lockout in the front row, led by reigning world champion Marc Marquez, who, despite a crash just there at turn 1 this morning, right at the start of that 2nd qualifying session, picked himself up, dusted himself down, and then fighting on 136.785 to secure his 76th MotoGP pole position. Highest percentage of points won in the sprint so far this season. Well, over half of Marc's 71 points he has picked up so far this year have been collected in the short Saturday afternoon format. 17 times Marc Marquez has won in the sprints, but there's a potential big battle coming his way, in particular when he looks alongside him on the front row of the grid and sees 2 hot young Spaniards wanting to deny him that 18th sprint success. Pedro Acosta and Fermin Aldeguer, they go on the front row of the grid as well. Acosta, the only non-Ducati in the first 5 on this grid. Gian Antonio and Bagnaia also qualifying inside the top 5. As it stands in the championship, after his magnificent win in front of his home crowd in Mugello last weekend. It's Marco Bezzecchi, who is 17 points clear of factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin. Jorge Martin, who has carried on his brilliant 2024 sprint success into 2026. There has been 4 sprint podiums in the last 6 for Jorge Martin, including wins over in Austin in Texas and also in Le Mans. Keep an eye on Martin. You know how fast the Aprilia has been at launching off the line so far this season. He's on the middle of that third row, sandwiched in between Ralph Fernandez and Luca Marini. So here we go then. We're coming under starters' orders. Beautiful day here in Balaton. Certainly the hottest conditions we've had over the weekend so far. 13 laps then coming your way in the sprint. Marc Marquez, the world champion, on pole position. He completed the sprint and Grand Prix winning double from that very position on the grid here last August. Pedro Acosta, can he claim just his second ever sprint win? Confirming Alder take his first ever sprint win. Green flag clears at the back. Lights out, we're racing in the sprint here in Hungary. Brilliant start from that pole position by Marc Marquez. Surely he's going to get the whole shot on this short run down to the first corner. Aldergaard's gone the wrong way to the front row of the grid. Bezzecchi up into P3 as they jostle for position. Everybody looks like they slip cleanly and safely through, but it's Marquez that leads through Acosta into turn 2.
Yeah, Bagnaya's a rider who looks like he's lost ground. Bezzecchi, as you say, up a few places. Martin was really boxed in badly in that first corner. He's in a real battle there in the lower reach of the point, but Marc Marquez has got the start he wanted. Acosta trying to get off in pursuit of it.
Crackerjack start from Bezzecchi, the world champs leader, up 3 places already, 6 into third. The Gian Antonio was Ralph Fernandez rather trying to go on the inside of Aldergaard into turn 5. It's Marquez then versus Acosta as we expect it to be. They're already trying to streak away from Bezzecchi in third, aren't they, those two?
Yeah, Gian Antonio's back in 8th, so he's dropped 4 places on this first lap as Pedro Acosta has a little bit of an initial look. He's already signalled his intentions, isn't he, behind Marc Marquez. Martin there trying to make up ground in the background. He's actually now passed Gian Antonio for that 8th place.
First of the 3 chicanes, through 9 in 10 we go. Now through the hairpin, the left-hander of turn 11. Now you build up some momentum, attacking towards the second of our 3 chicanes. This is now into 12 and 13. Acosta not able to find a way through early on here on Marc Marquez, who has made the early running in this sprint. Aldergaard now starts to close in on Bezzecchi. Aldergaard's got to go on with this because if he's going to try and win this sprint, already you can see Marc Marquez and Acosta are threatening an early break.
The big mover. He was quick on the first lap last weekend. Diogo Moreira once again from 11th on the grid, straight up into the top 6. Martin has now taken Bagnaia. Martin now runs 7th.
Class move that into 15 and 16 from Martin. Marquez that is the leads by just over half a second from Acosta at the end of lap 1 in this sprint. Brilliant first lap by Bezzecchi, 6th to 3rd. Ralph Fernandez had a good first lap as well, coming from 7th. He was over the line in 5th place for Trackhouse Aprilia.
There's a little bit of a twitch on the front end there for Bezzecchi around that slick first corner. He holds on to that 3rd place. Of course, his championship rival Jorge Martin is some 4 places behind him at this stage, so Bezzecchi in a good position with Aldergaard looking to try and clear him and get off after the top 2.
Hammer down from 93, no question. He's now almost 3/4 of a second clear of Acosta in 2nd place. Aldergaard close on the brakes on Bezzecchi in 5, but just not close enough to try and pass in the toughest braking zone around this short Balaton Park circuit. Right on board with Bezzecchi's factory Aprilia. Looking back to the 54 of Aldergaard this weekend, equipped with the new latest spec Ducati GP26 chassis.
Someone was attacking, I think it was Martin. He's gone straight across the chicane as Jorge Martin, as he was trying to make the ground. There he is, look, trying to make sure he drops back. Of course, now that you've taken that shortcut, Jorge, you've got to drop a second.
Yeah, they're going to be keeping a close eye on that one in the steward's office, that's for sure. So now up into the top 6 goes Diogo Moreira. What a performance once again by the Brazilian rookie. By far the leading light for Honda. Aldergaard swarming all over the rear tyre Bezzecchi, but it's so narrow, so one line around Balaton. He just cannot find a way through. Clearly, he has got the upper hand. He's got the better speed right now than Marco Bezzecchi. But at the moment, Bez is a bit of a rolling roadblock. Nothing Aldergaard can do.
And Bez was slightly wrong-footed through that chicane of 12 and 13, which gave Aldergaard the run on him, but just not a good enough run as we now go down the main straight. This is the best opportunity you've got, but way too far back for Foaming Aldergaard. Marc Marquez, 1:37.901, fastest lap of the sprint. He leads by a second.
He's in a different sprint right now, is Marc Marquez, the only rider in the 37s. He was half a second faster than Acosta on that second lap. And we've got, what, 2 laps of 13 completed here in Balaton, and Marc Marquez is streaking away with it. He's running away with it. He's over a second clear then of Acosta already. This is some fight, isn't it, for the final medal position, and once once again. Bezzecchi does get that Aprilia off some of these low gear hairpins really, really well, because there's just nothing Aldeguer can do to attack him in the braking zones.
Looking at Jorge Martin's lap time, he did a 39.6. I'm not so sure he did drop a full second. He was trying to pass Moreira into that chicane, then goes straight across the run-off area, and he's already looking over to his left-hand side to make sure that he lets Moreira through, but I'm not wholly convinced he did give up the full second.
Well, Aldeguer's got to be patient here. He's going to be getting frustrated. Look at this. I mean, he almost just ploughed into the back of Bezzecchi's factory Aprilia there. He's going to be getting frustrated because he knows he's got a lot better pace. Probably feels like he could be running with a Costa minimum here in the sprint, Fermin Aldeguer, but there's just nothing that he can do to find a way through on Bezzecchi. You have to say he's doing a pretty sterling job of holding back the Spaniard, but that is in every sense of the word, holding back the Spaniard.
Oh, he's now on the left-hand side of the racetrack, but you're on the outside line there by the time you get to 15, Fermin. Of course, Marco Bezzecchi is not going to let this go without an almighty fight. Every World Championship point precious for the 72.
I mean, Aldeguer's pace is a lot quicker than this. It's a lot better than this, but there's nothing he can do. Can he try and level Bez on the brakes now as they run down to the first corner? Back in the 38s goes Marc Marquez, but once again he's able to stretch another 0.4 of a second over Acosta in second place, just braking as late as he dares, just to make sure that Aldeguer's got no chance of showing his front wheel. Is Bezzecchi, how on earth is Bezzecchi hanging on to this third right now?
He's certainly getting his elbows out. He's certainly riding a wide Aprilia. This is the kind of racetrack which does lend itself to this sort of rear guard action. If you make no mistakes, it is so difficult for the rider behind you to try and find a way through. And again, as you mentioned, Bez gets well off of turn 4, so Aldeguer, without launching one from way too far back and taking a massive risk on the World Championship leader, he can't get through.
Yeah, and that will be a factor at play in Aldeguer's mind. The last thing he wants to do is clean out the World Championship leader. That will be a blot on his copybook. Now then, you just wonder as well, having got as close as he was there, whether already Aldeguer's going to have to be thinking that front tire behind Bez, because somehow, how is Fermin Aldeguer still circulating in this sprint? Because he was so close to going down there through the chicane of 9 and 10. I mean, his left tyre, he was in the right-hand part of the chicane, his front tyre was going left. Super save by Aldeguer.
He was always coming straight for us, wasn't he, from our particular vantage point there at the chicane. And that's going to add to the frustration, because now not only has he got one Aprilia ahead of him, he's got two, because Raul Fernandez took advantage of that and he moved up into 4th place. Aldeguer now runs 5th.
That's going to give Bez a much welcome breather. Not that he would know too much about. Look at this from Aldeguer. He was over the inside curve there. He's trying to bite up a little bit of time on the inside curve. He has done awesome there. What a save that is. Superb cat-like reflexes from the number 54. Here is Jorge Martin then closing it once again on no penalty. He did indeed and lose sufficient time for an early attack. Actually, he was on Moreira. Got to do all that hard work all over again. Pecco Bagnaia is now at the bottom end of the point scoring place and struggling. He's in the 39th, is Pecco. He's in 9th place. Marc Marquez is cruising. He is absolutely playing with the opposition in the sprint. 4 laps in, and he's 2 seconds clear of Acosta. It has not even been a contest.
Yeah, he's the one sprinting while the others appear to be at walking pace in this Tissot sprint. 38.0 is a half second a lap quicker than anybody else. Next fastest rider actually was Bezzecchi. Without the buzzing Aldeguer behind him, he's actually speeding up. Here comes Martin, have a second crack at Diogo Moreira into turn 9. This time he does make the move stick without shortcutting the corner.
Nice, that was nice. Moreira though trying to have a nibble back going through turn 11. Martin knew there, if he got ahead of Moreira going into turn 9, the first part of the opening chicane, then just parked it in the second part, there would be absolutely nothing that Moreira could do in terms of a retaliatory move. So that was boxing pretty clever from Jorge Martin. 2 seconds remains the advantage between Marc Marquez and Acosta. Well, we thought there was going to be fireworks. We thought there was going to be a spectacular wheel-to-wheel battle between Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta. If that is to happen, somehow Marc Marquez is going to have to lose a 2-second lead.
Yeah, he's flexing his muscles. Of course, he's still trying to build up muscle in that right shoulder, but he's certainly flexing them in this sprint as Acosta's finally starting to get himself onto race-leading pace. Personal best for Acosta on a 38.3. He matched Marc Marquez last time around, but the damage already long since done.
Gian Antonio runs in hot into the first corner as he was trying to line up a move potentially on Bagnaia. Once again failing to really exploit a strong qualifying position is Fabio Di Giannantonio, outside of the point scoring places at the moment in a distant 10th place. Here is your sprint leader. Well, we know how much, or how Marc Marquez loves anti-clockwise tracks. I mean, he was on pole position here last year. He dominated the sprint, he dominated the Grand Prix. I mean, this is once again, it's exhibition stuff, isn't it, as far as Marc goes. Maverick Vinales gets an early track limits warning. Vinales way down the order in 20th place. He's just picked up Alex Rins.
Of course, you'd be tempted to think that physically it's not as tough a challenge in the sprint, but of course they are pretty much pushing a qualifying pace in the sprint, so in its own way it is a physical challenge, so it's clearly going to get tougher the longer this sprint gets for Marc Marquez, but he's got that level of breathing space now with that 2-second lead, and nothing will encourage him if he does start to suffer from some fatigue, quite like seeing a 2-second advantage on his pit board.
Getting deja vu here, because when I asked his brother Alex about his chance of repeating his success in Jerez early on this year, on Thursday in the press conference, Alex said, no chance, completely unrealistic, stop dreaming. And then we know, of course, what happened. Alex went on to dominate the Grand Prix. Marc Marquez here on Thursday. What, can you complete another win double here in Hungary, Mark? No, forget it, were his exact words. Well, look at this performance from the world champion. For the first time in the sprints, Pedro Acosta's pretty much got on par with Marc's blistering early pace. They both just exchanged 1:28.5s. But it looks, in terms of the sprint victory battle here, it is game over as far as Acosta goes.
And the fastest rider on track, you can see his lap time on your screens, is Raul Fernandez now in 4th place. So that respite that Marco Bezzecchi earned or was given by the moment for Aldeguer down at the chicane of turn 9, that respite might end in about a lap's time.
Aldeguer proved, though, at the start of the sprint, sitting on Marco Bezzecchi's rear tyre is one thing. Trying to force your way through, trying to find a way through on the world champs leader, well, that's a completely different ball game altogether. So Fernandez is starting to make inroads back to Bezzecchi, but we know that he's going to be cautious. There's been a clear message, hasn't there, from Prix management, who's been in hot water already so far this year, Raul Fernandez, with contact with Jorge Martin over in Barcelona, which I saw Prix call a very special summit at Prix Italian Grand Prix last weekend, where all 4 riders were warned in no uncertain terms. We expect you to race hard, we expect you to be aggressive, but we expect you also to race fair, and more crucially, the message was, race with respect. So you think that Raul Fernandez is going to perhaps be a little bit more cautious than Mugello might have been the case.
And Bezzecchi's actually responded too on this lap, keeping that advantage at around 0.8 of a second. We are watching the other factory of Aprilia as we now cut back towards Bezzecchi. Moreira's not quite finished with Jorge Martin yet, as Aldeguer puts in a 38.1 in 5th place, just again proving the point of the pace he has if he has some clear track ahead of him.
Quicker than Marc and quicker than Acosta right now is Aldeguer. He will be ruining that little mistake he made early on in that chicane when he was just about to threaten another pass on Bezzecchi. It was still an awesome save. He's done brilliantly well to keep himself in contention in this sprint as Aldeguer. But that is some dynamic pace, isn't it? Clearly, he could have gone away with Acosta. Could he have, even with a better start, gone away with Marc at the front of this sprint? That's all ifs, buts, whats and maybes, as he now closes on the rear tyre of yet another Aprilia in this sprint.
And the fast starting of that Aprilia is once again proving such a trump card, isn't it? Particularly today for Marco Bezzecchi, because it got him into that 3rd position and gave him the track position to then defend in the latter stages. Joan Mir's dropping down the timing screens, left-hand side of your screens. I don't know if he's lost the 2020 world champion or if he's made a mistake somewhere. But in the end, of course, started this lap in 13th place. He's now tumbled outside the top 15. In fact, he is still running. He's just lost 3 places.
The factory Hondas are getting a kicking once again, aren't they, from Moreira? At the start of that last lap, Moreira was 3 seconds clear of Luca Marini, who started 2 places behind in this sprint. He was 4 seconds clear of Mir. That gap has jumped out now after Mir's mistake. He is still running. But Moreira, once again, top Honda dog by some distance so far in this sprint. The 2 Italians, the 2 experienced Italians of Bagnaia and Di Giannantonio, 9th and 10th respectively. Another experienced Italian just ahead of them on the road goes Anea Bastianini. Pretty decent sprint this for the beast. He's had some work to do, coming from 14th up into 8th.
Yeah, he's leading that 3-way battle, which is now coming towards us. There's Bastianini, here's Bagnaia, and here's Fabio Di Giannantonio behind him. Wasn't a great start for Di Giannantonio, but it was also being overtaken through the first lap and a half or so. It was certainly not just the launch off the line that did the damage for Digia today.
Acosta, Bezzecchi, Fernandez, Aldeguer and Martin from second down to 6, all did 38.4s on that last lap, and the upping of the pace here from Martin. He's just on a PB lap of 1:38.4 from 8.3. It's dragging Moreira with him as well. He's just towed Moreira around to a 38.5. Once again, this is just experience. It's going to be like gold for the reigning Moto2 world champion.
So Diogo Moreira at the moment, he's 3.5 seconds ahead of the next Honda on the racetrack. That's Luca Marini in 11th. Of course, Mir with that issue, whatever happened to him to lose those 3 places, he did a 1:40.8 on the last lap. He's back in 16th place. So further kudos and further boosting of what is already a pretty serious reputation that the Diogo Moreira is building in MotoGP.
P nowhere and really suffering at the moment in this sprint is Ayagura, who started it in 10th place, made no significant steps forward at the start, and he's still down in 13th place. He has himself just on a 1:38.5, which is podium pace. The problem is Agura is stuck 11.5 seconds behind your leader, Marc Marquez, who is still holding that advantage over Acosta to 2 seconds. That came on about lap 3 or 4, and since that point onwards, Acosta and Marquez once again they exchange the exact same lap time, 38.3 versus 38.3. Quickest rider on circuit is Martin. Impressive. That is some speed at the moment of this sprint from Martin. That's now back-to-back PB laps from the Spaniard. His latest a 1:38.299, which looks like he's finally broken Moreira. He took half a second out Moreira on that last lap.
When Fermin Aldeguer goes to bed this evening and closes his eyes, I feel like he's going to see the rear tyre of an Aprilia when he does, because that's all he's been staring at through this entire sprint. First of all, it was Bezzecchi. Now it's Ralf Fernandez, who is gently catching the points leader. Of course, Aldeguer right behind the 25, and we know how hard it was originally for Aldeguer to pass Bezzecchi. He's now got essentially the same motorcycle to look at, this time with Ralf Fernandez on board.
Masterclass this so far by Marc Marquez, an absolute pure and utter masterclass. As soon as he got the whole shot into that first corner, a couple of laps he was already a second clear of Acosta. Nothing's plain sailing in MotoGP, but next to Late Balaton it's been pretty much plain sailing for the 93. He has been utterly dominant so far. 2.3 seconds now. His lead over Acosta has jumped up to. This is a battle that could go all the way to the checkered flag though for the bronze medal place, couldn't it? It's not given here that Bezzecchi's going to hold off Fernandez and Aldeguer, although we know, we saw it early on in this sprint when he was up against Aldeguer. There's nothing wrong with Marco Bezzecchi's defence around Balaton.
For Marco Bezzecchi, who's now getting the instruction, Ralf Fernandez, a group of 2 behind him. I'm pretty sure he'll know who the other one is. He'll expect it to be Fermin Aldeguer right behind him. For Bezzecchi, it's just all about joining the dots now in these final 3 laps. Just hit each braking point, hit each apex. He knows if he doesn't make any mistakes here, it's nigh on impossible for Ralf Fernandez to make it through, even if Ralf Fernandez has got the motivation and the nerve to try and launch an attack on him.
He has been dropped by Martin, but full respect and full credit to Moreira. He is still digging deep. He's still trying to hang in there. He's just on his best lap of the sprint so far, a 1:38.476, which was 0.06 of a second slower than that lap 10 from your sprint leader, Marc Marquez. The runaway sprint leader as Bezzecchi gets that Aprilia squirming underneath him as he grabbed a handful of brake into turn 5. Moreira then still 7th, a comfortable 7th, you have to say. He's 1.5 seconds up the road, head of Bastianini.
Yeah, Costa's very much given up on this one. Not I think he was left with any choice by Marc Marquez, but he's now doing mid to high 38s. He's gently dropping back towards Marco Bezzecchi in 3rd place, but I guess Bezzecchi knows better than anyone how hard it is to pass here, so it wouldn't be easy for him to pass Acosta even if he gets there. And this is the battle right behind the World Championship leader. Fernandez versus Aldeguer, 4th and 5th.
He hasn't got his hands full enough holding off Aldeguer. Fernandez has just been given a track limits warning, as you saw on screens there. Fermin Aldeguer is going to be sick to the back teeth of the back of Aprilia's, isn't he, in this sprint. He got stuck behind Marco Bezzecchi before there was the miracle save going through 9 and 10, and now it seems like he's stuck behind Ralf Fernandez, who's trying to make his track out of Aprilia as wide as he possibly can.
To the main straight we go then, 2 laps to go. Marc Marquez, his lead 2.3 seconds. Acosta lost another 10th and a half to Bezzecchi, but it's still 1.2 his advantage for 2nd place. You can see once again that Aprilia just too good off the corners and not a long enough straight for Aldeguer to do anything about it.
Marc Marquez is indeed in cruise control. He's gone down to a 1:38.7 on that last lap. It's getting a bit heated further down the order. The three experienced Italians, Bastianini, Bagnaia and De Gianantonio, have all just fired in their fastest laps of this sprint so far. Quickest of that trio was the Beast in 8th place. It was only about, well, it was less than a second covering that 3 as Aldeguer. Again, this is just, it's just frustration. I mean, he's at the start of the sprint, clearly he was faster than Bezzecchi. Towards the back end of the sprint, it looks like he's had the superior pace over Fernandez. We're just getting sucked into this braking zone, into turn 5. Nothing you do there would just release the brake and run in a little bit wide. It hasn't cost him track position, so he recovers and he's still in 5th place. He's dropped ahead of Paul Martin. Well, he lost 1.1 seconds actually in that second split to Martin. He was 1.7 seconds up the road from the 2024 World Champion. That gap now down to just 0.6.
Chopper, he won't like the idea of it, but I think it's time to cut his losses now and just focus on tomorrow. 5th place, not exactly a bad result from the front row of the grid, but clearly so much more potential. Just hasn't really been able to exploit it so far in this sprint. We're seeing the battle for the final World Championship point coming towards us. It's an all-Ducati battle between Bagnaia and Di Gianantonio. But the master on board the factory Ducati, Marc Marquez, he's now 1 lap away from a 3rd sprint win of the year.
Yeah, sprints have not been his issue in a season where he said for much of it in the early part he was riding with 1.5 arms. He was the sprint winner in Goiânia, he was a sprint winner in Jerez. Nothing wrong with the speed in the short format Sizzler so far this season. The big question will be, can he repeat it over the long 26 laps here tomorrow? Chasing what would be his first Grand Prix success since Misano last year, just before he was crowned 7 times MotoGP World Champion. But you just get a feeling, you just get the impression that this is a shot across the bows of the MotoGP field. This, as Di Gianantonio briefly moves into point scoring place ahead of Bagnaia, this is a statement performance by Marc Marquez. I've not been running anywhere near my full fitness at the start of the season. I was 3rd with the win sprint. I'm working my way back to my best, and his best here in...
So much winning over his career, but we need to recall, just to recognise what he's been through over the last 9 months or so. And I think he's even surprising himself here, Marc Marquez, with not just the victory, but the manner of it. He has completely dominated this sprint, and he's put Pedro Acosta, the pre-sprint favourite, firmly in his place today.
It has been a sprint blitz here in Balaton from Marc Marquez. Through the final chicane he goes. He has been on a different level. What a sprint Saturday it's been here in Balaton for the reigning world champion. Pole position to the sprint victory. What a return to action at 4:93. Brilliant performance on his return last time out in Mugello, but he is back to winning form. He's found the winning formula once again here. Marc Marquez takes the checkered flag first. 1.5 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta, who never got to lay a glove on his Spanish rival, did he, at the front of that sprint. It was managed quite beautifully by Marc Marquez. Gabor Talmashi, 2007 125cc world champion, waves the checkered flag. Marco Bezzecchi, what a defensive mission Bez went into to increase his world championship lead in that sprint. He takes a sprint podium for just the 2nd time in 2026. Raul Fernandez completes the top 4 ahead of Fermin Aldeguer, who had a pretty eventful sprint. He takes the checkered flag in 5th from the front row. Points for Martin, brilliant ride by Moreira. Raul Fernandez completes the top 4 ahead of Fermin Aldeguer, who had a pretty eventful sprint. He takes the checkered flag in 5th from the front row. Points for Martin, brilliant ride by Moreira. Bastianini and Bagnaia score points, but Marc Marquez does indeed once again tie Jorge Martin in terms of all-time sprint wins. 18 now the Spanish duo share, but what a performance by the reigning world champion. That means so much to Marc Marquez. All the lingering doubts once again about, well, how good will he be when he returns to action? Well, he has just shown once again that he is the best rider in the world. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's get some thoughts from the boss, Davide Tarlozzi-Jack.
As he just chats with Marco Rigamonti, Max crew chief, I'm sure offering him some congratulations as well. Davide, he said on the grids that you were just aiming for the podium, hoping Marc would see the checkered flag, but we all knew that we were going to see the Marc Marquez of old today, and that really was the Marc of old.
Yeah. Marc gave us a lot of satisfaction. I think that he did a fantastic race, but I want to see now at the podium how he's in the pace, because for sure he will be tired. But looking forward to tomorrow.
Can we start mentioning the World Championship word yet?
No. Every race is a training, and we have to take care to himself in this moment, and that's the most important thing.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, if he's protecting his body, he did awesome to protect that lead throughout that Tissot sprint. It was next level by Marc Marquez. Absolutely brilliant performance. 3 sprint wins already so far this season. Tomorrow will be a different game. It will be a different proposition, but at anti-clockwise tracks, and given his previous record here in Balaton, without any question, he's going to start the main Grand Prix as the favourite. There was the gesture, wasn't there, from Pedro Acosta. Tomorrow's another day. We'll get to fight another day. But the fight in Acosta today was just nowhere near good enough. We were expecting fireworks. We were expecting a special duel between the 2 Spaniards. And we never got it. We never got close to getting it. It was over, really, up on the first sector.
Simply was not fast enough. Whether he would have been enough, even if he had the speed to pass Marc Marquez, because we saw how tough that was for Aldeguer further back, we'll never know. But Marc Marquez was just way too quick. I think there's some clear frustration for Fermin Aldeguer. We saw him with a little bit of a slap of the tank, I think, when he came into turn 1 after the checkered flag. Spent all of the sprint staring at the rear tyre of Aprilia, and that's why 3rd on the grid became 5th at the finish.
There are so many positives I could take for Aldeguer from today's performance. Front row of the grid and fighting for the podium. Well, you keep knocking him down, but he keeps coming back for more and more and more, doesn't he? The 33-year-old Spaniard, Marc Marquez, who has had so many trials and tribulations from a physical point of view since arrest 2020. He's been recently under the surgeon's knife once again as we get the big Vamos shout. Come on is the message. Big smiles from Papa Marquez. I wonder if that's brother Alex on the phone back at home in Spain. Yeah, you can see there Papa Marquez congratulating Marc, and I've got to believe that that's Alex on the hotline after a truly stunning performance from brother Marc. Gigi Linea's all smiles once again. Just top class, top class.
Davide Tardozzi wasn't prepared to talk about the World Championship, but we can up here. Marc Marquez is now from 3 figures to 2 figures off the World Championship lead. The gap was 102 at the start of the day to Marco Bezzecchi. It's now 97. All comebacks have got to start somewhere, I guess. I think it's Gemma, isn't it? Gemma Pinto on the phone there, who's congratulating her man. And Marc Marquez, certainly the main man in Hungary today.
He's got a silver medal, but he doesn't exactly look over Anama with it, does he? Pedro Acosta. Not what he came for at all. 1.5 seconds he was at the checker flag behind Marc Marquez. He was a lot further back than that one. Great job, though.
He might be the happiest man on the podium today.
Marco Bezzecchi rode his heart out. I mean, he made that Aprilia so wide, didn't he? Came under all kinds of pressure from Fermin Aldeguer initially, and then from Ralph Fernandez. That's another very solid performance by Ralph Fernandez. In some sprint week as far as he goes, the winner last weekend in Mugello, fighting 4th out there this afternoon, and it was not easy. He had to do that the hard way. Like Bezzecchi, he recovered 3 places from his grid position in that sprint, as you were as far as Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta off the line. Well, it's all smiles, it's all relaxed faces, and with very good reason, because Marc Marquez has just finished 8.2 seconds clear of his teammate Pecco Bagnaia, who looks up at the screens and must just be looking at that screen, looking at that result sheet and just going, well, how is he doing it? How is Marc Marquez producing the goods like he is? Well, a shock to see him win the sprint. He's done it before so far this season. There is still, though, to be a Sunday podium from the reigning world champion. I feel that something's going to have to go spectacularly wrong for him tomorrow to deny him. That's the championship picture. A good day for Bez then. He does pick up 3 points on Jorge Martin. Not a good day at the office at all for, well, not a good afternoon. It was a pretty decent morning for Fabio Di Gianantonio, but he doesn't even trouble the point scoring places. 10th for Digia sees him stay on 134 points. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant once again from Diogo Moreira. mark our words, trust us, this young kid is going to be fighting for podiums in the second half of this World Championship campaign, because once again he has finished 6 seconds, almost 6 seconds clear of the next Honda. That was Luca Marini in 12th place. We know that there's a late mistake from Joan Mir, but nevertheless Moreira 9 seconds clear of Joan Mir. And we talk about that holding HRC honour right now. That's the reason why Honda picked him up in that LCR project. That is some performance by Moreira. 6.2 seconds away at the Czechoslovakia. Increased of his World Championship lead by 3 points with a 3rd place here in the Hungarian sprint. Let's get our thoughts from Marco Bezzecchi with Jack.
Well, Marco, sprint podium's been tough to come by this year, but you battled so brilliantly out there. Firstly, fighting off Firmin, then Raoul at the end. You must be really pleased in what's been a tough weekend for Aprilia to be on the podium.
Yeah, it was a very tough sprint, very, very difficult, because the track was pretty strange. The grip at the beginning especially was very low, so it was difficult for me to find the rhythm. Fortunately, the start was good. Then I heard a touch in my back. I don't know what happened, but after that I started to really have troubles with the rear. So very happy with this result. Came with a lot of tough moments. So yeah, now we will work for tomorrow.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, an important ride you feel in terms of the championship from Marco Bezzecchi. Just a reminder, he's only his 2nd sprint top 3 of the campaign so far. This is him now on the far left of your picture, starting from the back of the 2nd row of the grid in 6th place and taking full advantage of the fast starting of Aprilia. Look, already he's got ahead of Firmin Aldeguer, who started directly ahead of him on the front row of the grid. And that was it. Well, immediately through on Aldeguer on that run down to the 1st corner. Had nothing for Marc Marquez or Pedro Acosta. Look at this, straight away he's through on Digia, he's through on Bagnaia, eventually through on another Ducati on this short run down to the 1st corner. And that was it. Jack Miller's going aggressive on the inside there on the Pramac Yamaha. But it was that start and that aggression on the inside of the 1st corner which set up Bez for the podium. 2nd though here in the sprint in Balaton. Pedro Acosta's with Jack.
Well, Pedro, once again, you've given absolutely everything there. Just looks as though in those first couple of laps, Mark just had a little bit too much and was able to manage it from there. Just talk us through from your perspective how the race went.
Yeah, it was amazing the pace that he put from beginning. You know, I take like some laps to be ready for push. But anyway, we have to be happy. Mugello will say a lot. We are back in the podium for this. We have just to try to improve for tomorrow.
Top job, well done.
Thank you, buddy.
And he will, and KTM will try and improve for tomorrow. Can they try and push Marc Marquez? Can they try and pressurise Marc Marquez a little bit more in tomorrow's main Grand Prix? Because it was very much a one-man affair this afternoon. Make no mistake, it was at times a bit of an exhibition, a bit of a parade, wasn't it, by Marc Marquez. Sprint win number 18. He's going to get another gold medal after another golden sprint Saturday. Pole position, now the sprint win in the books. Is there another treble beckoning for our reigning world champion? He wins another Balaton battle here. Marc Marquez then, he is your sprint winner as he acknowledges the crowd in the main grandstand. Let's get his thoughts on a demolition job here in Hungary with Jack.
Well, Mark, another surgery, another comeback, and it all results in another victory. You told us on Thursday to forget about challenging for the win, but surely you must have known that you could have been in the game and that this was possible this weekend.
Yeah, as I say, on Friday I was in eco mode. I was just trying to save some energy. Today in the morning I gave everything because as we show on the race, if you're starting on the front row, it's a big help. And then the strategy was push in the beginning, that is when I'm feeling fresh, and survive in the end. So the strategy works in a better way. Tomorrow will be a longer race. Let's see how we can manage.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that is the big question mark. How can he manage the full race distance tomorrow? But awesome job. Awesome performance. We've had 18 previous trebles, poles, sprint and Grand Prix victories across the weekend. Marc Marquez has 8. And he's 2/3 of the way to another one here. That's what a 1.5 second winning margin looks like over Pedro Acosta at the end of that sprint. To be fair, for most of that sprint, the gap was well in excess of 2 seconds. As we get then set for our 8th medal ceremony of Sprint Saturdays in 2026.
Marc Marquez has now stood on the top step in 3 of them. 9 different riders have been on the sprint podium this season. Marquez keeps up what's been a very good Saturday afternoon record. Of course, we're yet to see him on a Sunday afternoon podium this season. But the fitter he gets, the likelier it is that he's going to be spending a lot of time on Sunday podiums this year. Marco Bezzecchi, like I say, he might well be the happiest rider on that sprint podium today. A hard-fought and hard-defended 3rd place to boost his World Championship advantage. Pedro Acosta said, "We have to be happy." You don't have to be, Pedro, given the form of the first part of this weekend. Surely he must have been expecting at least to run mark closer than that. But the world champion doing world champion things here this afternoon. Marc Marquez sprinting clear in the early stages to earn a 3rd gold medal of the season.
A bit more cautious than premature. Board with Bessel last August right here in the Grand Prix of Hungary at Balaton Park. Marc Marquez completed his 7th. To them. 2nd was in qualifying and in practice. Marco Bezzecchi showing that every point, even at this early stage of the season, is so precious. A real hard-fought 3rd place for the World Championship lead out. He got big rewards for the big risk. Hold on to that 3rd spot. 20 points clear then. Now is Bez in the World Championship. Jorge Martin. Another good ride, 8 to 6. But Diego Moreira casting the eyes on. Marc Marquez though wins your Hungarian Grand Prix sprint.
3rd of the year for Marc Marquez, and of course 1st since the surgery on his shoulder and his foot. Marc Marquez comfortably holding off Pedro Acosta, who took 2nd. Marco Bezzecchi, a defensive masterclass in many respects, to take 3rd ahead of Raul Fernandez. Fermin Aldeguer so frustrated behind those Aprilias. Jorge Martin, despite a chicane moment earlier on, recovered for 6th. Moreira, a brilliant 7th. Bastianini and Bagnaia taking the final sprint point. Fabio Di Gianantonio and Ayagura both will be regretting their first laps as they finish 10th and 11th. All 22 starters finished today's sprint. So Marco Bezzecchi strengthens his championship advantage still further. He is now 20 points clear of his teammate Jorge Martin. Fabio Di Gianantonio loses some serious ground today, and further 7 points he loses to Bezzecchi in 3rd. Acosta 4th. Raul Fernandez jumps back ahead of his teammate Ayagura for 5th, and Marc Marquez back ahead of his Ducati teammate Pecco Bagnaia for 7th. Aprilia lead the Constructors' Championship now by 25 points as Ducati close the gap this afternoon. And in the Teams' Championship, 3rd and 6th for the Aprilia Racing team today. Their advantage over Superfile Trackhouse is 155. have some highlights then. Marc Marquez from pole position number 76 in his MotoGP career. This and the first 300 metres.